This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat, so good to have you back, PCL.
Traded Queens, you might
Look at it, check it! That's a hit! Oh my gosh.
Let's go! With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The semifinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
That's game. Nihal wins on the clock, but also on the board, and they've dominated this match from start to finish.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Whoa! MGD1 takes it through to the semifinals.
The Indian water is strong around here.
Hello and welcome everyone to the semifinals of the Pro Chess League. Sit back, get the popcorn and get ready because it is going to be an exciting day of chess. I am International Master Tanya Sachdev alongside my good friend the Jedi, James Canty. James, super happy to be back here with you. We had such a phenomenal day of quarterfinals action. What was the highlight for you?
The highlight for me was the tie breaks. I mean, we thought one team had, oh, he got it. And then it's tie breaks, right? And then also the momentum was almost in the other team's favor. So those tie breaks were amazing. We were able to see a lot more chess than we came for. So that's always exciting. What about you, Tom?
Completely agree. Levitov versus MGD1. The tiebreak, super exciting, and the action only heats up because there is so much on the line. It's a single elimination match, and take a look at what the teams are fighting for. Well, it's a big chunk of the 100,000 prize pool. If you win today, you go into the finals. You're guaranteed a $20,000. Not just that, on Sunday, we will be revealing the big hitters, the most valued players. 3 prizes will go out and MVPs will take back $5,000. But James, prize money, that's really cool. But it's also the bragging rights of winning the Pro Chess League.
And the money that we gonna spend as well. Absolutely. I'm gonna brag all the way to wherever we gonna spend this money, right? So that's very nice as well. Nice payoff. Sitting at home, relaxing wherever you are. Maybe, they're out or playing wherever they're playing from. They're relaxing in a way, not relaxing too much because there's some stressful games and emotions that's going to go on before the finals.
It's been such an exciting journey, James. As you mentioned, well, relaxation is out of the window because you've got big semi-final matchups coming up. But we started with 16 teams. After the playoffs, after the Swiss, we had 8 teams qualifying for the quarterfinals. And the postseason has been a super fun one. We started with the Shanghai Tigers winning against Norway Gnomes, the first team to go into the semi-finals. And then the match that went down to the wire with Levitov Wizards against MGD1 going into tiebreaks. A super fun one, which saw MGD1 come on top.
Absolutely, and it's the top half of the bracket there. You see the Yogis, number 1. They are very, very strong. You're going to see those face off against the Blitz there. They defeated the Blitz to make it here. And then you have the Knights versus the Bishops. Of course, the Knights won that battle, guys. If you're a Bishops fan, sorry to hear that. The Knights definitely won that one. So, of course, now we have these bigger matchups here, and it's only getting bigger up into the finals.
And it's gonna be a big day of chess as well. We will see MGD1 taking on Gotham Knights later today, but we start with the Shanghai Tigers against the Indian Yogis. And here's the big reveal. Drum rolls, this is the squad that the teams are putting forward to try to punch their ticket into the finals. Whoever wins goes forward. The loser is out of the Pro Chess League. And the first thing that strikes me, James, is the switch up by the Indian Yogis. They won yesterday and they have rotated Vidit Gujarati and Nihal Serene for Pragg and Ronak. Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. It shows the depth of the team, how deep the Indian Yogis go here. I mean, just GM swapping out real quick. Hey, throw in Pragg and Ronak. That's really strong, of course, after having Nihal and Vidit there as well. I mean, these players are absolutely 100% beasts going up against some other beasts, that is the Tigers.
And we also see the Shanghai Tigers with the tried and tested formula. Today it will be the 17-year-old prodigy from India, the most exciting talent, Pragnananda, who will be leading the Indian Yogis from the front. We will see the power siblings of Indian chess, Pragg and Vaishali. Pragg, he has mentioned his idols, James, have been Magnus Carlsen and Vishwanathan Anand. But this is a story of when your idols become your rivals. Because
Mm.
Pragg has been beating Magnus in CCT, and today he's going to try to get his team to the finals.
Absolutely, of course, alongside his sister there. So that's some family power and the Indian blood and in the Indian water. It's just a lot going on over there. A lot of camaraderie and a lot of beast play in the chess against other beasts, against those tigers, which are really, really stoic, and they have that really team camaraderie. You can tell that they're just ready to go as one well-oiled team, or one tiger, as we should say.
And as you mentioned, the Tigers as well, they've got a phenomenal lineup. They are sticking to their tried and tested formula with their 4 players. Take a look at the first round pairings that we've got. The most lopsided one, because the board number 1 takes on board number 4. We've got Pragg against Liu Yiping, and we've got Wei Yi, the phenom from China, the 23-year-old grandmaster who will be starting against the 17-year-old Pranesh once again. An uneven matchup. But James, now Indian Yogis are the top seed. They're seed number 1. Shanghai Tigers, seed number 4. And as we progress to even matches, those very important critical round 3 and round 4, we will see the top boards of the Indian Yogi, because of their seedings, take on the white pieces against the Shanghai Tigers. Do you think that's a big advantage?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's an advantage if you can take advantage, right, of you having the black pieces. When you have the black pieces here, they say, "Oh, win with white, draw with black," especially at the higher level here. But lots of times, I mean, it doesn't go that way. You can't actually win with the black pieces too, as well, especially in the shorter time control. So really, I think it comes down to if you can make some chances with the black pieces, that's really going to be huge here in this match.
Absolutely. We've been talking about Pragg leading from the front for the Indian Yogis, and the player on the top board from the Shanghai Tigers is the 23-year-old Grandmaster Wei Yi. He's had such an incredible, impressive early career. He was just 15 when he broke the 2700 barrier. He broke Magnus Carlsen's record, becoming the youngest player to ever be 2700. He has a super attacking style. We've seen him bring on the creativity on the board. James, one of his biggest immortals, the game against Bruzon Batista, just sticks on my mind. And even in the Pro Chess League, we've seen just incredible attacking masterpieces by Wei Yi.
Yeah, he goes under the radar. In fact, people don't talk about him as much, but he's absolutely 2,700. Just, I mean, check the files, right? The man is extremely strong here, and his repertoire is aggressive. He likes to play E4. He likes Grunfeld, right? Very sharp lines. He likes Knight of Sicilian. So very sharp player, very strong and attacking. And you're going to have to watch out for him, especially at that top board. We know he's going to, really be out here to get some points today.
It's definitely so much on the line today as the players try to take their team over to the coveted finals, which would mean so much in the Pro Chess League. Two teams today will be knocked out, 2 will advance, and Liu Yiping, the international master from China. Well, do not be fooled by that I am, because he's been playing like a super grandmaster so far for the Shanghai Tigers. And James, for me, it's so fascinating that since week 1, the Shanghai Tigers have stuck to this roster, to this lineup, and Liu Yiping has been a regular in this Pro Chess League season.
That actually is quite amazing. Number one, he's out. He must be at obviously a hotel room, but playing in a tournament somewhere. That's what you see a lot of times with these players here. But to keep him in the lineup, especially when you have other players that you can swap out, is just amazing. There, it shows the strength of Liu here, and hopefully he's able to bring it today. I mean, they made it this far with this lineup. Something's working. They're sticking with it. They're sticking with the guns here, and let's see what happens with this lineup today. So great choice.
Wow. 2 very different approaches by these teams. Shanghai Tigers sticking to their lineup, while the Indian Yogis showing super flexibility with rotating their own lineup after a great win in the quarterfinals. And this is going to be a big game. It starts with Pragnananda taking on Liu Yiping, Pragg with the black pieces. But there is pressure. Despite being black, he's going to try to win this one.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, when your chances are there, you try to take them. You don't have to take the risks there. You just play the board, right? And if it gives you the chances, then you take those chances every single time. Liu here actually is going to play his best game. You got the white pieces. You have to try to take advantage of that, of course, and with the first move advantage here and see what happens. With Pragg is no joke. We all know how strong Pragg is, and he's young. He beat Magnus a few times, right? So we know Pragg is an absolute beast. So let's see what happens today. This is going to be a clash right here. I cannot wait to see what happens on this board for sure.
It's gonna be a super fun match, and Liu Yiping, you cannot underestimate him. So far in the league, he scored a huge 9 out of 19, being aboard 4 for his
Wow.
team. And
Ooh.
James, that's a massive score to bring home from
Right.
your board 4.
Exactly. Yeah, we board 4 doing that. Well, against this field, when like fourth boards be GMs, right? So this is very strong. Good stuff here. We got a Sicilian on the board, Ranak Sadwani. Okay. Ooh, E6 line. Nice. Takes all theory so far. Nothing special. A6. Right. Usually bishop
This is the
E3.
Taimanov variation of the open Sicilian. And of course, there are many ways for white to continue here. But the big approach will be, will Zhu Yi decide to go for a longside queenside castling, or will he
Right.
just simply develop the kingside bishop and go for a more saner approach, a more solid approach with kingside castling? James, are you surprised with his decision to immediately take on c6? Because usually white tends to delay that.
Yeah, I am absolutely. I mean, because you know, as Ranak Sarwani showing here, you got the early D5 in. I'm more of a fan of the aggressive lines with Bishop E3, and after Queen C7 G4 is the move. You literally just G4 out of nowhere, right? So it's a very nice, strong move. It's fun and it's aggressive, right? When you get lost opponent there, here this is just more solid. I mean, of course, you still have your attacking chances. Move the Queen to E2, maybe Rook to D1. You're just playing chess here, but Black did get D5 in, and the Sicilians a lot of times, if you're able to get this D5 move in, you're doing quite fine. Like you're okay, to say the least.
And that's the whole point. Once you trade on c6, you allow a side pawn of black to actually come towards the center. And this break that you're talking about is a dream of every Sicilian player. You want to strike with d5, and that pawn on c6 really assists that. Now, I know Ronak a little bit. He's definitely enjoying this position that he's gotten out of the opening. He loves playing these faster speed chess formats. He really thrives in it. So it's going to be interesting to see how he tries to create his chances on paper. Ronak Sadmani is a favorite on this board. And we see Zhu Yi. He's got an interesting idea. Definitely some home prep there, because it's an offbeat way for white to counter the Sicilian.
I actually like this Bishop B2 move here from Zhu Yi here with the longer diagonal approach. It's very strong, but we do need to create some chances, which I see that probably coming with an F4, F5, and some type of rook lift F3, G3. Very aggressive intentions, open Sicilian. That's what that is. Anyway, Black with the A5 move, maybe looking to play A4 and maybe a Queen B6, Bishop A6 as well, stuff like that. So sons are actually watching too as well. So got them watching. It's just fun. Hopefully you got your kids watching at home, guys. Get the kids involved, guys. Get the kids involved. Very good. You may see them play right here on Pro Chess League.
Speaking of getting your kids involved, the average age of today's Indian yogi team is 19.
Yo,
James, that's absolutely insane.
That's
and
crazy.
These are all players reaching 2,700. The oldest member of today's Indian yogi team is Vaishali at 21.
Wow. Yeah, it's in the water. I'm telling you, whatever they have in the water there, it's showing, guys. It's definitely in the food in the water there for sure. That's funny.
I don't know, James. That water hasn't reached Delhi yet.
Hasn't reached over that side. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we got to get some of that Indian water over there for sure. I need a cup or two or a gallon of that every day. Just life. Amazing. Okay, so Black.
And we're already seeing some unfamiliar territory in this open Sicilian. So rook d1 played, lining up that rook on the d file against the queen. So a preemptive move in case that file opens up. That's where you want your rook. And Black returns the favor by placing his own rook so that if you take on d5. Now, if white was to capture on d5, the usual way to take it back would be with the c pawn. You want more pawns towards the center of the board. But with that last move, rook to e8, it also opens up the idea and the flexibility of the yogis to capture d5 with the e6 pawn. So a nice little move played fast by both these players. They're continuing their development. And James, another fun fact about Ronak Sadhwani, and I'm only saying that because I can kind of tell that you do love them tattoos. Ronak Sadhwani has the coolest chess tattoo in the chess world.
I just heard about that. I just heard that, Ranak Sadwani got tatted. I was like, what? Ranak Sadwani has a tattoo? Where? No, he doesn't. So I actually
It's
have
his
to say
entire arm.
Wow, he got a sleeve? Ranak Sadwani with a sleeve, chat. Can you believe that? I cannot believe that right now. I got to definitely see that. That is extra cool from him. I never expected that from Ranak out here. He's smirking at it too. Like, yeah, you're right, Kanzi. You're right. I saw the smirk there. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually, to know. Check that out. So, what's his Instagram? Plug his Instagram, chat. I'm sure you guys can find it.
Yeah, I'm sure we can have someone in chat plug that in, but definitely check that out right now. Let's check out this position a little deeper because I see the eval bar says that White actually, despite going through this slightly offbeat part in the opening, has built an advantage. We see the bar shifting closer to a White advantage, and Zhu Yi strikes for the second time in the center. Now he's forcing Ronak to take a decision, and Ronak does just that. Simplifies on E6. Is that a blunder? Bishop B7? What happened
Oh
there?
wow. Bishop takes E. Wait, this is whoa. What is this right?
What's going
That
on?
is right. I'm actually checking right now to see. I have no idea. Bishop takes Queen H5. No. What is wrong with this position?
What's
Oh,
going
Bishop
on?
E5.
Is it
Oh
bishop
my
f6
goodness.
and knight c5?
No, it's just Bishop E5 because after Queen C8, there's Knight B6, and if you take,
Oh
yeah,
my
he found it.
gosh.
He found it. Oh man, Ronak's. Yeah, look at
And
him.
look at
Look at him.
Ronak.
Look away. Wow. Wow.
It's just lost for black. Chat, this position is just lost for black. And you can see it. Ronak realizes it. He rushed, he blundered, and
Oh
just
my
out of the
goodness.
opening, Zhu Yi, the underrated player on board, the board 3 of China, is currently in a winning position. It's tactics, James. And let's just show it with the arrows, or maybe we can make some moves. Black's queen can either fall back on c8, which would have allowed a fork on b6. And now that would be completely lost. Actually, James, that wasn't even a fork. That was a queen trap.
I
Can we
just
just
thought
back
about
up
that.
for a
Yeah,
moment? We've
I
got to
was like,
back
why did
up.
he do that? Yeah, he lost his whole queen there after Bishop E5. You're thinking, oh, hey, I mean, oh, that's cute. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you hit your tactics for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I'll go back. Queen C8. But then Knight B6. Oh, it's a fork, right? But then also, your queen is trapped. I'll take that. Appreciate it. I don't care what you do. Okay, maybe I do. But I am going to take your queen, no matter if you like it or not. That's mine, big
Oh
fella.
my
Bishop
gosh.
E5. What a spot from Zhu Yi here. That's going to be a big game there. It's a big game. Huge loss if he's not able to recover, which means I don't think he will, to be honest. But I mean, of course, takes. There's still some chances because you have pieces, but I mean, wow, like what a blunder there. That's tough.
This is absolutely shocking what we've just seen. And you could see it on Ronak. He can't believe it himself. And it all came down to this natural bishop developing move. James, White is completely winning here already. Shanghai Tigers, this would be a huge point for them if they're able to take down Ronak Sadhwani, board 2 of the Indian Yogis. We need to do an action replay of what just happened. What was the turning point? What was the big blunder? Was it Bishop B7?
Absolutely. In fact, right here, actually, after Bishop takes E4, I mean, the better move here is just get rid of the bishop first. He didn't want to take this, which is, I mean, you just take this because it's a bishop. You get the bishop pair, right? You can open up Bishop B7 later, right? He just played Bishop B7 first, which gave it the wrong idea. Obviously, it's just wrong immediately. And Bishop E5, now we got both the bishops here, and that is GG. It was supposed to be knight takes E4 first. Get rid of that very sharp bishop that he had, and then we go from there. But lost the queen, trying to still fight here, but it's very futile, to say the least. You want to move to the other game?
Yeah, I'm still getting over what we just saw. A blunder right out the opening, and it's not a pawn blunder, it's an entire queen blunder. You've got no
Yeah.
place left, and so easy to fall for that.
That's
Let's
tough.
move on to another game. This one, well, it looks like Ronak Sadhwani will not be able to come back from that position. He's down a queen for just 2 minor pieces. He's gonna try and fight James, but it's gonna be an uphill task. We also have action on with Pragg's sister, Vaishali, who has been such a star player for the Indian Yogis on board 4. She has defeated so many strong grandmasters in the Pro Chess League so far, including Supi, including Daniel Dubov. She took down Etienne Bacrot yesterday. It's been a phenomenal performance by Vaishali so far, and she's playing against Wenjun, the current reigning women world champions, the 3-time women world champion. James, this is going to be a big fight, and I love the position that we have on the board already. Look at the pawn storm that Wenjun has created in the center.
Absolutely. There's definitely a pawn storm here, but it can be breaking and broken up as much as you can. You can do B4, right? You also have C3. Queen D3 was the move from Vaishali here, though. In fact, I like to say, like, even the mom is like 2,300, right? Because the mom and brother, the whole family there is just very strong. But Queen of D3 hits B5. We also do want to double the rooks, maybe play Rook F1 or F4. It's lots of possibilities here. This is a strong center, but it can be broken up. B4 is a move possible at some point. We do need to watch for pawn breaks from both sides. In fact, here, maybe C4 at some point. A timely C4 could be annoying, or taking, maybe trying to play C4. Taking would allow A6 to be weak. We can also take with our rook here. So they always say keep the tension, which is important here. There's some tension here. And we do want to maybe, again, play b4 and do something with this position. Your time is about even two as well. So
Yeah, this is going to be a fun fight. And chat, we're getting an update that the other two boards, the other two games are yet to start. There are some technical issues that we're just fixing. So these are the only two games that are ongoing. The action is on, but it is hot action. We saw Ronak Sadhwani with a big blunder by the Yogis. And here we also see Vaishali. She's made the move Queen D3. She wants to try to get the other rook into the game, but you've got to watch out. Now a move like rook E1, James, that Queen B6, it's sneaky because the A4 pawn would be hanging. There's an X-ray vision there down the B file. So a move like rook E1 could totally run into B takes A4. You cannot recapture. The bishop on B2 is on pre.
wow, got to be careful there. Look at Tanya with the tactics, guys. Tactic Tanya. So, of course, after Queen
like
to B6, tactics Tanya, right? So here, after the Queen B6 move, yeah, this is kind of annoying, actually. That's a very strong move. That's quite annoying because you do want to keep the tension, but if I take, I mean, then you challenge the file. I may have to go rook E1. Very strong move there. What do we
And James,
do?
James, check this out. There's just
Yes.
another idea. It's not
Mhm.
just really stopping white from developing that rook, but at some point, black can actually make the move C4.
Whoa.
Once again, I want to open up that B file. And if you take on D4, it gives these counter-attacking ideas like the bishop coming on C5, a
Whoa.
battery along the A7 G1 diagonal. And at the right moment, this could be a dangerous threat. Now, white has to constantly think about this.
Wow. Yeah, this is actually a very good point here, as you do know that we can give up some pawns here, obviously, for some counterplay with bishop c5 would be nice. We also do have, again, b takes a4, which is going to be quite an annoying move to face if we move the rook. We can't really move the rook here, kind of tied down. In the meantime, we do have other games. So the Pranesh game has actually started with Wei Yi. We're going to actually pull that up and go over there to see what these guys are doing. It just started. Cool. Let's see what the opening is. And we have Pranesh with the white pieces versus the very strong and aggressive Wei Yi.
And I'll tell you one thing. There is no player in the Pro Chess League as hungry to prove himself and for the wins as Pranesh is. We saw his performance for the Indian Yogis yesterday in the match against Blitz, and he scored a massive 3 out of 4. He was the MVP for Blitz yesterday, the board 4. He's just 17 years old. He's India's latest grandmaster. He's also his play has been so full of inspiration, James. It's been amazing to watch his rise. And if we just go on and see how this one went, he doesn't fear Wei Yi. But we know Wei Yi with the black pieces will try to win this one. It is an important one on board 1, playing board 4.
And now we have ourselves a Caro Khan here. Very solid, kind of fast moving here. Blitzing out all the theory so far, right? 97, 97. This is the more topical stuff these days. Playing h6 and a6 is what's like next and stuff like that. You talk the bishop, you play knight f5, right? So it's very important to understand this this type of play. Knight g6, that one's interesting, actually. Not familiar with this one yet. You play Caro Khan or no? What do you play in c4?
I like to play the king's pawn opening, so I play either e5 or Sicilian. I'm not a Caro player, and I don't face it either because I'm a d4 player. But it's always very interesting to see these setups because it's kind of like the French, but the light squared bishop is outside the pawn structure, which definitely is a breather for black. And we do see an f6 break. So Wei Yi, James, he's making his intentions very clear. He wants to open up the game. He wants to try to build that attack we keep talking about. And it's already a very asymmetrical middle game that we have.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Actually, Caro Khan middle games and French ones as well can be you can actually steer. I guess we've learned this over time. You can learn that every opening can be played in some type of aggressive way. And Caro Khan being a very solid opening here can be played very aggressively. As you see with the bishop diagonal. I mean, this is not the regular Caro Khan solidity that you actually have. This is more of like a French that, again, middle games are very sharp there, as we saw yesterday with Arjun's middle game. And that French game against Kosniuk, it's very similar here with the aggressive intentions we may have with the bishop bearing down. We have a weakness here. We can also end up casting queenside if we're able to dislodge the bishop from g5. We already have an open f file. So, like, what kind of Caro Khan is this? Like, Caro Khan with some spice to it and flair for sure.
Yeah, it feels like a Caro French hybrid with the f6 break in the pawn structure that we're seeing. But James, big update. Zhu Yi did win that game. Ronak Sadhwani has already resigned after
Wow.
that opening blunder. He was down a queen for just 2 minor pieces, no compensation at all in that position. And for the Tigers, that's a huge point, taking down board 2 of the Indian Yogis.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge there. Sadhwani had that blunder that hurts, and you like, come on, this is for the team. Like, I'm so mad. Like, and I can understand, you can feel all the emotion there because it was so quick. If it was like later in the game and et cetera, like, okay, you can understand you just had a bad game. But really, I mean, it was a bad game, but very quick, he lost his queen within like 15 moves, right? So it was a very, very tough loss there for the Yogis. But of course, if they're able to bounce back, this round isn't over yet, and there's still another 3 matches today, 3 rounds there, that is.
Yeah. But now the other 3 boards really have to step it up to counter that loss. And as you mentioned, it's not about the result, but the way it happened. It was basically a free gift for the Shanghai Tigers. Right out of the opening, no fight at all. But now this game is where the action is. And we can see a lot is happening on the king side and the queen side. Pranesh being ambitious on both flanks of the board. He is trying to trade off pieces on the king side so that there isn't a possibility of a big attack. The more pieces that get traded, the easier it is for white to handle the attack. Meanwhile, he's trying to create pawn weaknesses on the queen side by gaining more space. And I like that approach. Unstoppable a pawn. It marches down the board. Now, after this move, you never want to recapture that a. You don't want to capture that a6 pawn. It leads to a lot of weaknesses on the queen side. James, maybe we can just have some arrows on the board that if b takes a6 was to happen, after rook a6, c6 will be weak, a7 will be weak, and just weaknesses all around. That's definitely not a move you want to make. On the other hand, if you push the b pawn, that a6 pawn for the rest of the game is a point of worry for black. Any end games, anytime white is able to strike on the queen side, it could be the winning pawn.
Absolutely. This is going to be super annoying. Of course, look at the space we've created here. And if you push it twice to b5, at some point, maybe we can get a knight to b7 or some piece there. But eventually, it's just annoying to have, obviously, this pawn on a6. So you're going to feel that a little bit later there. But actually, I think that's just what happened. Is this on the board, actually? This is actually on the board now, Tanya. a6, b6 actually happened right now. And let's see what we have. It's white to move here. This is not the Carol Khan I'm actually looking for. Like, it was like black's totally fine, but we do have this nice pawn on a6, and we need to still develop our pieces. On the other hand, black is fully developed, and the rooks are connected. Very interesting. Okay, b6 happened.
I agree with you. Black's piece activity is so powerful right now, and you can feel it. There's only that rook on a8, and I have no doubt that we will bring the final toy into the game as well. Either try and bring it on the f file or bring it to e8 and try and even break in the center. He's already eyeing white's king side. It's going to be a big battle. And chat, another update that we still haven't started on the Pragg Liu Yiping board. Still sorting out those technical issues. We will get that game to you as soon as it's underway. But James, what do you say? Should we take this moment to shift to the Vaishali Wenjun board? Because action is on that
There's
one
definitely
as well.
some action over there right now.
You're going to love Vaishali's last move.
Oh, I see it right now. I'm looking at it right now. There it is. Boom, it's on the board. E6. E6. Talk to me nicely. E6 is a strong move. Very scary move there. Bishop F6 now. Okay, yep, takes. Correct. And now we look for some aggressive moves, but it looks like we have nothing. It looks great, but I think there's actually nothing. Correct. Queen F3 has to pin. The rook was hanging. And now I think we just do some trades, maybe take, and like it's just an equal position. But black's king is a little weak. That's about it.
Exactly. And I think that's the point. Wenjun just needs to make a few accurate moves to make sure that there is complete equality. She can simply trade on b2 and fall back with that weak king, put it on a safe spot on g8, and everything is under control. And that move e6, James, if we just back up to that moment, also to show our chat that it really had a direct threat. You can't pick up that pawn on e6. For those of you who might be new to chess, there is a big battery along the diagonal. And James, we would have seen a checkmate, queen to g7, and that would have been game over. So this was not a possibility, which is why Wenjun very accurately traded white's most active bishop on the board. And the only bishop on the board.
The only bishop, right? Yeah, the only one, right? So h6 actually happened here. This is a prophylactic move. Maybe we're going to go around this way at some point. Ju is actually saying, yo, hey, what are you going to do with the rook? Like, the rook is not, okay, it's active, but you can't do anything yet with your rook, and the queen actually is a piece by itself, right? You have to do it more than just with the queen. So queen to c3, maybe rook to c1 is some type of possibility. If a rook d5, there might be some queen f3 possibilities. So king g8, he steps back. Maybe there's going to be a rook c1, and this is actually much closer to a draw than anything else. But the time is quite low for Vaishali.
Hmm. But the good news for Vaishali here is that there's such few pieces and there's very little margin to go wrong. With just the queen and the rook on the board, such few pawns in open position, the increment that she has, perhaps, hopefully at least, will be enough for her to navigate through it. James, as you said, I think draw is a very likely result. So we will zoom out of this one and go to the other board, the top board for the Shanghai Tigers, Wei against Pranesh. If we can pull that one up, because that is anything but close to a draw. We were talking about a central e5 break. I mentioned that Wei might bring his rook first. He doesn't even wait for that. He's gone for it immediately. We do see a break in the center, and now James Wei is bringing that knight from d7 to f6, closer to the attack. The dream is to land one day on g4 or on e4 and just continues to build pressure. Even though the eval bar says equal, James, is it fair to say that White is feeling the heat?
That White is definitely feeling the heat here, especially as an attacking player myself, and like understanding Black has a lot of potential for attack on this side of the board. I mean, this knight looks like he's going the wrong way. Engine thinks the same thing. Where are you going? All the pieces on the other side of the board. And of course, you're hitting d4, but I'm never going to take this on d4. Maybe I'll play e4 first before I do anything else. But I mean, the knight is definitely misplaced here. The engine does not like that move by far here. And we have to figure out what we want to do if we are Wei here. I mean, h5 even jumps out there. h5 to put the knight on g4 is a possibility. e4, put a knight on f4 possibility. There it is, e4, right? We can move the knight, play g5. I mean, there's so many attacking ideas here. One thing about the Caro-Kann, or the more solid openings, like we talked about the French yesterday, middle games are very, very like tactical. But the Caro-Kann is actually very the same. You can actually have very tactical middle games with this from either side. Usually it's White the one doing things. But if you're an aggressive player playing a positional opening most times like this, like Caro-Kann, aggressive player, Wei Yi, playing a very solid opening, found very aggressive intentions here. And he's now the one attacking. This looks like this could have came from a Sicilian. Obviously, there's a C-pawn here. There's no C-pawn. This would be more Sicilian-like. But he chose a Sicilian-type flavor as he likes Najdorf in this Caro-Kann. Very strong play here from Wei Yi. We're going to have to consolidate and stop this attack from happening. Prevent it. Pranesh does. Maybe an h3. That's a scary move to make. Very scary.
I'm
too
just
many
amazed
weaknesses around king.
at Wei's ability to just out of nowhere, out of thin air, create these attacking possibilities and these tactics. We saw against the Norway Gnomes that brilliancy he played with 2 minor piece sacrifices and just checkmating his opponent. And right now, Pranesh with White, he hasn't been able to create his counterplay on the queen side. He is suffocated on the king side, which explains his last move. He's trying to get some air, but it just feels as if Black has more firepower on the king side to actually handle this break with this move f3, which has been played. And James, now Black has got some decisions to make. Does he jump with that knight to f4, the move that you were talking about? I really like it. It poses big questions to White. After knight f4, there are some lines to be calculated. White can take on e4, but perhaps Black just simply recaptures with the queen. Everything looks like it is under control. Also, the other way to counter this is simply bring your last piece into the game. You can make the move rook to e8, continue building that pressure, and after f takes e4, recapture that pawn with your own queen, really taking advantage of those 2 bishops on the e file. That actually would be big disaster for White.
That's really strong. Rook e8, simple move. Just put the rook on e8. Very simple idea. But if you take queen takes e4 and you lose material, I mean, while it was simple, I also get another piece into the game. Use every piece here. I like knight h4. I mean, he was spoiled for choice. Knight f4, knight h4, rook a to e8. All these are great moves here. I do like this knight h4 move, though. I'm actually curious. You can't sack yet. Or maybe you can. Hold on. f4, queen g6, hitting mates. We had a lot of maiden ones yesterday. You guys remember that? Wow, it was like maiden ones, like 3 different games were some maiden ones here. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and they were missed yesterday by the very best players in the world, but I do expect Pranesh to make the move rook f2 or g3 here, just trying to fight this maiden one. I don't see another way to do it. By the way, James, this round has been very crazy with that move blunder, the queen blunder that we saw by Ronak, but things are just getting crazier. We're getting an update that Liu Yiping has forfeited his first round as he wasn't able to connect to the server. And because of that, Pragg gets a point
I
without
saw
playing.
that. I saw that. I mean, you know, he don't even got to play. Like Pragg is just, I got to figure out what he's doing. He didn't even have to play,
He
and
just
he
needs to
won
show
the
up.
game. He just shows up, and good things happen. Well, Liu Yingping, he was just not able to connect, and we saw him earlier on the screen, so that is kind of annoying. That's tough to lose like that, but of course now it's level. It's still an even match now. To start over, it's 1-1. Let's see what happens at this point. But man, that was crazy. He couldn't connect. Like the hotel Wi-Fi. What is that? You know, like fix it. You have to because this is a big match. It sucks that that happens. Hopefully, that doesn't
James?
happen anymore.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
hope that Liu Yiping can connect for the remaining rounds, and we will get an update on that. But James Wei, we know him. You know exactly his style. You are the kind of player who plays like Wei. Is Knight G3 a threat that he has in mind? Will we see Knight G3 at some point?
Absolutely. I mean, knight g3 takes, right? Queen takes g3, king goes to h1. So, of course, a lot of times I used to say drag and drop is what I would tell students is how do I get the rook to h6? So I would have to move the knight. So I'm already looking at knight g4s there. Unfortunately, bishop takes g4 will be a thing, and rook f6, rook h6 is going to be blocked by a bishop h5. But it's there. It's almost there, right? Very close. So we just need another move or two, maybe e3, which is what rook e8 does. Rook e8 is very nice. So now after we sack on g3, takes, queen takes, we also could be able to put the knight on e4, right, at this point, and then we can be able to rook lift and have some aggressive intentions here. This is going to be a win for black.
Yeah. Well, that's a hot take, but I think I agree with you, and I know where it's coming from. Do you even rook lift? Well, Pranesh does, but it's the wrong kind of rook lift. It's the defensive one, and it's not going to hold the position together. The thing is that there is a choice of plenty for Wei, but he doesn't take that much time to make a decision. Maybe not the most accurate, but still a lot of pressure. This is aggressive suffocation for the white pieces. Pawn is on e3, knight e4. Well, has he sacrificed
Did he blunder
an
in
exchange
exchange, or
there?
I mean, I think he blundered this. I'm not even gonna lie. I think this was a blunder for some reason
Really?
because I just feel this does not like this feels like this is going in the wrong direction. Of course, black definitely is for choice, but I mean, after queen e6, we have to move away. We have to take the material back, and it gives white time. When you have initiative, it's time, so you got to be quick with everything, which he was, but he might have moved a little bit too quick and allow some chances. Bishop h5 hitting the rook. You got to move the queen, which he does, and then we go from there.
Yeah, we saw the Valbar after 94. It looks like Pranesh is back in the game. He does pick up the exchange, but Black's position is so powerful that the exchange doesn't give White the advantage. Compare every piece. That pawn on e3 is worth way more than just a pawn. The knights on e4, f5 dominating the position. White's pieces harmony is not existent. One rook on g2, one rook on a1. That bishop on c1 hasn't seen the light of day so far. James, the more I see this, the more I understand that you're probably right. That where he just rushed a little bit and maybe a complete oversight. But will he still be able? And look at him. You can tell that he realizes it. It was a dream position for Black.
Wow. After queen f3, and you just go crazy here. Yeah, counter blunder, right? Yeah, I was actually thinking of g5 at some point, but that hits the knight. So where do we go? E2? No. Knight h4? No. E6? Knight f2, queen h3. Okay, you went queen h3 and rook e2, and it's back to even. Wow, okay.
Not anymore.
Alrighty then.
What is happening?
Alrighty. I don't know. Maybe sacking on g3 is possible, guys. Are we going to do it or not? Tanya, do we sack or not? Tanya, do we sack tactics, Tanya, or not?
I know you want it. I know you want to see all of that. Knight g3 is a big threat on the board, but perhaps after taking it, you take back with the knight. There is a move like rook h2. It just gets crazy. Rook h2, you've got e2,
wait, do I have
bishop
e2 right?
and then bishop d2, just trying to keep things under control. So maybe Black still needs to be a little careful. We do have a result on board 3. That game has ended in a draw. Vaishali, Wenjun, as we had predicted, finishes with a draw. Currently, the score is 1.5, 1.5, and it's been a crazy round so far. And this position continues to bring in the crazy.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I mean, look at the eval swing there. But I mean, we have to try to understand, right? The eval swing. Is this just a pawn? Wait a second. Bishop takes e3. Knight g4. I block. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. Knight g4. Bishop takes. Knight g4. Double up. Take on e3. Takes. Queen h2. King f1. I mean, it's like, I guess it's fine. Yeah, he does. He goes for it. Bishop e3. You just take it.
Wow.
Just take it, bishop e3. Wow, that's
And
very strong.
Pranesh is winning now. All the attack has gone out of the window, and we saw that eval bar. And James, just back up for a moment because I think you were completely on point. It had to be the sacrifice on g3. And let's just
Let's
go
see.
back a move. This move,
Okay.
knight f6, very well could cost the Tigers this match. You were the one who spotted it first, James. Take on g3. Knight takes g3. Let's start with the e knight. And after h takes g3, the point is that if you
A9.
take with the knight, I think white just goes rook h2
Yeah,
and
that's a strong
everything is
move.
under control.
Right. Maybe we have, I don't know. Queen g3 is not it. It's completely winning. It says knight g3, rook e6. What
James,
about
knight
here?
and on point, boom,
Oh, the
James. And we
queen.
see the eval bar. It does approve because
It
you
does.
can't, the queen can't stay and connect with the
Oh,
g3
yeah,
pawn.
queen g3, yeah.
You lose
Wow.
your
That's sick.
defense. The queen
That
falls
is
back
sick.
to h1, f1, h5. You simply pick up the g3
H1.
pawn, and that's winning.
Yeah. Dang, that's deep. That's deep there. Knight h4 is the hard spot there. That's what he didn't spot. He probably did look at knight g3. I'm sure he did. But he couldn't find knight h4, which is understandable. Like, that's a hard move to spot after you sack the knight like that, especially in this time control here. So then he backed up to f6, which caused some problems after bishop takes. Oh, queen g4. Wow, he said, trade them boys. Trade them down in exchange. I mean, what a game. What a game this
Whoa.
is here. Wow.
And white
Yeah,
could do
fun.
that. The only thing you
Mhm.
have to be careful is if you take queen g4, the knight jumps into g4, and that bishop on e3 is pinned, James. That's why white doesn't have the possibility to trade quickly. You've got to
Mhm.
watch out on that e line because you could end up losing that bishop.
Oh yeah, definitely. You could. Well, now he moves it out of the way here, and look at the time. By the way, Wei Yi might go down here. If that is the case, Yogis are really ready. They're ready, for anything. I mean, they already came ready today, even match. But hey, if we can do this in the first round, and our board fours, they always say that if your board fours can perform, you're gonna have a great day. If your board fours are performing,
Oh
and
my
Pranesh right
God.
now is looking to close this one out against Wei Yi right now.
And look at him, James. He can feel it. He knows he's so close to it. And the way it started, it looked like Wei was just dominating this game. We were talking about bad luck for Ronak Sadhwani, blundering
Mhm.
his queen right out of the opening. But it looks like in this, the law of averages. From a completely lost position, Pranesh, with some inaccuracies by Wei, has managed to turn it around. You make your luck on the chessboard. And right now, Pranesh is in control. Rook e6 played. He's up on the clock. He's up in exchange. The attack has fizzled out. James, this is ending badly for the Tigers.
This is definitely ending badly. I mean, of course, he did have his chances there. Now you can't blame him. He had to find a very nasty sequence like knight g3, knight h4. But I think if he would have spent a little bit of extra time there, and he also had the blunder with bishop h5, which he blundered the exchange too. So he's just moving a little bit fast here, which is quite. It just sucks. You have to rebounce back after the next round, especially if he takes an L here. But 5 seconds on the clock is going down. Ooh wee.
Wow.
Wow. Woo. Woo wee. I don't know what's about
Love
to
it.
happen next.
But right now, for Wei, it feels like it's a no way back here. Pranesh now playing in the center. He's creating more weaknesses. He is up on the clock. Wei, he might just get flagged in this position. And we have seen drama with Liu Yiping not being able to connect for this game. Wei, from a winning position, looks like he's going down. But there's still a little accuracy required. There is still a bit of work required. James, do you think Pranesh will pull this off against Wei?
Absolutely. 4 seconds on the clock too as well. Okay, yeah, he's very strong. He's 2,700, but at the same time is definitely a factor here. We also, if you can't even take, because we have the 2 pawns, we might have a king g2 here at some point. Now, king g2 is going to be queen h2
Queen
there.
h2.
But you want to get this rook over here. Maybe queen h1. Whoa, what a move. Trade him off.
Oh.
Get him off the board. This is clearly winning. Rook e8. Whoa, what a move. Relax.
Tactics
bro.
everywhere.
Relax. Oh, wait. That's it.
Oh my God, he can't
C8.
You can't take the rook because the bishop on f2 hangs. He's trying to disconnect
Eight.
the rook from the bishop. That would be a fork. And is he going to repeat? No, he has to find a way. But what's the defense here?
I mean, I think you just have to take it and say, I'm gonna grab, maybe not here, but I have to take and grab one of these pawns and try to queen. That's what he's doing.
And he does it.
That's what
James,
he's doing.
great call there by you. And the way he's shaking his head. He knows this is all over. Even though this position, black has enough material, but where he resigns as the a7 pawn would have fallen. Board 4, Pranesh does it once again for the Indian Yogis, taking down board 1 of the Shanghai Tigers. He defeats a 2,700 player. This is such a great start for this Indian youngsters. James, Pranesh, he comes from Such an inspiring story. He did not have a laptop till he became an international master. And that's his
Wow.
story. His determination, his grit has taken him places, and he continues to shine. He is hungry for the wins. And with this, the Indian Yogis take the first round of the semi-finals, winning 2.5 to 1.5. James, this was a crazy round all around.
Absolutely crazy around all around me. You had a disconnection there. We saw he was there in the hotel. Everything was fine. Then couldn't connect, right? We had Sadwani with the early blunder, like it was not even like move 15, maybe around there. Lost the queen there. Lost that game. Wei Yi was winning, had a crushing attack, loses the game. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. If that's the first round. Wait till we get to round 3 and 4 today to see what happens. It's really up in the air today. Crazy chess. But that's what we like, right? It's entertainment for the chat as well.
Well, James, for right now, we can just hope that Liu Yiping makes it to round 2, because he was not able to make it for his game against Pragnananda there. And we see Pragnananda has left his chair. He's walked away. He hasn't even started playing yet. He just showed up for game 1, and his opponent, unable to connect, got a very important point. It's been a difficult round for the Shanghai Tigers, a very unlucky one with the inability to connect, and then Wei Yi from a completely winning position lost to Pranesh. Round 2, will the Shanghai Tigers make a comeback? We'll find out after this break.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, you know. Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. There's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
Sure, all right.
6 minutes breaks between each round.
Okay, thank you.
Danya, what just happened? She takes it all. Oh.
Move. Knight takes f6, loses. Oh my gosh! This is just crazy level of tactical vision.
Wei Yi is unstoppable in the Pro Chess League. It's checkmate. She walked right into it. Oh! Wow, what a find by Wei Yi. Oh, because E3 knight f2 check, and you win the game by, oh man, this is amazing. I mean, he had a plus day on board 4 for the Shanghai Tigers.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been a dramatic start to the semi-finals match between the Shanghai Tigers and the Indian Yogis. And with all the drama that we saw, eventually it is the Yogis who have taken the lead after round 1 with their 4 players. A new team that Yogis have put forward for this round. And we've got a big game 2 coming up. James, we had a lot of drama on the board, but a lot of drama off it as well.
Absolutely, a lot of drama off the board. I mean, hey, like Lou has some technical issues. He'll be back, obviously. You know, we're trying to get him back, so stay tuned for that. But definitely, that was a problem there. I mean, Pragg was ready to play, and something happened with the connection there. We also saw in the games, right, crazy stuff with Wei Yi. I mean, this is already exactly what we wanted, just action. Of course, we really want it all on the board, a little bit off the board, but definitely here, it's a lot of action, and we got round 2 coming up in a minute here, Tanya. So. It's amazing. It's crazy right now.
Yeah, I think, James, as chess fans, we all hope that the drama remains on the board. So we're really trying to get Liu Yiping to be back for round 2. These are the pairings that we do have. The technical issues do continue on that board with Ronak Sazvani against Liu Yiping. We also see Pragg, who will be playing. He did not play his first round because of the forfeit. He'll be taking on Zhu Yi. Vaishali will be against Wei Yi. And Wei Yi, he was on the brink of winning a great attacking masterpiece when it all suddenly went absolutely wrong for the Chinese Grandmaster.
Yeah, that's very disappointing. I mean, as you know, you have an attack like that, you're known for being ferocious. You're playing the board 4 as well, right? You're like, oh yeah, this should work. Everything is in my favor. It was, and then it wasn't. And look at Lou here on the screen, getting ready, right? He seems like he's in his zone. Everything seems like it's working now. Maybe able to see him in round 2.
Yeah, and the one player who's trying to get into the zone is International Master Liu Yiping. We see them on the camera there. He is trying to connect to Chesscom so that he can play his round 2. And we're only hoping that does happen because it would be very unfortunate. And nobody wants to win like that, James. Least of all, these players there. They're known for their sportsmanship. Right now, this will be the game that we will be focusing on with Pragnananda taking on Zhu Yi. It is the first game for Pragg. He starts with the white pieces and he makes the move. The King's Pawn opening. We're going to have a Sicilian, an open Sicilian.
In fact, this is actually, we're looking at Ronak. There we go. We have a Ronak game here with his Ronak versus Lou. Lou is ready. He's here. There we go. That's exactly what I was thinking. Perfect. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is actually something cool. Bishop e3. Come on. Bishop e3, a6, g4. Love that line so much. Bishop e3, a6, g4. Bishop e3, a6, g4. Ronak Sadwani, he has to bounce back because he had a tough game in round 1.
And this is
G4
so
immediately.
similar.
Come on, bro.
I know you
Come
love
on, bro.
it.
Talk to
CG4
me.
and James.
Talk to
James, this
me.
is going to be a fun one.
Come on, Ronak, and Bishop E3 by transposition. Come on, young fella. Oh.
James, this is exactly the opening that Ronak Sadhwani faced with the black pieces, at least the structure. We didn't have a G4 then, but you remember the first game against Zhu Yi. It was Ronak with black, Zhu Yi took on C6, and 5 moves later, Ronak blundered the queen. This time, he plays with the white pieces, and we see Liu Yiping. We're so happy that he is back and he is playing. He decides to take on C6 with the queen. And James, the reason for that is you want to take with the pawn, but once G4 is committed, what you want is to make the most of this diagonal. With the light squares weakened, you want your bishop on B7. You want that battery set up, and that's what black is looking for.
Absolutely. That's where their counterplay usually goes, is like B5, B4, bishop B7. The bishop is on E3. We literally are reaching a position by transposition, like that you would get with bishop E3, G4. Usually the pawn's on B5 here in these situations. This is a very aggressive chess, a very aggressive style. I actually won a nice game against a strong IM, OTB with this same line. So this is a very strong, even Niels Grandelius likes this too from the white side. So it's a very strong situation, and you can be in a lot of trouble from the black side here if you don't know what you're doing. But it is very double-edged. Look at Lou, though. Lou is on the iPad. You know what I mean? He's playing off the pad. Playing off the pad. You're not going to stop me. I might have had some issues, but now I got my iPad. Look at him right there, ready to go. I'm sure he's here for the long run, guys, with the iPad. Look at him. You know, one move at a time. Ain't no mouse slips here. No mouse slips over here, buddy. Wow. What you think?
This is amazing to see. I was gonna say, James, you gotta address the elephant in the room, but in this case, it's the iPad in the room. We don't see this often, but this time, Liu Yiping is doing what needs to be done. He has connected, and he will be playing from the iPad. But James, in those time scrambles, this could get tricky, handling the game from the iPad.
Yeah, it can actually. But you know what? Well, yeah, in time scrambles, that's not going to be good. It's tough because I don't even think you can even pre-move. I mean, you can, but like you can do multiple pre-moves, but I don't think you can do that on the iPad, and that is difficult to do. Now, you know who is the best on the iPad? I'm talking about super GM. That's not even a title, but that is what you're going to give to him. Is Christopher Yu. Christopher Yu hits 50s easily on the iPad, but that man finger just is like, yo, man, check him. Is my wallet still there, right? Like he is very quick with the hands there. That is the young kid there, Christopher Yu, extremely strong on the iPad.
Wow. And this position, it looks extremely strong for black because the last move was a double attack on the rook on h1 and the pawn on e5. And if we just back up and see how this happened, well, queen d2 was played. The rook is already on g1, but can't black just pick up the e5 pawn now? Queen e5, yes, you're hitting on h2, you're hitting on b2. Is there a tactics that we're missing?
There's actually no tactic, but this is a common idea where you actually do sacrifice a pawn many times in this line. It's just for initiative. Black's development is not there, right? So we actually queen e5, castle queen side, perfect. So it's here. It's actually on the board. So the initiative here is with white trying to get f4, f5, and asap. So if we see a d5, we may have an f4 immediately, right? In many cases, queen has to go back somewhere. We have f5. We can start pushing up on him. And then, of course, now Engine, saying, oh, it's like 0.1 for black, right? That's crazy. It says that they like black, but you're up a pawn, right? So it should be, +1 or something higher than that. But because of the initiative that I have, I'm castled. The rooks are almost connected. I can move the bishop to like d3, g2, have h4, g5. I mean, white is always for choice in these positions. If black is able to consolidate, then there's going to be some problems for white. But at the same time, we are, attacking 100% in this game.
This is going to be a fun game. You can already tell black has gotten greedy with that central pawn, but it could be a key pawn once Liu Yiping is able to consolidate and finish his development. So time is of the essence here for Ronak. He needs to build that attack, that initiative going as soon as possible to not give black just a couple of moves with that bishop developing to e7, the d7 pawn moving to d5, the other bishop coming out, and a shah castle. And if that happens, black is fine. So another few moves, Ronak needs to build the attack. And Liu Yiping starts with a developing bishop c5, trying to trade more pieces. He's up a pawn. Makes a lot of sense. James, we will take this moment to zoom out for just a moment and take a look at some of the other games that are on, because action is on all the boards, which is great to see. And a huge shout out to the Chess.com team for making sure that Liu Yiping is back in action and he gets a game.
Yeah, he gets a game, and that's what we want here. Like, we want it to be extremely fair, of course. Like the connection issues. I mean, it happens as part of the online chess era. But the problem is, we have things like that where it just kind of sucks. So now that he's back, that's great. We have all games live. Tanya, where do you want to go?
I mean, just look at the boards in front of us. It's hard to pick one. On the top right, you have a pawn on g4, and on the top left, you have a pawn on h5, a pawn on e5, and that looks like a position that's come out of the King's Indian attack. Pragnananda definitely happy with what he's gotten. There are all these attacking possibilities. We see the knight advancing towards the king side, a potential sacrifice on h6, and on the bottom left, his sister Vaishali against Wei Yi. So far, I can see that white is the one who's putting the pressure. Better pieces. You've got this battery on the diagonal. Watch out for that tender spot f7, b7. Things could get tricky for Vaishali. James, what do you say? Should we go over to the top left with Zhu Yi against Pragnananda? Because that looks like a really fun one.
Absolutely. Let's go there first. We haven't seen Pragg in action yet. He was not able to play in the first round because of the technical issues with Lou. So now Lou's back. We see Pragg now on the screen, ready to go. Him and his sister are just very strong duo there, playing against Zhu Yi here. I do like this KIA that's going on. KIA meaning Kia, King's Indian attack, the reverse of the King's Indian defense. Black has done everything he's supposed to do. Hit C2, right? Play on the queen side of the board. Even Bobby Fischer says when it gets very close, when the pawn gets to b4, this is called the Bobby Fischer a3. Where Bobby Fischer, many times in the KIA, one of the practitioners of the King's Indian attack, is a3. Correct, there it is, Bobby Fischer a3. He played it before b4, but usually Bobby would play it when the pawn was on b4. The a3 does stop b4 anyway, and then we're going to go with our knight g4 and just try to sack everything and go for mate. I'm loving it here from Pragg.
And as you're mentioning, for black, the play is all on the queen side, right? And for white, Pragg is going to start focusing on trying to get a sack in on h6. Now, again, with such little time to make something happen on the queen side, it might be the moment for Zhu Yi to still push for b4. He needs to get those weaknesses that play in. And I'm just wondering, does he start with the move queen b6? Or does he get hyper aggressive and sacrifices the pawn immediately on b4 so that if you recapture, I can put an attack on that double pawn with the move queen b6, trying to create counterplay on the queen side?
That's a cute move, Tanya. b4, but actually, I don't have to take it at all. In fact, I'm just going to sit there and let it happen. Queen b6 is the move that he chose, in fact, with the b4 idea. But again, I don't have to touch that pawn at all ever in life. Now, there's actually a game with Karyakin. I think it was I don't remember who we played or where, but it was a King H1, KIA, Bishop F3, and Rook G1, and playing G4, G5. It was an idea that I haven't seen in the King's Indian attack almost ever, which is really cool that Karyakin or carjacking, right? King H1, Rook G1, playing Bishop, moving the Bishop and playing G4 G5, which is quite cool. I thought that was pretty cool idea. That's something I haven't seen yet. So, right, he has to clarify Kia. Yeah, exactly. Fractures. So, what do you think, Tanya?
Well, one thing's clear. Whatever is your next move, black's move is simple. Zhu Yi wants to go b4 next.
That's right.
And again, we've been talking about these ideas of trying to create a sacrifice on h6. So knight g4 would be a move that I would consider. But it all comes down to evaluating, do the sacrifices actually work on h6? Yes, you can take it with the bishop. You can get your queen in. But that combo of the bishop on e7 and the knight on d7, which can hop over to f8, it does feel that black will be able to keep things under control on the king side, especially because do you even rook lift? And the answer for white in this one would be no, because there is no rook e4, rook g4.
Correct. And of course, yeah, and this is why it came to mind of the Karyakin idea, moving the king over and rook g1, because, I mean, after we do sacrifice, we do have to think about the defense of our opponent, which could be bishop f8. And we don't have the rook lift. The knight is not ideally placed yet. Maybe, yeah, even then that doesn't work. Yeah, because the knight on d7. That's crazy. These are placed well. If knight is on g4, right, and let's actually just make it move here, knight to g4, just to show an idea. Let's go like b4. And you sack, and pawn takes, and queen takes, right? And then we do queen takes h6, and then bishop f8 happens, right? With the bishop f8, we did have a knight f6 here, which we would like to play at some point. This is why the knight's on g4, but the problem is he just takes it. After knight f6, then we have to take with the queen because your queen's hanging, right? And then we don't have the right material yet, and we just kind of sacrifice everything for something that is not working. Calculation is required, and also on top of that, the right piece play. We need more material on this side of the board. Hence the idea, again, king h1, g4, g5, trying to play rook g1, and just really abandoning this side of the board, saying, hey, you can have the extra pawn over here, but you got to be quick, and it has to be fast, and it has to be accurate.
Yeah, and speaking of being fast, well, Pragg decided another route for the knight to f3, so still eyeing maybe that g4, g5 break that you're talking about, but also putting pressure on d4. And Zhu Yi was super fast, making the move b4. He barely took seconds. He knows his play lies on the queen side. Now, one thing to notice here is that with that last move, knight f3, if white was to capture on b4, black can't retake with the queen, hitting on b2, asking for a trade, because then the d4 pawn becomes a weakness. But it is a big moment for Pragg, because black can recapture with that bishop on e7 to b4. Is that the structure that you want in this position? And Pragg says, yes, it is. He goes for a takes b4, bishop b4 on the board. You could not have taken with the queen. And now expecting the queen to fall back, what square? Queen c1 so that you can still i8-6?
Absolutely. Play on the board here. So this is not exactly the King's Indian attack that we want. So this is kind of a win for black, to be honest, but in that sense, but of course, it's still a lot of play left. In fact, black doesn't have the ideal King's Indian attack set up. You would like to have usually your pawns here and like pushing everything this way, but which you don't actually have. You also have the double pawns here. And as you pointed out, the weakness on d4 is pretty evident. So you do have this pawn on d4 that's weak. The bishop is actually blocked. So, I mean, it's quite level, I think, says the engine 2 as well. It's quite level, quite equal here. White does have his chances of sacrificing at the right moment. So really, there's lots of moves that can be played for both sides here. Maybe even starting with like a bishop f8 for black. That stops, a bishop h6 threat and just trying to push as much as I can on this side of the board so far. So quite equal, though, I think.
It's a dynamic equality, though, right? When we say
dynamic,
equal, it doesn't mean that the game is going to end in a draw. It just means that both sides have their own chances. We see a play on different flanks. Now, one thing that black needs to watch out for is that 8-6 sacrifice and a tempting move like knight c5, James, because you're kind of you have your own targets on the queen side. You're hitting that pawn on d3. You want to jump with your knight on b3. If Zhu Yi was to move that knight from d7 to c5, taking all his pieces on the queen side, notice how there's nothing around the king to defend. Bishop h6. I'm not sure if it works or not, but knight c5, bishop h6 would be a scary option for white.
Correct, especially because the time that you need to get the bishop back, which he does move it back immediately, and then saying, all right, you're right, Tanya, let me put my bishop back there first, then put the knight on c5, and then we might have something here. Now, if we're playing King's Indian attack, you're supposed to attack. It's definitely a matter of time before we start pushing this pawn over here. I think Pragg just probably wants to maybe make a couple moves over here. I don't think there's nothing that you worry about, to be honest, though. What is black's next move? Okay, it is knight c5 for sure. g4, there it is. I understand, young fella. g4, it's time, brother. It's time. Knight c5, and maybe we just put the queen on d2.
This is just amazing chess. So much play on the king side, on the queen side. But James, there's also so much play on the other boards. And I want to zoom out for a moment, because there is fire on the board, or should I say fire on the iPad, because take a look at what is happening on the top right board. Ronak Sadhwani against Liu Yiping. F5 has been played.
We gotta go there right now.
That's a pawn that can be taken by two different pawns. Liu Yiping decides not to go for either, because if we just move one move back instead of rook c8, if he would have taken gf5, rook g8 comes in, and that is an absolute disaster on the board. You can't go in for this. And if you take with the e pawn, white has got so many pleasant choices. You could think about a trade, but you could also just sidestep with the queen. I love that move. Queen f4, hitting the rook, going in with the tempo, and then rook to e1. That would be a mouse slip. That would be a heartbreaker. Queen f4, great spot there.
All right, queen f4 is nice. Right, okay, let's refresh there, and let's see what happens. So after f5 move, we got a few moves. After f5 was rook to c8, hitting c2, c3 stops it, and then queen to c5 says trade him, but I don't think I'm going to trade these, buddy. Queen f4, wow. Oh, queen f4, rook b2, is that a thing? That's a draw, huh? Rook b2 takes check. Wow, that's a draw.
But where's your check? Oh yeah, there is a check.
Queen f4, rook b2 is a thing, I think. Rook b2. It's
winning.
Oh, it's winning. What? How is this winning? I'm
Queen
curious.
C3?
Takes king b1.
And maybe rook c4.
Oh my goodness, Tanya. The engine said, okay, let me actually see what it says. Wow. Check
maybe
first,
rook
then
c4?
rook c4. It's check and then rook c4. All right. I know. Oh, but how is that? Wait. What?
No. Maybe
Now
rook
queen
c4
b8.
before a check.
Oh, yeah, that's what they want. That's curious. What is it? What? Rook c4 and rook b4. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let me turn the engine off now. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. That's quite interesting. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he needs to watch out then. He needs to
Yeah,
be a
that's
little careful.
crazy. So
So
you have
no
to
queen
take.
f4, he plays rook d4.
Dang, yeah, rook d4 is probably a good move here. It blocks. At least we don't have to worry about rook d2 anymore. E5, I don't like. I still like white's chances. I mean, you have to be like you're attacking. The rook is loose. G6 is a thing. Rook G8 is still a thing here. So I mean, there's all kind of stuff. Can I take on E6 now? Wow, that's crazy. The engine just defends everything.
Oh my gosh, there's so many options. And every time I look at this, the first thing that I can't believe is that Liu Yiping
Yeah.
is playing this position on an iPad.
Yeah.
He's just so calm right now. He's the one who's up on the clock, and that's an important factor. He needs to really try to keep the clock under control in time scrambles. This could prove to be an absolute disaster because it
Absolutely.
is something that the players are not used to.
Yeah, this is especially I mean speaking of being used to like man playing on the iPad. Look at him focused on the pad. Like that's just insane focus on the iPad there. Pretty nice. Now, of course, if it does get down to pre-moves, that is going to get tough because you can only pre-move like once on like the iPad. So he plays bishop g2 to block this queen b2 idea. He takes on f5. I don't know. This is looking bleak for white now. Oh man, look at the setup. I don't have any pawn breaks. This is not looking good for Rana.
Yeah, he's just taken the free pawn because that bishop, it blocked not only the queen b2 idea, but his own rook, James, from jumping on to g8. So Liu Yiping taking advantage of that, picks up that extra pawn, and that's not one extra pawn. He's up 3 pawns in the position. Liu Yiping has 3 extra pawns.
If you thought 1 was good, good chat, and you thought 2 was good, I mean, 3 pawns equal a piece at least, right? So it's kind of ridiculous to be up 3 or 4 pawns here. It's pretty tough right now. White still has some chances, but they are looking quite bleak now. They are not looking the greatest anymore. There were some errors somewhere down the line, but black is up. If we trade queens, if we do any type of trades here, black's going to be for choice all the way. King e7, what a move.
Whoa, queen h2, you hang a rook, but you say, you take my rook, I'll take your rook because the d4 rook is hanging as well, James.
Youngest rook.
C3 pawn is pinned. Tactics galore. Tactics everywhere.
Jeez.
Calculation over
everything.
Everything.
Come on. Tactics, Tanya. All right. King e7. King e7. That's a strong move. I'm not gonna lie. If I got hit with that, I would be like, well, this might be, let's think about the next game. No, but you still have to like keep a good head. Stay calm. Try to. It's easier said than done. Easier said than done. Try to stay calm, obviously. This is a tough game for Ranak once again.
It really is. And there's so much geometry in this position, right? Because the d5 pawn was hanging, but the rook on d4 was pinned to that rook on g1. The bishop from g2 couldn't move because there was a mate on b2. There were all these ideas. It was insane.
It was definitely
just the geometry in the position.
That was definitely insane. 100% here. And now after this queen to g7 move, right, it does defend the bishop. I wonder, do we have any? No, we don't. We literally have nothing. Rook d5 is nothing. Bishop d5 is nothing. I mean, like, this is just a move. It's just a move, guys. And this is going to be tough. Minute 12, too, as well for Ranak. Not looking the greatest for the Yogis on this board.
Absolutely. And we do see the 3 extra pawns also keep a black's king absolutely safe. There is a check on g5 and he gives it, but the king can just simply go back to e8 and it's completely safe. The big difference is that rook on a8, James, which was not playing, is now in the game on h8. So he switched it around. It's like a rook castle that he's done, if that makes any sense.
That's funny. A rook castle. He moved it to one side of the board. Put the king back, and my rook is castled, chat. I had to make sure I castle your rooks, chat. Make sure you castle your rooks. You heard it here first from Tactics Time. Make sure you castle your rooks, chat. So rook to e1, right? And rook takes d5 is going to be okay. We still got some play. Like we literally do still have some play. Rook d5 is here. He needs to be accurate, and Ranak's hoping for an inaccuracy from him.
So rook d5, as you mentioned, is a threat, and black might want to make a move like queen to e7, offering a trade, but that allows white to step back with the queen to g3, take control of this diagonal, and threaten checks on b8. So you really don't want to make that move, but then how do you counter this threat with rook d5? Because if Ranak is able to get that in, then we're talking about real play for white.
In fact, time is getting a little bit more even here. I mean, if I'm Ranak here, I'm feeling a little bit better, knowing that Lou is on an iPad. So if time gets low, you are not able to pre-move more than one time. So it really will benefit me, right, as well. But C4, hey, I like it. You know, it's
He's going
practical.
for it.
You know, yes, we see the engine says -4, but as a practical chance, there is still chances for white because there's a, weak king. We are attacking. There's obviously piece
Wow.
play, activity. So there's precision involved here, really from both sides, because there could also be rook G2 stuff. Now the rook's hanging. Look at that. And the eval bar goes all the way down. What is the move, Tanya? I don't know what the move is here, actually.
It's not
Queen
bishop
maybe?
d5 because the b2 pawn, always watch
Right,
out for
B2
this
right,
checkmate.
yeah,
But maybe
right,
you just, and also
yeah.
the eve on rook is hanging, right? So you can't take on d5 with any of the pieces. You still have to spend some time defending that rook. He sidesteps it. Queen g3 was also not a possibility because black could have picked up that bishop on g2 and
Right.
now renewing the threat on d5. Chat, this is the moment you ignore the eval bar. It doesn't even matter what it says. Wesley said it, he put it so beautifully that often it gives an inhuman evaluation. With
Oh,
this
yeah.
position, playing on seconds on the clock, on the iPad, Liu Yiping is feeling the heat. His king is in the center. He falls back with the queen. Queen g3, the idea that we looked at, queen b8 is a threat.
Look, this could go either way. It's 50-50. Yes, eval bar says, oh, black's up a piece, but you got 30 seconds. I'm on an iPad, and I'm trying to defend this position, right? I only can pre-move one time. CD5 is on tap. We could actually take with the bishop too as well, and take with this rook. Rook is still covered in the back. He plays F4, gives a pawn back.
Wow.
That is strong. If queen takes, there's E5. Woo! Heat from Big Lou. Heat. Do we
This
take with
is
the rook?
amazing.
We have to. What else is that? That was a great move, by the way.
And now Ronak is on seconds. He's playing on 18 seconds. He does grab that f4 pawn with the rook. We see Liu Yiping making all the accurate moves. The queen could not have picked up the pawn. f4, e5. Also g2 bishop hanging. Don't forget, queen b8 is one check.
Woo.
King d7 and the king is safe for now. But right now, rook f4. What's the follow-up? He's down to seconds. He's got 7 seconds on the clock. He makes the move e5. And it's a bad move.
Yeah, it's definitely bad. Because, I think he has to go back. F6. Oh, pawn takes. White's back in the game all the way. Bishop d7. He moves the rook back. Wow. Okay. And then 5
D6
seconds. He doesn't have
coming
time.
in.
Got to move the king. King b1 or a1. Okay. And what do we have next? All right. Rook g8. All right.
You got to move the queen. Connected to the bishop. Queen f3.
Queen f3. Yeah, definitely queen f3. Yeah, definitely queen f3.
You're threatening queen f6 at some moment, but watch out for that bishop on g2.
Okay. Queen. Wait. Takes. Wait. Oh, but okay. It's a trade here. 5 seconds.
Oh my god, and Liu Yiping is on the iPad. Let's not forget he is playing with 5 seconds on the clock. We see him how he's making a move. He does trade. He picks up that bishop on g2. Black is out of danger.
Yeah.
Black's king isn't getting checkmated. That's a good practical decision by Liu.
I'm curious to see how fast. I just want to look at the cam to see. You only get one pre-move here. Man, it don't even look like he's moving that fast. He doesn't seem panicked at all.
And James is winning right now. He's got these 2 central pawns that can start marching down the board and they'll be unstoppable. But will he be able to make the moves in time?
Wow. It looks like it. He's just so calm. He got 7 seconds here. He was down to 3 at one point. He was down to 3 seconds at one point here.
And
Wow. How is it? Oh, yeah. He got
another crazy update. We will stick to this, but Pragnananda lost on the top board to Zhu
What?
Yi.
He lost? Oh, wow. He lost. I can't believe that.
What is happening in this match?
Wow. Yeah, nothing.
Okay, that
you can't
A-pawn.
predict anything.
That a-pawn needs to be stopped. He does it. He's going to get that rook to a8. And Liu Yiping, he's going to play it now because rook b8 is a big threat. Now the other 2 pawns, the central pawns, will just march down the board, assisted by the king. James, but I see this has been a mistake.
Right.
Was he supposed to just start pushing the pawns?
Probably, but at the same time here, yeah, there's the eval bar. This is, practical sense. You're playing white, you're like, bro, I could lose this so fast. Look at this, right? This seems like the right move. King d4, put the king in the center is completely wrong. You got to be kidding me, right? Chess is such a hard game, especially in games. In games are the hardest thing. I think rook d8 might do it.
F4?
Yeah,
He just pushes e2. Now rook a7 is a threat.
Rook check maybe.
He can't take. No, there's rook e3. Watch out. If you take on a7, rook e3 check, picking up e2. But rook e3 check?
Yeah. Oh, but this is. Yeah, you go.
Oh,
now he might have a Philidor, though. He might have a Philidor.
because
Oh, my
I
goodness.
think he missed rook e3.
And he had a
He just
Philidor
picked up
position.
that
It's a draw. Philidor position. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
He got a Philly. He got a Philly out of nowhere, and now he put the rook on the back rank when you push the pawn. Make sure you know your in-games Dvoretsky draw. Oh, my goodness. What a game.
Oh my gosh. And Liu
What a
Yiping, he
game.
knows, you can see the frustration. He did everything right with the black pieces, but the tension and the pressure of meeting that time control, of playing on seconds on the iPad, not able to be accurate there. What a miss by him. We have one more game remaining. In this match, expect the unexpected, chat. Pragg has lost on the first board. Wenjun loses to Pranesh. Pranesh on 2 out of 2 so far. Let's quickly dive into Wei and Vaishali. This is the game that matters the most right now. Wei has to win to equalize this round.
Wow. Yeah, this is a win for Wei Yi. Looking like a win. Looking like a win. He got the pass pawn. G2 is defended. Yeah, time up time here. This is all looking good for Wei Yi.
James, it's not over till it's over. We saw what happened in that last game, but I agree with you that this is an end game. There aren't so many complications. And Rook G3 check played, Knight blocks it. Those queenside pawns will decide the game. They're absolutely unstoppable. 2 connected passed pawns, and they're just going to roll down the board.
Yeah, this is over here. Last ditch
They
ever.
can just
Do what we
take on
can.
uniform.
Yeah, and you play it out. You play it out for your team, right? I mean, many times you will resign, and also like you just play it out for the team. You have to. You have to until it's over, because it's not over. It literally until it's over. Yeah, okay, she resigned.
And it is
That's
over
understandable.
now as Vaishali does resign. There's nothing stopping the king from coming in, the pawn being assisted, and a queening there. With that win, the Shanghai Tigers take round 2, equalizing the match. They lost round 1, and they have managed to strike back after an absolutely, once again, James, what is going on today? This has been a crazy round as well.
Every round is very crazy. I mean, this is nice. This is great. Going into the finals, this is exactly what we wanted. The chaos, the what is going on, the oh my goodness, did you see that, right? You see a lot of that, and this is only round 2 here as it's like tied up. That's crazy out of all this chaos, right? I see it says in the chat, it's going to be 4-4 at the end of this chaos. That's correct. Look at that. Out of all this chaos, Tanya, it's still even.
It's been absolutely insane. I feel like we're in an episode of Keeping Up with the Pro Chess League. The kind of drama that we've
reality
been seeing
show.
today.
Absolutely.
It's just insane. We've had action on the board, action off it. Ronak Sadhwani there surviving against Liu Yiping. He was down 3 pawns. Liu Yiping fighting it out in the semifinals on an iPad there. Vaishali went down to Wei. Wei, after a tough round 1, does come back. And Pranesh, he's been the star once again for the Indian Yogis. 2 back-to-back wins, this time taking down the Women World Champion. And Pragg loses to Zhu Yi. James, what's been more shocking for you?
There's so many right here. Like, I mean, the connection issue, and then like, the win here, and look at the pump. Look how pumped.
Look
Look, he walking around. He don't even know what to do. He don't even know what to do. Flexing. He flexing right now. Wow, my guy. That's how I felt that. I felt that. I'm sure you felt that at home. I love that kind of pump and that energy.
Yeah. Zhu Yi there celebrating his win against Pragnananda. Definitely a big moment, not just for him, but for the whole team as well, because that has managed to now equalize the match. And this is where we stand after 2 super dramatic rounds, chat, at 4 each. And we've seen some great chess by these players. The top boards at 50% score. And then we see Pranesh there with 2 out of 2. And Zhu Yi is the star player for China, again with 100% score.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, 100% score, man. Going crazy here, doing his thing, right? But also, there's these weird games, and then tactics, and then misses and blunders, and everything that we actually really want for entertainment, of course. Now, of course, they would want less of that as players, but definitely it's very entertaining to watch, and there's still 2 rounds to go.
There hasn't been a single dull moment so far, or a positional game so far. Every game has been full of fire. And chat, if you have been inspired by the play of these great players, we've got some great news for you. Because if you are a titled player, you are eligible to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. So don't miss your chance to qualify for the tour's 4th event. We host qualifiers every Monday, excluding days when other CCT events are underway. And your next chance to join the action is next Monday, May 15th. For details, use the command qualifiers in chat. And with that, we're going to a break. And when we come back, we have round 3 of this exciting match between the Yogis and the Tigers.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under promote to a bishop. Under promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on chess.com. Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat, so good to have you back, PCL.
Traded queens. You might
Look
be.
at this, checkmate! That's a mate!
You
Oh
hung
my
mate.
gosh.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The semifinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
That's game. Nihal wins on the clock, but also on the board, and they've dominated this match from start to finish.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Whoa! MGD1 takes it through to the semifinals.
The Indian water is strong around here.
We are seeing one of the most dramatic matches in Pro Chess League. What action we've had from the very start. And after all of it, this is a super tight fight between the Indian Yogis and the Shanghai Tigers. The score is level. There have been hits and misses. There have been twists and turns. We've seen disconnections. We've seen players playing on the iPad. Just everything that we want and more from the Pro Chess League. James, the drama, the action continues, and we see there that the top boards are at 50%, and it's been the bottom, the third and the fourth board for these two teams that have been doing the trick.
What's funny is I've said this many times, and we see this since the beginning of the PCL, is like if you can get your third and fourth boards to perform, it's going to be a great day. But what happens when both teams have that? That's what's happening today. So maybe the top half, of course, maybe they can get it together and like try to get like their third and fourth boards today. But we got to see what happens. There's 2 more rounds to go.
2 more rounds to go, and we will be kicking off round 3 very soon. And of course, we've got exciting games all around as we get closer to those marquee matchups, which are going to be super even. Well, for now, we see Pragg taking on Wenjun. That's board 1 against board 2. And Vaishali will be playing against Ronak Sadhwani. James, Ronak, first round disaster. Second round could have been another loss for him. He was down 3 pawns. He needs to switch it up. He needs to get back into form ASAP.
Yeah, of course. In fact, Hikaru says, I remember he said this a long time ago, is that when losses are like, it's not going your way, you have to have short-term memory loss because you have to forget about it real fast and you got to go right into the game like it's a brand new game, which it is. It's a brand new game, brand new day. You have to forget about the past here. You have to really just play your game here for the team and play the best that I can right now in this round because that could help. I mean, this could be the round for them. Or it could, if you're still in the feelings or emotion there, the emotion can cause you to make mistakes and lose a second game there, which is really going to be tough for the Yogis.
He needs to do it. He needs to do it fast because game 3 is about to begin. And of course, even for Pragg, we saw that celebration, that expression of emotion by Zhu Yi. Such a big moment for the Chinese player, taking down one of the biggest talents in the world, Pragg. And Pragg will be taking on the women's world champion, Wenjun. Wenjun has been a powerhouse for the Tigers. She has taken down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. She has taken down several grandmasters in this Pro Chess League. And we see Pragg. He's getting ready for this one. It was a tough game the previous round. James, you said it. The players need to keep it behind them.
Absolutely. I mean, and it looks like Pragg has already done that. I mean, you actually see that he loses the same way that he wins, which is very nice. When you have a player that can do that, I mean, they're unstoppable, which you see Pragg is in these days. At this day and time, he definitely is very unstoppable and so much potential, and he's still growing. He's still getting better. He's very young. So it's very, good to see that. It looks like, as you can see from body language, he's just like, next game, let's get to it. I lost the last one. It is what it is. Let's get to this game. And we have ourselves a sort of counted on like, or maybe even ready, like position so far. Knight of 3, G3. Let's see how Pragg responds. He usually goes D5 here. Positions, E6, D5. E6, Queen's Indian. Okay.
The pawn might move to d4, then we'll have, and it's on the board. So now it is a proper Queen's Indian. Wenjun loves to play the Catalan positions, but Pragg isn't allowing that right now as long as the pawn is on d7. Wenjun doesn't get the kind of openings that she wants. He strikes in the center with c5. So taking the offbeat path against the Catalan Reti setup that Wenjun started with. Pragg, he's playing with the black pieces, but he wants to create his chances in this game.
Absolutely. In fact, this is actually, you'll see this a lot from the Grunfeld type Peter Sfiller, on my chessable courses. Peter Sfiller actually has this in his Ready chapter. This is in part 2 of his book, but he likes Bishop G7. And then you actually, by transposition, it might reach exactly from the book what he's talking about. But usually you go for this literally same thing that White does. It's kind of symmetrical in a way. You go Bishop B7, Bishop G7, you go C5 and D5. And you get a lot of activity, in fact. You get a lot of activity, despite the fact that it's kind of symmetrical.
All the bishops on the board have been fan chattered. They are facing each other. Of course, it is a dream for White to trade the dark squared bishop. Meanwhile, Pragg wants to try to trade the light squared bishop, and that would be favorable. Knight c3 played. At some point, that knight can land over to d5 to try and force these trades.
Absolutely. Knight d5 is going to be quite annoying at the same time. But, I mean, hey, you know what? We can just make some trades here. I'll be fine with the black pieces. It looks like everything's quite equal, though. It is. Knight d7, knight d6 is an idea, too, as well. Maybe move the queen around. I'm curious to see how Pragg plays this position because it is quite symmetrical.
Yeah.
And you want to create some chances somewhere if available. If not given, like you don't want to take any risk. It's not necessary to take any risk, especially how strong Zhu is. You do want to make Su the best of your position. So it's knight c3, last move. What do we play? What do you think, Tanya?
What Pragg is going to think in this position. And James, I want to take that moment. He will show us the way. As you mentioned, this is going to be a slow one to heat up, but we can expect action later on in the middle game. We will use this moment to zoom out and take a look on the other boards, because we do see on that top right, Ranak Sadhwani, we have been talking about his form today against Wei Yi. You need to make sure that you are on your A form. Well, he started with an anti-marshal, I think this was, with the move a4, where he goes into an anti-marshal. We've been seeing this in the World Championship matches, and so far it looks like a level position, but I do like that white has managed to trade on e5. Black's knight is on e5. There's a lot of pressure on that f3 knight. You don't want to allow black to ruin the pawn structure on the king side. The last move, bishop g4, threatens a capture on f3. Knight f3 is in the air. Now a big decision. Do you go knight d2? Or do you take the knight on e5 with the bishop?
That's a great question. I'm a big fan of my bishops. Yeah, so knight d2, correct. Knight d2, and I want to keep the tension. I'm a big fan of keeping tension as well. Knight d7, I do like this move. You might want to reroute the bishop to f6 because it is a terrible piece right now. So bishop f6 may be quite nice, and put the other knight on c5. I like the reroute here. h3, correct. Got to kick him away, but he might just go bishop h5. I just back that boy up. I wonder if you can play g4 there. How did we get it? Oh, this was Roy correct. Roy Lopez, anti-marshal. Anti-marshal. Yes, a4. Quick a4 for you Roy Lopez players. Very nice. d4 takes. Bishop f4, knight d2, h3. Takes. And this is the live position after bishop to f6. Yeah, quite equal. Very equal here. b2 is obviously a pawn you have to defend, because he can just, pick and roll or stick and move, right? Take it and just get out of there. So rook b1 is definitely probably the move here.
Yeah. b2 is attacked. I don't really see another way. You don't want to fall back with your bishop to c1. Rook b1 makes a lot of sense. But the fact that Wei Yi has slowed down, and we know he's so tricky, and often his way of defense is finding a way to counterattack for counter offense. The fact that he's not made the move rook b1, the only move that stops bishop b2, I would be getting worried as Ronak. What is Wei Yi? What wizardry will he show to actually create something in this position?
Yeah, it really makes you think, put your hands on your head. Bro, is there something I'm missing? You really have to go into the think tank here. But then again, there's nothing. There's no tactic. E5 doesn't hit anything. That's defended. It doesn't do anything. So C3, that's going to weaken probably a little bit of the B file, especially after I take first. And then you're stuck with these two pawn islands here. C3 is kind of weak. That's not a move you want to actually make. Rook A to B1 is definitely looking like a move here. But he is in the think tank. Look at him He isn't. Look at him flexing real quick. Oh, I need to hit the gym more, my guy. She's Wei Yi. All right, I see you. But, it's at the same time here. My man says he is in the think tank. Oh, looks up, does a calculation like Hikaru does. I don't know what he's calculating, but he is calculating.
Chat, is he going to defend the pawn, or will he come up with something completely out of the box to create some place, sacrificing the pawn for the initiative? Because there is literally, you don't want to make a move like c3. You block that diagonal, but you create so many weaknesses, James. After c3, black would just trade on c3, the open b file. That pawn on c3 is a big weakness. That's not a move that's even on his radar. Did he just play that move?
It's not even on the radar. C3 played immediately. You know what, Tanya? I got you. C3.
Oh my gosh.
C3.
What is this? I don't understand chess anymore.
Yeah, he just didn't want to defend. I guess, I get it in a practical sense. He doesn't want to defend this pawn with the rook. He wants to use it later for something else. He wants to probably move it here and never have to, because rook b1 keeps it there to defend for a long time. But you do have, the issues of these pawns being weak.
James, the last time this happened was Tingleren's Rook G6, where I was like, Rook G6 is never a move that you consider. And immediately it was played in that tiebreaker. We see C3 right now. And as you were pointing out, C3 pawn is a weakness. The Rook on B8 takes control of the open file. What Wei is relying on is the A pawn being a weakness for Black. We'll see how this one develops. I was really surprised by that decision, James. We'll move across to the other board. We'll see how Wei handles that and take a look on all across our 4 boards. Top left. Wenjun's queen has arrived on h6, but for now, it looks like there isn't an assist that the queen has. Your knight can jump to g5, but Black's knight on f6 keeps everything under control. Pragnananda looking safe. He's looking for a counterplay on the queen side. Knight g5 has been played, and now the question is, can Black continue with the idea of the a-pawn march? First place queen c8, a level game so far. Meanwhile, bottom left board, Pragg's sister is playing against Liu Yiping. And once again, Yiping with some ambitious play on the queen side. He is going for it in this one. Right now, I see that there is a threat on the board. Queen g6, do you want to take a deep dive into that one? Because that knight on g6 is hanging.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at it, Vaishali. Let me click on that. Okay, here we go. Perfect. So it is white to move? No, can't be. Queen g6 is the thing. Okay, so maybe a4 or just move the knight. Yeah, that's probably the best. Just move the knight, right? Let's move away, 97. King h8 maybe even. Let's move the king away off of the diagonal so we can play something like maybe f5.
And can you start with a4 instead?
I thought the same thing. A4 seems like wait, is there a bishop f7 there? Yeah, there's got to be a bishop f7. Let's show that. A4 bishop f7, and after king takes, we just hit this man with a move. What are you doing with your life? Oh my goodness, right? Of course, this is just a GG, start a new game, puzzles everywhere there. And the idea here is after rook takes f7, we can take queen takes g6. So we just kind of steal a pawn there. So a4 doesn't actually work, but we do have maybe king h7 or h8. Reason for king h7 is to defend the knight, so I can eventually play f5.
What is Liu Yiping doing? It doesn't look like he's putting in a move. He's typing a lot of stuff on his iPad
what is he
right
doing?
now.
Right, yo,
Not
he
the
texting.
time to send emails.
Hey, texting. You're right. Like, yo, what time you want to go out tonight, bro? Nah, bro. Hey, I'm playing right now, bro. Hit me back later, dog. Okay, all right, cool. Oh, let me make my move. Sorry. Queen g3.
Oh my gosh, I really hope that it's not another disconnect for Liu Yiping, because that would be heartbreaking.
No, honestly, that actually probably is exactly what's going on right now. He might be reconnecting, actually. Oh my goodness, that sucks, bro. That really hurts.
Does.
Yeah, let's go somewhere else. Hopefully, yeah, you can see he has a little side there. All right, we're gonna go somewhere else here. Let's go to the bird's eye view.
Fill out the bird's eye view. We will try and get Liu Yiping back on our camera soon and see how that progresses. But it's a big moment and a big board for the Shanghai Tigers. It is going to be absolutely heartbreaking to see him not being able to play because of connection issues. Well, let's take a look.
Tanya?
Whoa. Top right, bottom right, James.
Bottom right. Look at that game, Tanya.
Top right, bottom right, top left, anywhere. Pick your poison. I think it has to. I mean, that bottom right game, there's a bishop on f3. The G pawn has vanished off the board. And Black
what on earth happened?
Is not even down. He's down like a pawn in that live position that we have for all that compensation.
Whoa. Look at this bishop on c1, my guy. Queen e1. Ooh, knight f3. He sacked a piece here. He played knight f3 check. Wow. And it takes.
Oh my god. And he's not down a pawn. He's down a piece and a pawn.
He's down a piece and a pawn. I don't know what's in that, man. You know, look, I need to get some of that Shanghai tiger water. Like, what is, I mean, the Indian water is very strong, but obviously it's very aggressive over there in the Tigers situation. James, look at the.
Can we do an action replay of this knight e5, knight d4 to knight f3 move? I mean, I just want to see it over and over again.
Whoa!
Because
so the
it's just
on d4.
So cool.
Yeah, it really cool.
Let's just go back to that moment when he played knight f3. And James, like, G4. Yeah, this is insane. Bishop g4, only move for the queen. And he clearly saw this idea. He gives a whole piece to destroy White's king's protective shield. Those pawns, and now all he needs is the queen to arrive on g5. James, what's the fastest way to get it there? You've got to move your knight to start with. Do you go knight d5?
Here. I'm going here.
What do you knight g4? Wow.
I'm going here and then queen h4. I'm going here, Tanya. Tactics.
That's insane. That's brutal.
I'm going
Tactics
here.
over everything.
Maybe knight d5 too, but knight g4 is definitely a good start. Hey, you know what? Send everything. Knight g4, queen h4. I have mate on h1. I'm also hitting h3. How do you even what do you do after that?
Knight g4, the only thing is that it's a great idea, but also to understand that you want block the g file from a human perspective. Like Zhu Yi has to find this. You block the g file voluntarily, but the point is that white can't take on g4 because that opens the h file up. And your queen is unstoppably arriving onto g5 or h4 next. Knight g4, the other key point of that move is, James, it takes away the key defensive resource of that king moving to h2. If we just put knight g4, it stops the king coming from h2 and any other pieces joining the defense. This is a great spot by you, and the Evalbar approves of your idea. Zhu Yu finds this. It could be the end of the game at this moment.
I think it's on the board. This man played knight g.
Whoa!
Oh, wait, I'm out, Tanya. You on your own.
Don't leave me, James. I need you for all the tactics. Knight g4 on the board, as you spotted. James has left the chat, but the attack
Knight
has
G4,
arrived
my guy.
on this.
It's
What
here.
a guy, Zhu Yi. He takes down Pragnananda in the last game. In this game, sacrifices one knight on f3, sacrifices another knight on g4. Zhu Yi is a nightmare to deal with today.
A nightmare is for real. I mean, he sacked 2 knights. Knight f3, knight g4, knight. Have a good night. Oh, it's not going to be a good night. Try another night. Right? Knight g4 is game over. Boy, he sacked 2 knights. Yo, we got to get this off the screen. There might be some underage kids watching this one. Boy, this is a family channel. This is crazy. Knight g4 is sick. I don't even see a spot. I don't even know what you do. I'm trying to really figure out, what do I do to stop queen h4, queen h3? This is the whole thing. Maybe knight f4. Maybe this might be the only move. Because, I'm trying to just stop what you're doing. I think queen g5? Oh, my goodness.
This is an amazing move, knight g4. The main point, again, James, just to bring it home, that you take away the square king to h2. Any other knight move would have allowed that defensive resource. And as you're saying, the queen is arriving into the attack. Look at all of white's pieces tied down on the queen side. Nothing arrives in time to defend that king. That sacrifice on f3, just an entire piece for knight g4. And James, Zhu Yi, I'm sure he had this move in mind when he played knight f3. He found it in just a few minutes. He plays it, and now Pranesh is thinking, but no amount of time will be enough. Queen g5, is that just game over? Queen g5 or queen h4? Either of these two moves?
This is so good. I mean, I think you have. I mean, what else do you do? What else do you do? Exactly. Besides maybe trying to give up the queen. But come on, bro. Come on, really? Really? That's what you want to do? Yeah. Queen e3, that's not going to be it. But knight f4 is maybe some chances. Queen g5. I can't even move the king. No, that ain't going to work. That's not going to work. Queen g5 ends it on the spot. I don't know. You might have to really sack the queen. I'm not even kidding. Knight d. Oh, wait. Oh, knight g3. I didn't consider this.
He wants to put knight to g3, but you can't go queen h4.
That's what I wanted. What do you have for this? That's mate. It's just mate.
Queen h4, he wants knight f4, James. The other knight, the knight from d3 will jump to f4 because you need to keep the g3 square defended. So the idea is to go...
Oh, you're right. Oh, my God. Look at that.
At least I'm not losing immediately unless I'm missing a mate in one.
Oh, no, I got to get rid of this knight, g5 or something.
Where's the finishing blow? You just go...
Yeah, I'm about to just...
g5.
I don't care. I don't even care. I sacked 2 knights, Tanya. I don't even care at this point. If I lose, I lose.
Literally
that's
don't
how it
care,
is.
James. Just
literally don't care.
Yeah.
Literally don't even care anymore. Just send everything.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this looks like the attack is absolute fire. James, we will use this. And queen h4 on the board. Maybe we don't even have time to move because he's just finding one great move after another. Now, once again, queen h3 is a big threat. White can't move the e2 knight to f4 because queen g3 comes in, and that would be checkmate, which is why James and I were looking at the other knight jumping onto f4. But all you got to do with black is kick that knight out, and it's on the board. We might be seeing a g5. If he plays g5, James, would this be an absolute masterpiece by Zhu Yi?
Absolutely. This is probably best game of the Pro Chess League, right? It's one of those, you know what I mean? This is, posterized for people to watch basketball, and you get dunked on, and it's oh my goodness, that was the dunk of the year. This is exactly what this feels like right here. He sacked one knight on f3, then he sacked another on g4, and just open up the king here, and this is insane. This is very aggressive. I mean, it feels like we watching Wei Yi, Zhu Yi. They must be brothers or something. I mean, they gotta be related playing this kind of chess. This is really, really good. Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable stuff. And chat, we've
Yeah,
got our eye
D5. Oh,
on the other
we gotta get
boards.
out of here.
But I have to tell you that all the action right now is on this one. So we will stick to this because this game deserves all our attention. Any praise is not enough. James, you have been on point. You've been calling out the attack. G5, as you mentioned. Black has that much time to make a move like G5, just hitting and getting that defender out. D4 played. So Pranesh hanging on. He's going to pick that pawn up with his knight now because he's blocked that bishop. Well, can he? Because after knight f4, there's also bishop d4. And you just renew your threat of queen g3.
Yikes. I mean, really, finally get some pieces out, though. Like, man, finally I can breathe a little bit, but bishop d4, there it is. And how do you stop queen g3? Look at all these pieces around the king. This is so sick, man. I'm not even gonna lie, I learned so much with this attack today. This is very strong. Very strong. Now, do we just do bishop e3? No, he has pawn
bishop e3, there's queen e3. Or even pawn
what
e3.
A defense, my guy. I'm not even gonna lie.
Bishop e3, there's fe3. You can't take...
Yeah, correct. Bishop e5, calm.
Okay, literally playing
Very
the best
calm.
moves on the board. Bishop f4, queen h3 coming next, and that is it. All he needs to do is get rid of the defenders. He first plays g5, gets rid of one knight, and now bishop e5 gets rid of the other knight. This is a masterclass on how you attack.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch this game back probably 2-3 times today. I am going to watch this game back 2-3 times. You get, when you want some inspiration of attacking chess, this is one of the games you look at here, right? It's somebody in the chat says Chinese Mike Ao Tao, right? Shout out to Grandfather Tao there, right? I mean, that's crazy. This game was very sick, very impressive from Zhu Yi.
This is just amazing stuff, and I don't see a move now. Pranesh has been making the only defensive moves, and his position has collapsed now. There are no more resources left to defend. And then we have to go back and really think, James, where did it all go wrong for Pranesh that Black has come with this spectacular attack? And it's hard to point out the moment that it all went wrong. Bishop g4, and it felt like it was game over.
Yeah, this was rough. In fact, actually, right around here. I mean, first off, look at this move, d5. Like, he just really steamrolled this game. Okay, knight takes e5 was actually a move, right? Queen e7, he moved it back to d3, sort of the Carlsen-esque in the Petrov that we saw with Fabiano back in the day with the knight d3 move. Cool. Then he plays d5. First off, already a cool move. Takes bishop b6. He just wanted to open up the game. He moved the bishop back. Look at the development. Now, this is nice, but it does block the bishop, the queen in. Everything's blocked, right? e4. Black's active. So this is sort of a gambit in a way. And gambits can be very aggressive. Gambits are about rapid development. What did Black do? Castle after castle, bishop g4, rapid development. I mean, he got this. Everything's out. And then knight f3, and that was GG.
That was super GG. And now if we go to the live position, that we have every move after this, James, getting that queen to h4, knight g4, a great find, then getting rid of the first defender. Now bishop e5. Pranesh thinks he's got 2 minutes on the clock, but it's not going to help. Black has a simple idea to pick up that h3 pawn. Once that pawn falls, it's game over. White can't take the knight on g4. You can pick your checkmate. The easiest one is queen h1. That's a mate in one. If not, bishop f4 is the big threat. And I don't even see a way for White to continue this game for more than 3 moves.
This was honestly the sickest game of Pro Chess League for me. I mean, this is the sickest game. The tactics here, of course, I love aggressive chess myself. He sacked 2 pieces and a pawn in the beginning and, like, willing to sack more. Like, it's just, I mean, this was a great attacking chess. It really did feel like you watched Tao play this game. Like, he just tactically did everything here. Beautiful play. Absolutely beautiful. He plays queen a5. Okay, so what's the idea here? What's the idea?
He wants to get that queen to g. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's it, James. I can't.
Somebody. I'm out, boy. I'm out of here, dog. I didn't pull my head. I didn't pull
James, I can't take it.
I can't hear nothing.
Can't.
I can't even hear nothing.
Chat.
I can't even hear y'all right now, chat. I can't hear anything.
Chat, take a photo of this position.
Look at
take
this
a
move.
Photo
Queen
of this
h3.
Position,
man, hold on.
Hang it on the wall.
Let me get my phone. Hold on. Let me call my mom real quick. Hey, mom.
Yeah.
Hey, mom. Yeah, they doing it over here, bro. Yeah, mom. All right, hold on. Let me take a picture. Wow.
I can't look at this.
Take
It's unreal. This is just incredible stuff, chat. Sacrifices a piece, sacrifices a queen.
Whoa.
If White picks up the queen, James, we got to show the checkmate.
Look at the walk away.
Knight takes h3.
Look at him on the
Bishop
cam.
H2 is checkmate. He's got reasons to be proud. Look at this, sacrificing a queen and checkmating with the minor pieces. Pranesh
That's a
also
bad man.
somewhere in his heart has to know that his opponent just played the most brilliant game. What a game by Zhu Yi, taking that point. And wow, there's action on the other boards. But Chad, as we said, that was the most exciting one. And take a look at that top right board where he's playing on seconds. I think that's the game that we've got to rush to.
Yeah, that I'm still. I mean, Queen H3, guys.
Oh
That's
my
the game
gosh.
of the year.
Take
That
your
could be
time,
game
James.
of the year, chat. That could be game of the year. I'm just telling you right there. That could be game of the year. Queen H3 there
Oh
was
my God.
disgusting. He sacked 2 knights and the queen. Come on. Come on, bro. What a
Oh my
nasty.
God, I'm still thinking about it. It's
Wow.
unbelievable. Queen a5 was tricky because if you take that knight, there were checks on g5 and queen h3. You got to be so proud of finding that. And right now, Wei Yi needs to win this so that he can be proud of taking his team. He does have the advantage right now. We see that on the eval bar. It's an extra pawn, James. It's more activity of the pieces, but there's work to be done to convert this position.
Absolutely. Still work to be done here. We do have 3 pawns versus 2. Of course, I mean, even whoa, bishop b7. That's a nice move. I am a fan.
So-
Takes, and we have some 7th rank issues. We still have the passed pawn. I mean, white's definitely for choice. Man, Ronak's having a tough day. Tough day for Ronak.
Very tough.
Tough day.
And he's been one of the rotation players today. He has he's substituted for Nihal. He's taken Nihal's place, and Bishop e7. It was a forcing trade. Takes away a key defender once again in Ronak's position. That g7 pawn now is tender. But for black, you need to find play on c3. Does he start with rook c8? Already putting pressure on c3 so that queen c3 will defend g7?
That's a he went queen c4, but I actually did rook c. Yeah, that was a good move. Rook c was
But James,
really nice.
Rook
That was
c8,
really nice.
queen g. Oh, James, if we rook c8, queen g4, queen c3, that was rook e8. Mad stuff all across.
Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff. Okay, what happens here? They're moving on seconds, I'm assuming. Oh, wait. Wei Yi has 4 seconds here. I didn't actually pay attention to that till now, but he has no time really. 2-second
Wow.
increment is not a lot of time when you have only 4 seconds. So you have to move very fast here, almost instantly.
Wow. And James, you're getting some amazing update that you were mentioning that the game we saw with Zhu Yi, game of the year, literally game of the year, the accuracy in that one, 94.5% by Zhu Yi. That
94.5.
attack is
Wow.
one for the ages.
He had 5 brilliant moves. I had one I can flex. Like I have a flex of like 3 brilliant moves in an OTB game. I have never had 5 in one game. I don't know how many. What's the most? Can we get a chess com like what's the most in the game? I know somebody
That's
has
a
that
great
stat.
question.
What's
let's
the most
let's
in
see
the
if
game?
production can get that for us.
Let me
But
get
this
that.
one had 5 brilliancies, chat.
He had
What we
5
saw by
brilliant
Zhu
moves.
Yi. Oh
I don't
my
ever
God.
want to play that man. I don't ever want to play him. I'd rather play Magnus Carlsen before I play Wei Yi. I mean, Zhu Yi. It's the Yi family. Okay, I don't want to play either one of them boys. You know what I mean? Either one. Okay? Wow.
Wow. So
That's
now we're going to
crazy.
see, is that a repetition that Wei Yi? He's not going to repeat. He's up a pawn. Yeah, he doesn't. He goes rook d4. It makes absolutely no sense. But right now, how does he improve this position? He goes queen f4. He's got to start targeting g7 somehow. Queen e5.
Yeah,
rook
this
g
is F2 saying
f2 is hanging. You can't
F4.
go rook g. Whoa, that is committal. That is super committal.
Definitely.
Rook h6. James, rook h6
Oh.
is coming.
Oh, but it's probably draw. It's probably draw. I mean, like, what do you do next? There's a lot of checks and like, yeah, it's probably draw.
But he doesn't go into the rook pawn ending immediately. So Ronak Sadhwani will have to earn that draw. He's down to 12 seconds on the clock. Both players barely any time. But this with 2 versus 1, it's just all about if he can get any attack on the king. If the queens are traded off, this is an easy draw in the rook pawn ending.
Right.
James, do you think this is a moment that we zoom out and take a look on the other? Or do you want to stick to this? Because I think
Oh, yeah,
now
this is the draw
the
now.
dust has settled.
Absolutely. Correct.
Let's get the
Wow.
bird's eye view up because just as we were moving, Wenjun scores a big result for the Shanghai Tigers. She takes down Pragg Nananda. It's been a disastrous start for Pragg after winning that first game. It was not even a game. That was a forfeit. He's lost 2 games in a row. We have the Vaishali action on. Let's jump over to that. It's a king's pawn ending and Vaishali wins immediately. No time to jump that. Let's go to Wei Yi and Ronak Sadhwani, the only game remaining. And if Ronak wins this, it will be a level round. But Ronak isn't winning this. If anyone is, it's white. So, and as I said it, G5. You can't take on F5. That's king G6. You hit the rook and you're threatening a check on B8. Rook
Wow.
F5
Yeah,
runs
and he's
into king
actually going for it.
G6.
Yep. And you check and you take. Wait a second. You can't take yet though. It's kind of.
But there's check and then you go rook
Maybe
G8.
Oh, rook G8. Yeah, rook G8. Yeah, rook G8.
And now you pick it up with your rook, and this is a technically winning game. Wei Yi knows his end games. He knows the Dvoretsky manual. He starts with rook A8, but I'm sure he's going to pick that pawn up with the rook. Gives another check. I'm surprised he hasn't gone rook G8, rook G7.
All right. I mean, okay. Hey, he's going to try to play this boy. Rook G8, correct?
He's got to pick up that pawn, but then king
I
F8.
see what you're saying. Yeah, king F8. I see what
But
you're
this is
saying.
winning, James. This is winning.
Right.
This position is
H6.
Dvoretsky manual, and that will tell you how.
Check.
No, you want to go rook A8, drive the king away first. So he stops it. He goes rook B8.
Nice. Beautiful, and push through. That's it. Don't push immediately. You get mated.
G6. King comes back to G7. And that's it.
Lucina.
Ronak doesn't even play it out. What a match by the Shanghai Tigers. Wei Yi takes down Ronak Sadhwani. It has been a nightmare for the top two boards of the Indian Yogis. And with that win, the Tigers take a 2-point lead. James, 3-1 victory. But again, it all comes down to that game with Zhu Yi. The game of the tournament, the game of the year.
That is game of the year, 100% game of the year. I mean, he's the man sacked the queen. He sacked both the knights. He sacked the pawn. What didn't he sacrifice there? And 94.5, 5 brilliancies. I mean, he should sit out the last round type thing. Like, it's like, hey, guys, that game, that should count for 2 games, to be honest. It was such a great game there. It was amazing. He definitely showed up, right? So that was great time.
Just amazing chess all throughout. Let's take a look at how the players have been performing so far. These are the overall scores. And going into that final round, the Indian Yogis have 5 points. The Shanghai Tigers have 7 points. And James, we can see there. Look at that. M to the V to the P there with Zhu Yi. 3 out of 3. The guy has been on fire today. He took down Pragnananda. He took down Pranesh. It's not just about the result, but the kind of chess he's played. Attacking style, he's unstoppable. Meanwhile, the top 2 boards of the Indian Yogis have been struggling from the start. And James, going into that final round, they need to win by 3-1 to force a playoff.
Honestly, the Indian Yogis, I mean, both the Indian teams are 100% super strong. I mean, like, whatever they doing over there, whatever they eating, right, the Indians are very, very, very strong. They pop out GMs every week. You see another Indian GM, right? So it's really strong here, but today is just not their day right now. They're going to have to pick it up in the 4th round. It's still a close match. You still have 2 points. It can be doable. We saw that yesterday, actually, making it to a tie break. It's very possible, but they're going to have to do it now.
They really do. It all comes down to this. The Shanghai Tigers can, in fact, afford to lose, but only with a margin of 2.5, 1.5. They need only 1.5 points. The Tigers will make their way into the finals if they score 1.5 in this final round. It's been a fantastic performance, and it all comes down to this man on 3 out of 3, Zhu Yi, with a huge win over Pranesh. But this match is still very close. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see which team can be the first to punch their ticket to the PCL finals.
You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess. Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not
So
interested.
you're not interested in chess players.
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it. You get $50, dude. Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
The message I really want to send to people is that, men, the adults have to do better, to create a better culture. Because there were so many accounts that I'd heard that were mentioned in the article where people very young at the time would say like, well, everybody else around me acted like it was normal. So I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. It just was very normalized. And yeah, that just needs to stop. And we need to step up and make sure that our game is like safe and fun for everyone.
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing.
Puzzles.
There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously?
I'm sorry.
She wants queen h6. What are you doing? I'm out.
What?
I'm out.
That was brilliant. A comeback.
Huge win for the Indian Yogis. What a crazy game.
Oh my gosh, he got in with his queen. That's game. Vinny Gujarati about to win with black against Magnus Carlsen. This is an
hitting pattern. This is going to be the classic queenie for rook c2. Vaishali defeats Dubov. That is a big win for the Yogis.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the rapid between the Shanghai Tigers and the Indian Yogis. It's time to go big or go home for the Yogis. They need to win this round 4 on demand, and that too by at least a 3-1 margin to force a playoff. Let's bring up our scores, and this is where we stand going into this final game of the semi-finals. And there we see, James, a big round coming up for the Yogis. This is their time, or it is time to go back. Pragnananda takes on Wei Yi with the white pieces. It's been a shaky start, but if he makes this one count, all will be forgiven.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, we've seen that yesterday. Tie breaks are very possible. Yeah, I'm up 2 points, says the Tigers, but it's not over. Things can happen, and you guys can go to a tie break. It is very, very possible. Because that is possible, they need to stay very stoic and play the best game that they can. Because especially if I'm Pragg from Ronak here, I got white here in this last round. I am actually going to play my best game I've ever played, right? Just like we saw Zhu Yi play Game of the Year in the last round here. So it's going to have to be one of those. Maybe we'll have Game of the Year again in this round right here because they're going to have to bring it to the Tigers.
Hey, this has been an amazing match, James. We've seen so much action. It's been super intense and just overall fantastic play there so far by the Tigers. And we also see Zhu Yi will be taking on Vaishali. These are the matchups for the final round of the Rapid. And James, Zhu Yi, do you think he can have 100% score today? He's on 3 out of 3. And not just the score, he's played phenomenal chess.
No, he's trying to. In fact, he's trying to do 4 out of 4. I mean, he's pumped. You see him every time he wins. He like walks around and like, he doesn't walk around with the flex, but you can tell he's like in his head, like, I did that. Let's go. Fist pump. He's amped, walking in circles in his room. The man is pumped out of his mind. After playing that last game too as well, he feels almost invincible. That's a scary Zhu Yi to face right now, but there's still one more round left.
Those tactical masterpieces, definitely games that will go down in the history book. Can Zhu Yi get 100% score when it matters the most to punch the ticket for the Tigers into the finals? He'll be playing against Vaishali, and Vaishali's brother, who has been shaky today, Pragg, after 2 back-to-back losses, faces the top board of the Tigers. He will be playing against Wei Yi, and this is not the first time the two have played against each other. In fact, Pragg is the one who leads in their head-to-head with a point. But James, this is going to be a close battle for them. Pragg is white. Wei Yi is a rating favorite. What's your prediction for this one?
Yeah, Pragg is definitely going to bring his best. He has the white pieces too as well. Pragg, especially when he's on form, he can be unstoppable. We've seen that before. He's beaten Magnus multiple times, to say the least, right? That says a statement in itself, right? He looks very calm, and that's a very good way to be. Even his sister has that same thing. Now he's like, bro, what's going on? Like, he just had a quick something he's looking at. Caught his attention there. But at the same time, Pragg doesn't look like, we got to win type thing. Like, oh, man. Like, he just feels like he looks like he wants to play, and he's ready to play. Right, and you got Wei Yi over here. It looks the same. I mean, that's just something you see around the board with these top players here. You have to control that emotion.
Wei Yi right now doesn't look like a believer, as we saw on Pragg's t-shirt there, which does say believer. Wei Yi looking super calm and confident himself. Right. He's ready to go. He's played some fantastic chess today. Even the game that he lost to Pranesh, James, with the black pieces, he was completely winning in that one. Just a little bit of rashness there, saw that one slip out of his hand, and now it all comes down to this. Once again, the Tigers lead with a 2-point margin. This is the final round. Pragg has to do what has to be done for his team with white. He's going to start with the King's Pawn opening.
Absolutely. And Pragg is actually in the think tank. He's like thinking, how do I hit this man? What do I hit him with? Oh, something's happening. Interesting. I see some words there.
Yeah, we will try and get an update on that because we see that his clock, his timer has started, but we see Pragg is going through some technical stuff on this one. And James, once again, I think I speak for all of us that we don't want any off-board drama, especially on the first board in this very critical game.
Yeah, hopefully we have everything on board in this last round here. We don't want anything out of the ordinary. Of course, the first round happened. Whatever it is, it's done. Everything's been fine to this point. So hopefully Pragg's whatever's going on there is fine. This is the last round, guys. I mean, look, 2 points as you see it there at the bottom of the screen there. Tigers up 2. It's the last round, and the Yogis do have a very good chance, as we saw yesterday, to make this to a tie break. But it all comes down to this match right here.
And we are fixing that, and I'm sure we will have the games underway soon, and the clocks are going to be readjusted. So no worries on that. Chat, meanwhile, get involved. Tell us, what do you think? Will this match go down to the wire? We have seen the Indian Yogis make a huge comeback earlier in the season when they took down the Chess Bras in the last round with a 4-0 victory. So they have done it in the past. Can they do it again? James, I keep thinking about the rotation that they've had. Vidit, Nihal gone, replaced by Pragg and Ronak, and it hasn't worked out well for them so far.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, everyone's strong. Everyone's very strong on the team, and it's good to have a very, good depth, like we talked about before, but they switched out, and it just didn't work, and that's just, it could go the other way around, too, as well, like with Nihal and Vidit. Maybe it could have went really bad there, like, who knows, right? At the same time, the Indian teams are extremely strong. There's 2 of them in the playoffs here, but of course, Indian Yogis are gonna have to show up right now. There is no other way than right now. You have to show up or you go home. Win or go home. It's a very simple, and of course, easier said than done, Tanya, but that's it. It's very simple. You have to win or you go home.
They need to play some spiritual level chess right now to come back against the Tigers that we've been seeing. It's been an amazing show so far by the Tigers, with their fangs out, with their claws out. But once again, I think the top 2 boards is going to matter so much in this round, James. Pragg and Ronak need to find their form really quickly. It is really now the time for them to shine. And as you mentioned, in hindsight, everything makes sense. But once again, coming from that quarterfinal victory where they did have the winning team, and right now taking this risk of placing 2 very strong players to exceptional players, well, right now it hasn't paid out, but it all comes down to what happens in this final round. And of course, Pragnananda is not even a risk when you place him on the top board. He is the 5th youngest Grandmaster in history. James, he became a Grandmaster when he was 12 years old. How do you even do that, Chad? How do you become a GM at 12?
At 12, right? I think I was going into high school. I was 2000, right? And that's like 13. I was 2000. That's like 500, way less, right? It's a different caliber. The boy is swinging. Okay, very, very strong. The guy here lifts a very heavy weight, as you can tell. You can see on the screen the man be in the gym, the chess gym that is, every single day, right? Okay, Pragg is a household name. We already know that. And his sister, he's beaten Magnus. I mean, the accolades speak for itself. And he's from India. You already know it's a powerhouse over there. You got Vishwanathan Anand. You got Kramnik helping the kids over there. It's really amazing how strong he is at this level, where he is and the age that he's at. I think he's 18 now. So very strong, 2 years, like he did all 2 years later, like he's very, very, stronger than what he was even then. He's only getting stronger, has so much potential to be, greater than what he is. So big shout out to Pragg. Everybody knows Pragg, and he's lovable by everyone.
He undoubtedly has all the potential and right ingredients to make it to the world top 10. We'll see if that happens or not. But right now, the big question for Pragg will be, can he take down the top board of the Shanghai Tigers? It's an uphill battle for him. He plays against a very in-form Wei, who's got accolades of his own. It is unbelievable what he achieved in the early part of his career. James, he was just 15 when he crossed the 2700 barrier. Can you believe that at 15? 2700.
Yeah, 15, 2700. Absolutely super strong. You know what's funny? I actually clicked and I looked through his file, and I was like, what openings does he play? And I looked at the black pieces and I'm like, oh, he working. Oh, he does Najdorf, Grunfeld, and I looked at his Grunfeld games just briefly to see where the wins were. What was he doing? He's an E4 player like a Jedi is a Jedi would, because a Jedi could. I mean, the man is a very, very strong Tiger here, and you can see he's ready to go right now.
Now, what about the rest of us, James, who do play D4? You just completely excluded us.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, you can play D4 aggressively. You can play D4 aggressively, Tanya, like the Jar Jar Binks London, aka the Joe Baba London. It's the same thing. It's very aggressive, but that's the only way we play D4 aggressively is with a Joe Baba.
That one hurt, but the one player who will definitely be aggressive is Wei. And James, he's got to be one of the front runners for also our MVP award, which chat will be revealed on Sunday. The big hitters, the top 3 hitters of the season, the MVPs of the season. And Wei is with a massive score of 15 out of 19 games so far. That is an incredible performance, and that has seen the Shanghai Tigers get this far in the league. Can they make it to the finals?
Absolutely. That's the question. Can they make it? I mean, the Yogis here and the Tigers. Guys, what do you think, chat? We got to give it back to the chat. What do you think, chat? Who is going to win? There's only one round left, right? 5 and 7. We've seen tie breaks yesterday. What do you think is going to happen, chat? I'm going to put this on you guys. It's up to you now. You're going to call it, chat. What is it? What is it?
Now, we need chat predictions. Will this go down to the wire like the Levitov MGD1 match that we saw? And that was also an epic comeback by Levitov in the final round, the Levitov visits. will the Yogis be able to pull this off today? They
That's
need
right.
to win with a minimum margin of 3-1 to take it to the playoffs. Shanghai Tigers look like they're unstoppable, uncageable currently. So can they do it? Chat, tell us. But James, one thing is for sure while we get the games going, and they will start very soon, chat, is that the Tigers so far have really bought in the fire today. It's been one of the best matches that we've commentated at, that we've witnessed in the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, and especially with the game of the year from Zhu Yi there, like that's insane. The Tigers actually every single round, like you said, have been using the same lineup. What does that tell you? There's something with them 4 players that has made them get this far every single time. 4 players make it this far in the Pro Chess League. They do it every single time. They don't change anything. They keep them the same, and they've been winning. They made it this far. They're on the brink of beating the Yogis. I don't know what's, the Tigers are really, really strong, and people are not talking about them enough. And it's actually showing right now. Yogis, obviously, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Look, on paper, I am a Yogis all day Yogis fan. I love Indian chess because of how strong it is, and like they always popping out GMs. But right now, the Tigers are like, hey, I don't care who I'm playing, we're winning the match. That's what's going on right now. Hopefully, Yogis can bounce back.
They need 1.5 points in this final game.
That's it.
And as you were talking about Yogis, I mean, they're the top seeds in the event. Magnus picked them as the favorite to actually win it. That's how strong they are. They are the first team to have actually made it to the playoffs, winning 3 back-to-back matches in the regular season. But James, what you mentioned about the Tigers, right? From week 1, they've stuck to the exact same squad. It's the only team that hasn't rotated a single player.
That's crazy.
And that has been a great approach that's paid off. But few teams would have done that, would have taken that risk.
You're right. Like that's everyone else has changed their lineup, which is like just really insane, and it's inspiring, and it shows how strong the Tigers are. Like, you forget who is even on the Tigers team besides them 4. Like you don't even know at this point now. It's really, really amazing how far they made it with the 4 that they have. Look at Ronak. Focus. He's like, nah, y'all ain't about to do me like this. I don't like this. I need to perform. It's lots of emotions you can tell from his face right now. And hopefully he's able to bounce back for the Yogis in this last round.
He really needs to. It has been a tough day for Ronak in this match, starting from that game 1, and then game 2 could have been a big loss for him. He managed to survive that. It's been difficult so far, but will he be able to come back into form? The one player who has been in form for the Indian Yogis is Vaishali. She has been an amazing performer, scoring 7 out of 15 before this match started for the Yogis. We've seen her take down top grandmasters in the league, including Daniel Dubov, including Supi, and she's been amazing so far. She needs to do that in this final game as well. And of course, the youngest player on the squad, Pranesh, he is all of 17. He became a grandmaster when he was just 16 years old. Pranesh is a story of grit and determination, overcoming hardships. James, he got his international master nom. I think it was back in 2020, and he made his first grandmaster nom in 21.
Wow.
And then the Indian community came together to actually sponsor his trip to go play in Sitges, where he scored his final nom.
Wow. I mean, what a strong kid there. And you also mentioned he didn't get a laptop until later, which is insane. It tells you, of course, guys, you don't need, chess online has changed things. So you can do it much faster, but the books are never played out, ever. Right? So it's good to understand that.
And the one player who has been playing her heart out in the Pro Chess League for the Tigers has been Wenjun. At 10.5 out of 19, she's played all the matches. Well, just like all the other Tigers, she's been a mainstay. She's a 3 times woman world champion. She will be defending her title for the 4th time in July. But right now, that's not what's on Wenjun's mind. That's not what she's thinking about. She's only thinking about this 4th game instead, James, which, if she does well, will push her team over to the finals.
Very strong, of course, defending for the 4th time. Like, whoa, that's insane. 4 times, 3 times, 1 time, oh, you did it. 2nd, okay, all right, you nice. 3 times, yo, what's going on? Like, 4th time is like insane, right? So she's definitely legendary right now. Look at this guy right here. Oh. Look at this guy, Tanya. Game of the year. That's what they call me. Let me get my name changed.
You said legendary? That was some legendary play by Zhu Yi that we've been seeing so far. Every single game, chat, has been an attacking masterpiece. Every single game has been a firepower, and especially that last one against Pranesh. What a game that was, sacrificing, ending with a queen sacrifice to checkmate with 3 minor pieces, with the black pieces right out of the opening. It was a big struggle for Pranesh, but the one player who has been overcoming the struggles today has been international master Liu Yiping. We saw him forfeit that first game against Pragg as he failed to connect to the servers. He has been playing on his iPad, which we see in front of him. And James, he's been putting on quite the show.
Doesn't matter if it's a phone, iPad, text message, mail, however you want to do it, I'm going to get it done, says Lou, as he's sitting here right here, the technical issues, and now the team is on the verge of making it to the finals here, even after giving a game up in the first game because I couldn't get my connection right. Now my connection's right, and I'm waiting for you to get right. Look at him. Look at the camera. I see you. I see you, big dog. I see you, Lou. He's ready. He's pumped. He's ready to go. He's relaxed, right? That's the best way to play is when you're relaxed like that. Very nice from Lou. Saw some good chess from him, and also, of course, contributing to his Tigers team today.
It's amazing stuff there. And James, going through these last 3 rounds and this big round for coming up that I can't wait for, because I know the Yogis are going to play their hot side, but the Tigers are unstoppable. So it's going to be a big, big battle. And all I can think about is that for this match, I was here. That we witnessed it, chat. Chat, you were here to see some of the best moments in online chess that have happened.
You witnessed it, chat. You did. Did you see Game of the Year? You were here for Game of the Year. That's it, chat. You were. You were. How does that feel? Bring it in. Bring it in. Everybody bring it in. One time. I know. That's love right there. You feel that? That's love. That's love. I understand, chat. I understand. You ain't got to say nothing. Understand.
It's all love for all these players, chat. We are getting ready to get the games going. In just a few moments, we will start with this final round. Let's just reset the table, James, for anyone who's joining us right now. Tigers, the Shanghai Tigers, are at 7 points. The Indian Yogis at 5 points going into this final round of the semi-finals. The Tigers need 1.5 out of 4 to qualify for the finals. It will be the end of the road for the Yogis. The Yogis need to win by a margin of at least 3-1 to go into a playoff, which will mean more blitz action. Chat, I want to hear it from you guys. Do you think this will go down to the wire, or will it be decided in this one? James, what's your prediction? Make a prediction right now. Will the Tigers go through to the finals, or will we have a playoff? What do you think is going to happen?
You know what? I think the Tigers, I'm going to be completely honest. The Tigers are in a great form. This is a form that you don't see. This is like a Super Saiyan form of a tiger, like a evolved tiger, a liger in a way. Like it's something's up with these Tigers today, and it's going to be very hard to stop them right now. It's going to be very hard to stop.
Did you say something about a London earlier? Something about D4 and how the London is the only way to go, James? Check out what is happening.
Right, we do have a London. We do have a London here. We do have a London. And of course, it's very strong. Even Magnus is a fan of the London. I'm a fan of the Jar Jar Binks London. But at the same time here, this is a London. You can go very nice. We saw this in the World Championship, right? Who won that London game? Ding did. So the London, for all the like, oh, you play the London system. Well, Ding won the World Championship, right? That's the response now. So it's definitely a move. It's definitely a game, and it's something I am a little of a fan of. Just the London system. What about you, Tanya? You like London?
I've got some really bad memories from the London. I think it was I Am Not a GM tournament where Eric Rosen, he destroyed me playing the London. So it's an opening that I don't understand how white gets an advantage, but it's also so unpleasant to face, especially in shorter time controls.
Oh, that's
Do
funny.
not laugh, James. It still hurts.
I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. Oh, man. And you know what's funny? I made it to the finals to play Eric Rosen in I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship with the Joe of London. I beat Shuvalova, I beat Kostia, and I beat Lawrence Trent to make it to face Eric Rosen. Lost by like a few games, two, 3 games in the end. But Joe of London, yeah, I mean, we both played the same stuff in a way, which is kind of cool. So, yeah, the London is annoying, and we've seen it in the World Championship firsthand. But the London is not one that you do, that you just, oh, it's the London system. Well, hey, we got a world champion that has played it now. So it is important to understand. But here, this is a different kind of London. I actually do like black because of the possibilities of the pawn breaks. Like E5 looks good. maybe even some like G5. I know that's crazy, but I'm talking, okay, well, castle king side, but that's what a castle queen side type idea. I think it's dynamic, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. Traditionally, London was expected to be a more positional approach, C3, E3, knight D2, but we do see with Jabava London and these kind of openings as well, what we're seeing with Pragg employ taking on C5. He's won that extra pawn. There's definitely a lot of dynamic power in the London. Currently, White has an extra pawn. Black still needs to spend some tempos and some time to win that pawn back, but the drawback has been that White also has two doubled pawns, one on the C file, one on the F file, and a lead in development. James, we will zoom out of this one. We know where he loves to play for the initiative. We will come back to this and see how this develops, but let's get a bird's eye view on all the action that is going on in this very crucial round. What catches your eye?
In fact, let's take a look. Let me see. Okay, that one. Okay, let's go to bottom left. That's Zhu Yi and Vaishali. That game is important, I think, because exactly knight b5 just happened. It looks like some type of Sicilian. Let's see which one it was. And in fact, it was a Sicilian. It was a Ross or Sicilian there. So e4, yep, c5. Let's just see how we got to this position. Takes knight f6, knight c3, bishop g5. I'm a fan of this too as well. Very aggressive. g6, that one's not played a lot. That one is not played a lot. Looking through the files, for sure, g6 is a rarer move. It's not like it's not a move, but it's a rarer move. So, of course, we do have bishop takes. Sorry, let's go back. g6 takes, and then bishop b5. Yeah, this is all theory. Bishop a4, I'm not familiar with. But knight b5, he hits d6. And then he takes on d6. And I'm curious to know, am I just up a pawn? 3-6? 3-6. I'm up a pawn here, Tanya.
Yeah, you're up a pawn, but again, it is about that initiative. White hasn't castled yet. There is a lead in development, but you're totally right. It is about timing, and Black needs to start playing forcefully to get that initiative. Now, queen d6, the first move that comes to mind is pushing that knight out of b5. You want to go a6. You potentially want to try to get b5. The other move that Black really wants in these structures is the move f6 to f5. It needs to be timed well. The reason for that is, James, you want to open up your bishop in g7. You want to dissolve the problem of these doubled pawns, the f6 and f7.
Right.
But once again, that's an idea that needs to be timed perfectly. Queen d6, my first question to you is, where do you go with your knight after a6?
You know what? I was actually considering knight c7 and didn't go to knight d5. I'm a big fan of the tempo. I worked with a coach that says, like, he always would say, I just love the tempo. So, like, of course, when you hear it, we all know what the tempo is, or like you gain time. I'm always a fan of looking at the tempo first because of that, just working with a Russian chess coach. So knight c7, hitting the rook c8, and then you go to knight d5. It's not a tempo here, but I do reroute. So a6, knight c7. Right? I don't see anything. Maybe, is there any weird knight moves? I don't see anything. So, okay, rook c8, and I go back to d5. And I get this knight to d5, and then I can end up casting queenside as well. I may have a knight f6 on tap. Tactics now start to arise here from this position. So it's very nice. I actually do think they did play a6 in the game. Is that
we might see this being played out, because knight c7, I really like it.
Knight c7 is really nice. It's on the board. And
on
rook
board,
c8,
James, great
knight
call.
to d5. Knight to d5. You get out of there and you just castle. And you just have a good day. I'm up a pawn, says White. I'm just up a clean one, right? And it's going to be difficult here to really make this happen. You do have the bishop pair, and the bishop pair, they actually say, is equal to a pawn. If you study chess here, it does say, like, okay, in a way, the bishop pair, if you use it correctly, can be equal to the compensation of the pawn that you might be down. So, okay, right, White's up a pawn, but we do have the bishop pair versus not having the bishop pair. Honestly, I still take White, though. I do like the pawn. I like the activity, castle queenside. Black's pieces aren't super active yet either. Bishop where?
James, there's a threat on the board after knight d5.
What we got?
What you mentioned with the knight jumping onto the center, bishop c6, knight e7, fork is in the air.
Heat! Tanya, look, tactics Tanya today. Tactics
I'm
Tanya.
just inspired. You're rubbing off on me right now, James.
Oh,
so
man.
Black needs to fight this. Do you play rook e8, like
B5?
b5? Another
Yeah,
way to
B5.
fight it, you hit
Yeah.
that bishop. It still feels like White has that extra pawn, and now with the knights in the center, the bishop eyeing this diagonal, White also seems to have compensation and just one move away from clear advantage. He just
Absolutely.
needs to get the king to safety.
Correct. In fact, Engine says right now 0.88. So, like, closer to a pawn. Now, it does say that Black has compensation because we're up a pawn, but it doesn't say like plus 1 point something, right? Like it would say when you're really up a clean pawn. It says Black got some compensation, but you are a human. And a human here, in fact, I even saw something from Wesley today, actually in the Super Bet after the game with the draw with Fallujah. It was something like that. But it was he was saying like, yeah, you know, the engine line is like no humans kind of finding this thing. It's inhumane is the word he used there. And that's kind of like, you know, here as a human, I'm up a pawn. Like I see it, I'm up a pawn. It is what it is. And here's your F5 move, by the way. The bishop actually opens up. So I can feel a little bit of compensation for black after this move.
It had to be played, right, James? Because we were talking about how white is one move away from castling and getting all the initiative and the extra pawn. So you want to aim at trying to open up the e file. White could not have taken e takes f5 because of a check, an intermezzo check on e8, which would just disrupt white's development completely. So Zhu Yi quickly takes the decision to bring the king to safety, goes for the queenside castle. But James, again, this is one of those moments where we take Wesley's advice. Do not look at the eval bar.
Absolutely.
With the c line open, with that bishop on g7, firing down on that diagonal, there is still so much activity for black that one can feel the compensation in the position, and the eval bar doesn't matter.
Oh, 100%. You can feel the compensation from black here. You do have, in fact, Sicilian compensation, which just came from a Sicilian. What does that mean? The rook on c8, very aggressive, right? Now, what's weird is this knight usually is on f3. So reason why I do like white is because only that. If this knight was on any other square, I would actually take black in like every situation. And she plays bishop e5 here, which attacks the queen. What's a strong move? I'm not even gonna lie. Woo-wee, you got only two moves, knight e7 to like take on d7. Or queen c5 and put your queen right into that right there.
I mean, I don't even care what the computer says about queen c5. That move just looks like something that you don't want to make.
Yeah.
Even if it's the best move, queen c5, just placing it in front of the rook, I would be amazed if that actually happens. James, on the other hand, the other tactic that you're pointing out of sacrificing the d5 knight simply to get it out of the way. But of course, Zhu Yi does it in Zhu Yi style.
Queen d7.
He doesn't first go for knight e7. He doesn't care. He has to sacrifice the queen because this is Zhu Yi we're talking about, James.
He had game of the year by sacking his queen. He's like, I mean, why not? Do it again. When do you get a chance to sacrifice your queen? 2 games in a row.
Twice
in a day. In a great match like this, in a huge match, where it actually works. I mean, of course, I'm taking you all day here. This is definitely fun. But okay. Now black, let's be obvious here. Black does have, again, serious compensation. White has some annoying things on the 7th rank, even my system, right? Which is a strange book. Aaron Nimzovich talks about, right, the pigs on the 7th. So here, you want to be able to put the rooks in and double the rooks and stuff like that, right? Takes. So yeah, okay. Black now has some compensation. We got the double pawns here. We got the C file. I still slightly take white because again, that pawn, right? Yes or zero. Like, you know, I got the pawn. Yes, I'm up a pawn, right? So you get one pawn here, and like,
are you around?
use
Where's
it.
Yasser?
Yes.
I thought I heard him.
Well, back in 1987, I was up a pawn, and I took that, and I played it for 7 hours. Very nice.
That sounds like therapy right now.
That's exactly what's about to happen here, though. Like he's you're gonna play this boy out for a long time. You can't get the pawn back, and maybe Rook e1 after that. Rook e1, but this may be closer to a draw, to be honest. So.
B takes c3. James, it might be, but also, as we were mentioning, that rook on d7 and that bishop on b3, f7 is a weak spot, so white still has the trumps, gives back that e4 pawn, but the point is that how are you going to defend this? You can't move that rook from f8 to e8 because f7 falls. If you bring the other rook to e8, that's super passive. White can start targeting the queen side now. Moves like rook d6 come to mind. You simply go after the a6 pawn, and with all these ideas, it's going to be super difficult for black to keep all the pawns under control. So rook e4 is coming up next. I still think it's an uphill task for Vaishali to defend it. I think she makes a really good choice. She wants to get rid of that strong bishop. Knights versus bishops. Well, in this case, the knight wants to trade the bishop.
Yeah, this is actually really draw-like, I think. I think Vaishali is playing really good, even being down a pawn. With knight takes b3 being in the next move here, and just obviously trying to get the pawn back. So cool. Good stuff. All right, where are we going next?
That one, it looks like it might be headed to a draw, but the other games are far from it, James. Look at that top right board. That pawn structure that Wenjun has looks super nice for black, but it has created a lot of weaknesses on the light squares. That is going to be an interesting fight. It's level material, but it's far from being a level game. We see Liu Yiping is back with the advantage on his iPad on that bottom right board, James. And once
Right.
again, it comes down to the pawn structure. 2 doubled pawns for Pranesh, one on the king side, one on the queen side. White with the control of the open C line, the only open file in the game. All the strategic advantages are with Liu Yiping. Meanwhile, on the top left board, the big battle, the clash of Wei against Pragnananda. James, this one, to me, it looks level, although I see the Evalbar prefers White's position. Where do you want to jump to?
That's a great question. In fact, let's actually go to, I'm looking for some action here. And it looks like they all look, you know what? I'm actually surprised at how solid everything is. I actually thought there would be more like risk taking, especially from the Yogis here, because you have to win. Like you have to win, and which may require sometimes taking some risk. But here, everything seems extremely solid on every board. Let's take a look at Pragg. Let's go there. We haven't been there in a minute there, so we'll go check that game out. Pragg and Wei Yi. And it feels like there's some chances. And in fact, that's why I'm up a pawn. Pragg's up a pawn. And okay, like pawn doesn't say game's over, obviously. But you do have a pawn, and if we can make some trades and obviously, put some pressure on our opponent, maybe even take another pawn, things could be different, especially as time gets lower, things happen. So White is up a pawn. I am always a fan of being up a little bit of material. So let's see what happens.
I'm surprised to hear that, James. I thought you were a man for the initiative. You love the attack. Who cares about material? Sack first, think later. But James, I also like what Wei is doing. This is the minority attack in chess. He is down a pawn, but his aim is that 2 versus 3 against the queen side. He wants to break with b4 if he's given the opportunity, which is exactly what Pragg stops with that last move, rook to e4. A move like b4, the minority attack, would open up that bishop on g7, the c3 b2 wall that is stopping the activity. You want to get rid of that. So that is a threat that White needs to watch out for. But rook e4, make sure that didn't happen.
And rook e4, queen f5 here. I mean, I have simple moves. Very easy chess. Simple chess, right? Simple chess, rook a to e1. Sometimes, I had to work on that myself, in fact, because I just love aggressive chess. But simple chess, right? Rook a to e1 is going to set you up for more tactics later. We may be able to there it is, rook a to e1. It doesn't even do anything. It just gets another piece into the game. Improving the position is what we call it. How do you improve? By usually moving pieces or pawns to better squares than what they on before. Improving sometimes is difficult to understand. So rook a to e1, it just improves the position. We double the rooks, not even threatening anything. But just the fact that we double the rooks here gives us a more of an advantage now. We are up a pawn still. Knight d4, and if we do have a trade at some point, we may be able to run the pawn. It is isolated, but you have some problems too as well. White's definitely for choice in this position.
James, huge wow, I was just going to give you a huge update that Vaishali and Zhu Yi have in fact drawn their game, and I think for Vaishali that's a great result with the black pieces.
Excellent.
Stopping the unstoppable Zhu Yi, and with that draw now it means that the Tigers are 1 point away from being into the finals. And look at what Wei Yi has done on the top board. We were talking about minority attack, we were talking about b4. And this looks like a pawn sacrifice. He gives b4, and the more I look at it, the more I understand, because after c takes b4, I think he simply wants to pick up the b2 pawn immediately. So in fact, you just end up trading. And what's the end purpose of a minority attack is that the side with the extra pawn is left with a weakness. So we see this being played out. And now in the live board, if the a5 pawn is picked up, Black will pick it up with the queen, and the a2 pawn becomes a target in the position. So b4, really nicely timed there by Wei Yi. Let's take this moment, James, to just zoom out into our bird's eye view, because for the Yogis, they need to find a way to score 2.5 points on these 3 boards. Where do you see that happening? Ronak with an advantage.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah, let's maybe move over there to the run-up game, because that's tough to find 2.5 out of these 3 games. That's going to be very difficult, which is what I was saying. It was more solid as an approach, which is nice for a style and as a team. But, for this round, it may have been necessary to take a few risks in a few games maybe, or where is available here. But it's very difficult to say where we're going to get these points from for the Yogis.
All right, but this board is looking good for the Yogis. And Ronak
This one does.
finding his form in this one against Wenjun. The idea is clear, right? With white, you want to push that pawn to g4. You want to start advancing these central pawns. Meanwhile, what white's king and knight have done is make sure that the b4, c5, d4 pawn structure, it's got no movement. They've been perfectly blocked by white's pieces. So all the mobility in pawn structure lies with white. You want to start pushing those king side pawns. And that's what I'm expecting. The only thing you need to calculate, James, is that after g4, the trades happen. Black will perhaps trade the rook and then take control of the h file, looking for a counter play. And that's what you need to time well, that if black does get the rook to h8, it could mean trouble, which is why Ronak doesn't rush with g4. He's controlling the position completely, plays the move e5.
A5 is really strong too as well, because the king is now going to be able to walk to the center of the board. We can play g4 and f5 as well. This is like, I mean, I think I mentioned this yesterday actually when we were doing commentary about the king activity. It's very important to have that king activity. Like lots of times, even if I'm down a pawn as white, having this king activity is actually really strong, and it's better than almost anything else, even material sometimes.
Really nicely pointed out there, James. And I don't know if you have a little bit of time to actually pull out that analysis board, because I really want to show the resources that we were talking about. Instead of e5, had the move g4 happen in this moment where we are getting moves in king e6, g4. The problem is that white takes, and we see the eval bar still gives some advantage, but why give this counterplay to your opponent? Now the rook slides to h8, and there are these problems that you can start thinking about. So definitely like Ronak's approach of keeping everything under control. He goes for e5, and after the king moved to e6, he advances his own king to e4, taking opposition, and rook h8. That's a preemptive move. That's a preemptive move that if you play g4, I have my rook where I wanted, g4 on the board regardless.
Anyway, yeah, takes. And it's probably going to be a rook f8 to stop f5. Oh, but you can't even do that. Wow. And then now I have this. Wait, rook take. Oh, I was like, why didn't he?
You can throw in f5.
He wants to play. He's considering which was better, f5 or rook takes, which probably doesn't matter really.
James, it's an important decision because you end up keeping the h pawns alive, which could matter a lot. You know, the more pawns on the board, the better for white. If you would have allowed hg4, then one more set of pawns would have been traded. So this is a nice move, and black couldn't have taken on f5. That's why he moved back with the king. Finally trades on g4, so gets that final outcome that we were talking about. And now once again, you've got to take on f5, or do you keep the pressure with g5? It's starting to look very bad for Wenjun.
Absolutely, of course, especially with king coming in f6. I mean, rook check is possible everywhere at some point. Well, pinning, of course, because there is going to be a check on this file here with e6, knight, even a b6. King in, yeah, this is, I mean, look at this, guys. This is winning every single time. f6, king f7, yeah. So maybe you take, wait a second, she might sack it.
But king f7 is e6, so you have to maybe think about giving up that knight already. He goes king d8. You can't push e6 now because f6 is hanging. So does he give... He could also just make the move. I was going to say push that pawn to f7, but that allows king e7. He starts with king c6, threatening a mate with rook to a8.
Mating idea. Very strong.
Can you stop it? How do you stop this without giving material?
That's true. King c8, but this is prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah, king c8, you give a check on a8, you give a check on d6, you give a mate on b8.
Right, exactly right. You know, just prolonging the inevitable. Maybe knight b8 is check, you know. A nice little check.
You can give a check, and white can just get super greedy and grab the queen side pawns with king c5,
yeah,
king
c5,
b4.
b4 yeah.
James, this is exactly the result that the Yogis need from Ronak. He's going for the kill. He doesn't care about the pawns. He goes king b7, move knight d7, rook a8, check is game over. That is how this will end. And I think Wenjun is going to throw in the towel and resign at this point.
Yeah, at some point, yeah, it's just definitely getting very close to that. Want to play on, obviously, as we go to the bird's eye view here. Let's see. Where do you want to go? Whoa, that Pragg game, Pragg has 5 seconds. I don't know what's going on the board, but I just know he has 5 seconds.
And I think that's a great idea to go there. So we see top right, Ronak Sadhwani scoring for the Yogis, which means that the Tigers on the Pragg board and the Liu Yiping board have to score 1 point. They need to keep those games under control. And we see Pragg there in a level position, playing on mere seconds. Knight e5. And James, this is not easy for white. It's not just the seconds, but that a3, a2 pawn structure on the queen side. It is a lot of pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be precise against Wei Yi, and you have to not flag. I mean, what a task that Pragg has here. I mean, it really is difficult to another level here. I mean, it's very understandable if he blunders in the next few moves here. He has no time when Wei Yi has literally like almost a minute more, which, okay, now he's under a minute now. 2-second increment. It's not a lot of time. So there are some now, okay, I'm feeling better if I'm Pragg here. Like you're under a minute. I can try to make some moves here. I have to survive.
He goes king f7 and rook f1 is always in the air. Rook f1 would actually just pick up the f2 pawn. I don't see a way for white to actually defend that pawn. It's on the board now. Pragg plays knight d4. All right, that's a move that does still keep things under control. You block the bishop. Rook b4 coming in, rook b2 coming in.
Oh, rook b4. Yeah, I didn't see that one. Rook b2. Take. Yeah, I'm queening. That's it. Wow, you have to move the king back? Yeah, he does. He does.
And now, do you want to trade? Do you want to trade and start advancing with the king? That is a big decision, and where he needs to take it in seconds. Does he go into a king and minor piece ending? I think he can also afford to just keep the pressure. Although rook e7 is a threat on the board.
Absolutely. Rook e7 threat. Okay, moves it back.
Moves back.
No check.
And a mistake by Pragg.
e5. Yeah. You kind of see it coming, though. He has no time. I mean, he's living off 4 seconds here.
James, it all comes down to this. Ronak Sadhwani has won his game against Wenjun, and there has been a draw on the other two boards. It is all this. It's all that matters. Tigers need to hold this. All he needs to do is draw this game to go into the finals.
Wow. Oh, just don't lose. Just don't lose. Easier said than done. 6 seconds. They have the same amount of time here. Bishop versus knight. Tanya, what's going to happen?
This just looks better for black right now with the king advancing, all these weaknesses on the board. Pragg needs a miracle to win this one, but the knights can be super tricky. James, it's not over till it's over. Pragg knows that he has to just keep playing. It doesn't matter what happens. He can't give up. The good news for Pragg is that all his pawns are on the light squares, which means Wei Yi's bishop cannot attack them. The knight needs to find its way to get active. Knight is going to f5. He'll pick up the 8-6 pawn, but Wei Yi's king is super fast.
Yeah, he gets 2 pawns there. That might be it. Well, it might be a draw, but then the Tigers advance. Tigers advance. Looks like a draw, I think. Anything can happen. Knights are extremely tricky. We do know this. Knights are so tricky, obviously. But man,
unless black blunders a bishop. Wei Yi would have to blunder a bishop to lose this game, James.
Yeah, there's no way around it. And Devereaux's in-game manual says that the knight needs to be somewhere else. In fact, it's too far away. Yeah. c6. Okay, wait a second. He's still got some play.
Oh, that's a lovely move. He just stops the knight from returning into play. He's going to trap the knight, James.
Oh, my
King
goodness.
g6 wins the knight. Knight 8-6 was the only move. He plays king g5. And next, king g6 would win the knight. Yeah, that is it. Praggnanandhaa resigns. And with that, Wei Yi has done it. The Shanghai Tigers move on to the finals. The Indian Yogis are knocked out.
Wow, what a match. The Tigers move on. The Tigers are not extinct, at least not these ones, says the Shanghai Tigers. Very strong stuff. They made it. They took down the Indian Yogis. The Yogis? Are you kidding me? The Indian Yogis, right? That is very, very, very strong performance. The Tigers are a force to be reckoned with, for sure.
How insane is it that Shanghai Tigers took this match 9-7, James? They started with a forfeit in the first game, unable to connect on that first board. Liu Yiping there had such a tough start. He managed to recover, won some important points, but it's clear that it was Zhu Yi who was the MVP for the Tigers today.
3.5 out of 4. He said, I trust the team. I'll take a draw in the last round. Probably, I mean, looking at the game too as well, like it was just draw-like, but all right, hey, I'll take it. 3.5 out of 4. Had the game of the year. I can't be mad. We're moving to the finals as the Tigers here. I am not mad at all. Zhu Yi, MVP for sure, especially today.
Oh my gosh. And there it is, the Tigers, the team to have made it, the first team to have made it to the finals. And now the big question, James, will be who will they face in the Pro Chess League 2023 season final? Will it be the Gotham Knights or will it be the MGD1 team? Meanwhile, Indian Yogis have been knocked down to a 3rd place fight. This has been a magnificent day of chess, James.
This has been great, guys. We still have another match. Who's going? Who is it going to be? The Knights or MGD1? Who do you think, chat? It's on you, of course, right? We need that energy. We want to know. And it's going to be so exciting. We saw an epic match today. We saw Game of the Year. We saw all kind of things, disconnections on and off the board, energy everywhere, great fist pumps. You saw the hypeness from Zhu Yi. You saw the games there. It was pretty tough. Indian Yogis were not able to take it today, but still a very, very strong team as Tigers are going to the finals. Tanya, it's crazy.
Amazing stuff in chat, James. You and I, we were all here witnessing one of the best matches of the Pro Chess League, but the action doesn't stop as the fight goes on with the MGD1, the second Indian team, with Arjun in the front taking on Hikaru Nakamura-led Gotham Knights, who have been unstoppable. Can the MGD1 stop them? There's big action coming up with Robert and Dani. Chat, stay on. We'll be back with the Pro Chess League.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the second semifinals matchup in this 2023 Pro Chess League playoff season. Alongside me, Danny Wrench, Grandmaster Robert Hess, with the best is what we are this weekend. Robert, are you ready?
Oh, I am certainly ready. If semifinal one was any indication, we are in for an epic match here in the second semifinal of the day.
On that note, let's quickly take a look at our bracket where, yes, in thrilling fashion, the Shanghai Tigers take the spot in the final match. Of course, the India Yogis will have a third place match against the loser of the match on the right side. The Gotham Knights and MDG1 are the call that Robert and I are about to have. And just like that, we take a look at the lineups, the boards they brought to the table. I think the biggest storyline here, Robert, is these are the same two teams that got them into the semis just a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, these are the same exact lineups, and they're super strong. And I think the thing we must note is that board 4, while the Gotham Knights, Hikaru Nakamura, Fedoseev, and probably Vokitov all have a slight edge in the top 3, but board 4, Harika is 400 points higher rated than her opponent.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge storyline because if the Knights don't have a lead heading into that round 4, that is a matchup that is a mismatch, and there's no other way around it with Joanna being such a favorite over Nurmanova. So, all right, let's talk about the board pairings because speaking of Harika Joanna, before she gets to that last round where she will be the favorite against Nurmanova, she's got the big dog right there at the top, Hikaru Nakamura. She does get the white pieces. We're probably going to start focused on that matchup right there, Robert.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you look at these mismatches, let's call them, in the opening round of actions, board 1 versus board 4. And when I look at these matchups, I assume that board 1 wins most of the time. But the middle two, that's what it comes down to, Danny. Yeah. Can a board 3 take down a board 2 for the opposition? Can you get 1.5 out of 2 for one side that will give you the upper hand?
Yeah, and those board 2 versus board 3 matchups are nothing to turn away from. You've got the beast Adiban Bhaskaran taking on Vakitov, who in many ways was the star for the Knights on Thursday, right? Hikaru struggled on that day, finished with 4 draws. Vakitov was a big part of helping the Knights punch their ticket and proving that Knights are better than Bishops. And then you have the big fish Fedoseev taking on Ghosh there. I don't know who I have favored in those. I think I lean the Knights' way in both the board 2 versus board 3 matchups, but your thought, Robert?
No, I have to agree with you there. I just think the Knights have such a powerful punch on those 2 boards. And Hikaru did not show his best stuff on Thursday. He drew 4 games. If Alice Lee drew against Hikaru, that means that Harika, maybe she feels she can do the same.
Well, let's take a quick look again at Hikaru and the Gotham Knights, their entire team. Obviously, you can see it before your eyes, and then the 4 players highlighted at the top are their lineup. As we pointed out, these were the 4 players that sent Fabiano Caruana and the St. Louis Archbishops home. The same lineup is throwing down today, but as you said, Robert, Alua Nurmanova, very much the underdog, even more so than she was against Alice Lee.
Yeah, she is going to have tough task ahead, but I know that over the board in rapid chess, she did quite well when Kazakhstan took on the rest of the world. So she's had some good successes. Yeah. She can't take down high-rated opposition, but look at Team MGD1. They are strong from board 1 through board 4. It's going to be a really long day for her.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's fun to see. You know, the Yogis and the Tigers had slightly different lineups than they did when it comes to comparing the teams that played in the quarterfinals to get them to the semis. But the Knights and MGD1 are bringing the exact same players, and we'll see if that pays off. Maybe a little bit of experience, right? You've worked out some of your nerves that you had when the playoffs started, Robert. I wonder if that might help both teams play their best chess as we kick things off.
Yeah, we don't expect to see Hikaru Nakamura draw 4 games again. He had not drawn a single game all Pro Chess League season. So it was an aberration. It was an abnormality. But what we know from Hikaru, what we see from him time and time again, is winning chess.
I thought you were going to say what we see from him time and time again is a pineapple neon light in the background, because that's what we see from Hikaru time and time again, along with that U.S. Championship ring on his finger right there. So, yeah, no, that's the streaming setup. You know and love it well. Hikaru Nakamura is eagerly waiting for a chessboard to explode on here. He wants these games to start. You can tell that he's poised. And yeah, well, just like that, we are rolling in. Harika Dronavali at her seat. Hikaru Nakamura as well. The scoreboard flies in. Everyone working super hard. Welcome to the weekend. We've got a bunch of star boys here, including Robert Hess. Take it away.
Well, I can feel my face even though I am with you, Danny, and I love it. But we're looking at this matchup where Hikaru, I mean, is he streaming right now? He's yawning, that's for sure. But he needs to focus. I know that some players, they do play better while streaming, but he cannot have a repeat of Thursday, Danny. That's unacceptable for this team. He needs to score more than 2 points. That is a given.
I think that's the biggest thing, right? It's not to say that the other players on the team don't matter just as much as Hikaru. Everyone's score counts toward the total, but I think for sure Hikaru would say the same thing, right? He wants to have his absolute best chess to kick things off for the Knights, and here we see a Scandinavian on the board. Regardless of the move order that got us there, we see a Knight C3, Knight F6, kind of decline Scandinavian. Take that, John Bartholomew.
Well, you're always poking fun at John. This is the second show in a row where his name has come up, and he does like cramped positions. And black, as you can see in the top left, lacks space where white pushes all the pawns forward.
Yeah, and it's a big center. a lot of space with the pawns on the dark squares, but it's one of those awkward centers too because it blocks your own dark square bishop. Black is going to go for one of these grips on the light squares with e6 and g6, and you try to say, look, I know I'm a little worse with black, and the eval bar says so, but I'm going to shut down the studio, and you're going to have a hard time breaking through.
Yeah, it's not the easiest position to play for either side. But Hikaru, he's choosing these aggressive, kind of questionable openings because he wants to win. We saw Vidya Gujarati do that with success yesterday. He was on the verge of losing, it seemed, at points, but he in fact won his board 1 versus board 4 matchup. And, well, there's a knight on the side of the board here, Danny, attacking this bishop on f5. Knights in the rim, typically seen as dim, but if White can just start throwing all the pawns forward,
I was going to
worried.
say. I like that you pointed out, obviously the fundamentals always matter, kids. Don't overlook them. But the knight on the rim here shows that Harika, Robert, is ready to play, right? She didn't go against Hikaru's kind of dubious opening and say, I'm going to passively develop. She's like, no, if you're going to do this, like, let's go, right? Knight h4, I'm going to get rid of that light square bishop. I'm going to punch through f5 and maybe break open the king side before you get the king out of the center.
Yeah, but she had to back that pony up after the e6 because that knight was under attack with check, which is why it came back to f3. And the eval bar suddenly saying that Hikaru may be the side for choice. I won't be surprised if/when, and now is the answer to when, he plays c5, knight c6 to follow. Did you say this often, right? The knight goes behind a pawn while attacking the center.
But if it's okay, can we back up quickly and just see what was better besides knight f3? Because there had to be a move there for Harika. Why not just play g3, I guess, to support it after bishop g4? I don't know. If that was the idea, perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe this is already trickier than I realized, and that's why Hikaru makes a lot of these openings work for him.
Well, it looks like bishop e2 was actually the mistake, so maybe just queen up to d3, something like that was better. It's an odd move to play, putting your queen in front of your bishop, but we see that the position is just messy, and as we get back to the live position, it's getting messier. It looks like a French defense gone completely wrong for White. Where's that bishop? It's outside of its pawn chain.
I was going to say, this is like a bunch of people waking up who play the French, and they're like, how does Hikaru do it? That's not legal. The bishop is gone. For those who don't speak French, both the language or the opening that everyone knows I'm not a huge fan of. The bishop is normally the Achilles heel for black, right? Black gets this super strong pawn chain, f7, e6, and d5. Black gets the space on the queen side, but all of that is supposed to come in exchange for a blocked bishop, but not so much for Hikaru, apparently.
No, and actually Hikaru can bring his knight up to c4, attacking bishop, attacking pawn. There's already danger in the center for Harika. You see minus 1.8. Hikaru knows that he is on the verge of winning this game. He just needs to be careful because I think a lot of players would be tempted to go knight c4 and take this b2 pawn, but there could be a situation where this queen slides over to b1. And let's not forget that black's king is in the center. So if you start giving up your queen side, that can backfire. I don't think he'll take on b2 unless he sees a tactic that pans out for him. No, he instead takes on d4. That seems much more practical.
Yeah, and he might just eliminate White's dark square bishop, even though the knight is good there. But if you put a rook on c8, you threaten to take d4. The bishop is coming to c5. It's almost impossible for White to play b3 without other problems occurring on the c file, starting with that tender knight. So that knight on c4 doesn't need to be in a hurry to take b2. This is the start Hikaru Nakamura was looking for, and with all due respect to MGD1, the start that they did not want to see. It might mean Hikaru has corrected his form that may not have been on cue on Thursday, and he's ready to play today.
He is, but in this position, he needs to be careful because, well, look at this, Danny. Just to note, in the long term, presence of opposite colored bishops. That means some endgames, if we get that far, could have some equalish tendencies, but also for an attack. The white king looks very safe on g1. Where exactly is that black king going? If you go queenside, I don't think so. I just push my pawn to b4. And if you castle kingside, excuse me, your pawn on h5, that should probably be back on h7. So I just want to note that while Hikaru clearly is in the driver's seat, he has some things he needs to work out.
Yeah, fair. All right, well, speaking of things we need to work out, it's time for us to check out the other 3 games in progress. We head back to our bird's eye view. Remind everybody that URL in the right corner is not just for show. You can check it out. The games are on a slight delay due to fair play concerns, as usual. But so is this broadcast, and you didn't even know it. That's the magic of Hollywood, boys and girls. Robert, where do you want to go next?
Well, I'm just going to look across the boards. In the top right, we see Diptyne Ghosh with the white piece against Fedoseev. That's too early stages for me. So I'm going to take us to the bottom left because Shamsidin Vokirov was the hero for the Knights in the match on Thursday in the quarterfinals. He gets the white piece against the beast in Adivan Bhaskaran. But Danny, if we dive into this position, isn't Black playing some kind of modern where the pieces are all over the place? White should be better in some of these lines, but you see the eval bar saying Black's doing A-okay, and this E5 pawn can stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, and if Black can make sure E6 doesn't happen, right? That's the move I tactically go to right away. You look at E6, you also look at moves like, I mean, even Bishop takes F7 with Knight G5 coming, right? There's all kinds of threats on the table, which is why Adibon is being careful. Those are tactics he'd love to play himself, being the very aggressive, feisty player he is. So double checking things, because if you play E6, Robert, we can highlight that, yes, that makes the pawn on E5 stay put and kills those tactics, but now you got long-term dark square problems, right? And you got to worry about that. So there's some trade-offs here that he's double checking. That's why we see him with Thinker's Pose number 9, the head in double fingers. He didn't go full Birdman where you clasp them at the top. Some say that harnesses the energy better, but we'll take it.
Well, he went full Rodin. He is the thinker right now. And, well, you couldn't sculpt, I think, a better looking position for White. I love the look of this. Look at these pieces on very natural squares. Black's knight on G4. At some point, you can even play H3 to boot that pony back over there to H6. Yeah. So there must be something in this position, tactically speaking, that allows Black to stay afloat. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of bishop F5 and like a knight D4 to get that queen activated. Sometimes you need tactical measures to solve some positional issues, and that is what's coming to mind. But he castles, and you see the eval bar go all the way up. And Danny, you were mentioning E6, dude. That looks like a possibility as well.
It's gotta be E6. I mean, if we want to bring up the analysis board to check it out, the only thing you're spying, of course, is that ninja bishop on G7 hitting the B2 pawn with some X-ray goggles. But I'm gonna guess that E6 can be played anyway. I just got a feeling that that's the idea. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see if the B2. I'm wrong. Classic. Okay, so show everybody why I was wrong. Bishop takes B2, and the point is there isn't enough. There isn't enough here. The rook actually is a problem. So what is the move then that Adibon and myself missed? You know, it happens to the best of us very strong chess players.
Well, Knight C3 played and B5 quickly from Adibon, and maybe it was just simple chess that Black has long-term issues. This knight is going to be offside, punched or pushed back, I should say, to H6 at the right moment. And Adibon's doing the right thing. He is trying his very best to create some chaos, to say to White, your pieces aren't going to be on harmonious squares, but this king can castle queenside, this knight can slide into C5. I just think that the long-term positional advantages are in White's favor as well. So Adibon, we know how creative he is. He is going to have to find all of that creativity and more to stay in this game.
And we see Vakitov sitting up there. I still don't know exactly what Vakitov looks like because he was born in the darkness and he stays there. Batman. He lives in the darkness. That light is interesting. Any Hooters, we've got castles long with the rook coming to D1, the knight on C5. I love that you highlighted that the knight on G4 is just, the thing is this, you could play H3. You could also just leave it there, right? It's tender while it's there. There's always potential tactics that the knight on F3 can move with the discovery. And again, if that pawn on E5 stays put, everybody, White has long-term attacking chances because a pawn on E5 means no knight on F6, which means by definition the king lacks minor piece defense if you can coordinate a knight G5. Okay, he goes for H3. Not a bad idea. And maybe E6 is even following. There's so many potential tactics here. This looks very dangerous for Adibon.
But you made a good point that H3, it wasn't completely necessary, and it's a time-consuming move. Look what just happened. Yeah. Bishop B5. You're not castling kingside, and guess what? You're not castling queenside either. You can't castle through check. This knight on A4 is also almost trapped. We're talking about the knight on G4. The knight on A4, that could be targeted as well. So all of a sudden, Black's pieces have come to life in a way that is not easy for White to deal with. Where is this queen even going at the moment? If you go up to E4, there could be bishop C6, take F3, give me your E5 pawn at the right moment.
Yeah.
And queen E4
well, you're going to do it, though, because A5 is hanging. I was looking at a funny line where queen takes B4, bishop takes F3. I can take G4 first, and both the knight and the bishop are under fire. You do have knight C6, but what a weird world. Oh, and knight takes B3. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. That, like, all of a sudden there are going to be a million captures, and who's calculating better? I actually think Adibon has the upper hand here. I don't like this king in the center. I don't like the threat of bishop takes F3, and this knight, as we're talking about, can get rid of itself by taking this bishop on B3. And it feels like the game is just going in Black's favor. By the way, bishop B5, we could see a draw.
It's amazing at one tempo. We were just highlighting that H3 wasn't necessary, and then White does it. The more I look at the position, why in the world did he not just play rook D1 or castles long? Both those moves felt so much more natural than the unnecessary H3. Clearly, he missed something about this bishop B5 tempo. Adibon wants more, man. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to repeat.
Yeah, but sometimes wanting more means you're going to get less because pawn takes f3. Is there queen d4? I mentioned that idea earlier, and this bishop and this pawn are all under attack. This is getting really wild. He quickly brings his knight back to h6. But Danny, white has bad pawns on the f file, and the e5 pawn can be a target as well. But black has this a pawn that's weak. The b4 pawn also sticks out. So both sides have their pluses.
It's interesting. I started looking at lines, Robert, like rook d1, queen c8. I can't castle short because h3, but I can take h6 and play like king f1, king g2. And with my knight coming in, like who's better in that transition? I kind of feel like white has the upper hand there.
Such an essential question. What piece trades are acceptable? What piece trades are advisable? Bishop takes h6 at some moment, as Danny, as you're mentioning here. It's something to consider. I don't like the queen trade because this pawn and these pawns are going to be worse without queens on the board. Look at black's activity. Finally, this knight hops for center. Or, watch out, knight on the rim can actually be grim, and grim for white because the f3 pawn is targeted.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you on queen d2 not being ideal because here comes that knight. But let's also back this thing up and check in with the other games. Because speaking of not ideal, as we look at the bird's eye view, you can see Hikaru Nakamura has put Harika Dronavali in a not ideal position to start things off. Hikaru has shown up. He is ready to roll. No draws to start his campaign here in the semis. I don't even know that we need to check in on that. There's probably other games that are more worthy of our attention, Robert. I could head over to Ghosh Fedoseev if you're into that. But you're in charge. Well, you're into it. Let's do it.
No, yeah, I'm super into it. He's completely winning. We see him up some passed pawns in the center, and opposite colored bishops don't mean to draw in the endgame, especially when black has pastors that are running. So let's go to Diptayan Ghosh against Vladimir Fedoseev, because Danny, we have a material imbalance here. I had to do a quick count. White has 2 rooks, black has 1. That was the easy part, but white is down a pawn. So black has in this position a knight and a pawn for a rook. And look at the activity of these pieces. A knight is going to hop into the d3 square if you're not looking out for it. But instead, he takes on d5 with the bishop because there are too many tactics in the position with his queen on a8. So what do you make of this, Danny? Would you prefer to have the rook or the minor piece and pawn?
It's funny because the engine likes white, but I'm kind of liking Fedoseev. I like the minor piece and pawn here. I think it's a little awkward because in this position, when that bishop on g2 is traded, it's not one of those fianchetto positions, Robert, where let's say you still have a pawn on e2 and the light squares are kind of okay. I think there's real potential that those light squares get tender, right? I see you nod your head in approval. You know that makes this lowly international master feel so good when you give me that GM nod. Hi, Robert.
Hey, buddy, I'm actually completely with you because I asked you the question to build confidence in myself. I was like, I actually like black's position. It's one of these situations where if white isn't accurate, a queen trade, for example, of course is going to be good for white. But knight takes f4 is on tap. Knight takes a2 is also hanging. Don't forget about the lonely rook pawn. It is hanging and it can be captured. So I'm looking at this position and I'm not seeing the easiest opportunity for white. Bishop d2. Well, thank you. My knight hops into d3 and b2 was loose. And you see the eval bar immediately after bishop
like
e5 says black is doing not just fine, but maybe even better. And queen c4 comes to mind as well.
Yep. This is one of those funny positions where, again, obviously there was a best computer move there, but Robert and I both, with no engine lines in front of us, both openly questioned the eval bar, which I think can be instructive for the viewers because you look at the compensation, and maybe if you find the one top line over and over again, you can handle black's compensation here, but you looked at the clock, right? Ghosh was getting down, right? You looked at the pressure for black, and you just had a feeling this was going to be much trickier for white. Even now, if the queens come off and a2 falls, I don't think black loses this game. Like maybe it's, if everything on the queen side gets eliminated, you've got 4 versus 3. So again, I like Fedoseev's chances. I think he will keep the queens on. Just seems like the right practical thing to do. But in general, I think it's instructive to see where compensation lies.
Yeah, I actually think this was a brilliant response, though, by Diptayan Ghosh. Queen d4, you're threatening g7, and the queen trade is what we're talking about. The queen trade is what white wants. And if you take on a2 at the end, after a swap of queens, knight takes a2, there was rook a1, chops a7, and that's why he slides the queen back. Watch out, knight c2. g7 is hanging, but black has some tactics of his own. a2 is also loose a couple of times. Knight c6, Danny.
Balls.
This is really complicated.
You shut your mouth when you're talking about forks to me. Don't you use that F word. Fork town on C2. Watch out. I like it. Double forks, double problems. Obviously, knight C2 would be preferred if it's allowed, but even knight C6, getting rid of that dark square bishop, Robert. I put my bishop on F6. Oh, I feel good. Even down the exchange, black's doing okay.
No, I think just from looking at the time, looking at how this position develops, I do think that Fedoseev has good chances, but let's not count Ghost out either. He is up in exchange. He's playing confidently. He's playing well. So we'll see how this one continues, but maybe we should hop on to another game. What do you think?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We head back to the bird's eye view. The board 4 versus board 1 matchup we've talked a lot about. Hikaru getting the job done for the Knights, but similarly, Arjun Iragaisi, also with the black pieces, looks to be headed toward a victory against Alua Nurmanova. Also, maybe not quite as clear as the result we see on the board. You can never be quite as clear as a result that's in the books, but Iragaisi doing well. Do we want to peek at that or head back to Vakitov Boscaron? Your call.
By the way, look in the top right of our screens. The pawn on G7 was captured, and that seems to be a mistake.
Let's go back.
Let's
go back to Ghosh Fedoseev. I know we just left it, but hey, that's where the fire is. Bishop takes G7. What happens, and why is Knight C2 not a move that could have been played?
He went Knight C6, which is the best move, and Queen G4, the only way to stay in contact with the bishop. Is there F5? There's Queen G6 after. So H5!
H5!
Oh, distract the queen!
Man.
Oh my gosh.
Where is Canty when you need him? H5 and we live, and the queen cannot hold on to defending the bishop. You can move that bishop for discovered check. You know, my daughter just recently discovered check at 7 years old. She's very into discovered checks right now, but this would be a good lesson for her. Not every discovered check works.
No, this queen is in a light square, so there's no way to attack it. And this queen is distracted. You take H5, black takes G7. We have 2 minor pieces for a rook and a pawn, extra material for black all of a sudden. And Danny, I mean, we called it from as soon as it happened. We did feel like black's position was a little bit easier to play. There were some immediate threats. And taking on G7, taking a pawn in front of your opponent's king, that typically does not backfire, but here it does.
Yep. No, this is dangerous. We felt the pressure. Again, yes, best play, probably the exchange worked, but that was a position that many humans do not handle that well. And I think Fedoseev gets that bishop. You look at the clock, he doesn't have much to worry about there. I'm expecting 2 victories for the top 2 boards of the Knights after this first round of play.
Yeah, so this one looking really good for Fedoseev, but let's go back into our bird's eye view because we're going to check on some other games. And I think there are some critical things happening, and good news for Team MGD1.
Yeah, good news because Boscaron has flipped the script against Vakitov. A lot of victories for black looking like they're in store, right? Hikaru already won. Fedoseev on the prowl. Arjun Iragaisi getting the job done. And if Boscaron wins, it's all black all day. Let's head over to that lower left board and check out Vakitov Boscaron.
And what's so important about this matchup is I know Adibani is board 2 and Vakito's board 3. You think board 2 should be higher rated. They're about the same rating. They are quite evil, excuse me.
They're quite evil. I mean, clip it.
They're quite even in strength. So if Adibani can take this game with black, that would be huge for MGD1. But Danny, we just talked about how eval bar can be misleading. White is down 2 pawns here. 2 pawns. But this doesn't look that easy for black because this knight on d3 holds everything together, and white's rooks are very active.
Yeah, how do you stop rook dc5 here? Like, just ask the question. The next move is rook dc5. What are you doing? I'm winning at least 1 pawn back, and who's better? If I win the c pawn and the c3 pawn is passed, you can have your 4-on-2 on the king side. I know the h3 and f2 pawns look ugly, but endgames with passed pawns, it tends to be who queens first, not how many you have.
I have an idea, and I was about to say f6. Ben Feingold says never play it, but knight e5 is the threat, distracting this knight on d3 away so you could take on b2 with check intermezzo, and then black keeps the material edge. So I think f6 is a great move. Inducing f4 should be something that black wants because you want pawns to be extended, and now knight e5 for sure.
Interesting stuff there. Super instructive to highlight that white didn't want to play f4 because the reason you want your pawns extended when you have a majority, everybody, is it increases the time to trade and get a passed pawn. It makes it faster, right? So that was a really interesting thing for white to avoid. We are in a rook ending now where I think white's okay. So, I mean, I feel like Vakitov can hold this. e5 is weak, c7's weak. I know rook f8's a move, but I'm liking Vakitov's chances for a peaceful result here.
Yeah, rook f8 is a really good idea. I think you're playing to win, you make that move. But I'm with you that black, especially after king f7, seems like is not much better. So you're right. It looks like the trouble is not over, but it feels diminished. So why don't we hop on over to the games? There's still 2 others. Let's go back to our bird's eye view here, Danny, because the action does not stop in the Pro Chess League.
Iragaisi is still rolling. Look at those 2 pass pawns. I mean, we should probably check in on it just to make sure we got all of our 8 players on camera at some point in the first round. Let's quickly take a look at Nurmanova Iragaisi. Also, it's a beautiful position when you've got 2 pass pawns marching up the board like that. I mean, hey, hello.
And white has pass pawn, but unfortunately checkmate wins the game, and e2, e1 checkmates this king on g1. The knight on g4 takes away any escape squares. It's just forcing. You could take on d2, but then you're down a full rook.
Yeah. 2 pawns on the second rank. That's how you start your day, right? Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does. 2 pass pawns and queens coming to the board. That's what Iragaisi does. Although now you got to deal with the a pawn and those pesky knights. Okay, that's nice. Queen f5, a double attack. Although that's a simple way to get the job done too. Just threaten checkmate on the first rank.
You know, I like to say when you see checkmate, look for better. He says no, checkmate ends this game. So queen e1, you have to be careful though, because do you really want to trade queens? I don't think so. There are some knight c7 ideas. So you have to be just on top of things. I guess the knight can't move because of bishop d4 check, but there's just a little bit to work out for Arjun. He is going to win this game.
Yeah, it's funny. I think queen e4 probably feels the best because you guard a8 and you threaten bishop d4. That was my idea. And once you get bishop d4, things do fall. I know it walks into the fork town on d6, but I guess I made the lazy assumption that bishop d4 check would probably be enough. Maybe I shouldn't do that. It is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. The white king is going to be checkmated. As soon as the white king gets pushed to the corner, then you play queen e1, and there's going to be a back rank checkmate. So this looks like Arjun has this one in the bag, and that's great news for MGD1.
Especially because, now hold on, it could be wrong. Let's head back to the bird's eye view. I was about to say, especially because we think Vakitov is going to hold that position, although not so fast, says the beast, known as Adiban Bhaskaran. Again, Iragaisi is going to get the dub. Looks like Fedoseev follows suit. So 3 victories for the black pieces. Will it be 4 or will we have peace? Let's head over there. Vakitov, Bhaskaran. It's coming down to that, whether we're going to have a tied match after 4 games or not.
I'm looking at the clock, Danny, and look at the lead on time for Adiban. That's huge, and that might be the reason he wins this game. The eval bar says minus 1.5, and you and I could translate computer terms. Considering black is up 1 pawn, that could actually be closer to a draw than a win. But we look at the practical elements. White's pawns are all split. That's not fun. Black can create a pass pawn at some point, and an outside pass pawn, an H pawn. Those are always really dangerous. And then the clock, that plays such an essential role. As James Kennedy likes to say, the clock is the 17th piece.
Yeah. The 17th piece, like the 11th man, or the 12th man. Sorry, I forgot that they're actually the 12th man. That was an American football reference for our international audience. Apologies, it'll never happen again. All right, we've got rook e5, rook e1. I like this. Again, you keep the king split. Now you got to figure out how to make progress. You like king e5? No.
I'm wondering.
No, okay, you going all in? King f5, rook takes c6, king f... Might as well analyze it. I don't think we're going anywhere else. Not Fisher, the big fish is going to get it done. So I think we're going to be here.
You said Fisher, and I was like, wait, what is happening now? Bobby Fischer again
Bobby Fischer.
doing
Where
something?
is Bobby Fischer? No, that was an SNL skit. R.I.P. to the world champion. Okay. King d6.
Can white move? Like, if you go rook f7, you drop h4. If you go king f2, I'm already sliding my rook back this way. So here's king e4, but you see the evaluation bar, it's kind of going up a little bit every turn for black.
Yeah, you're shuffling to hold, but if black can find some way to make king e3, king d3 untenable, and again, it would make sense if somehow you just had your king on e5 also hitting the rook, but then white has rook e4 check anytime that occurs. So I'm with you. This looks good for black, but I'm not seeing the breakthrough either. And you got to give Vakitov credit that he is holding here.
I'm wondering if at some point you play g5 to spring free this passer. The h pawn could do some damage, but you don't want to give up the pawn for free. So that's one difficulty. So Vakitov playing this really well. I think the king can slide back.
Well, and every time you try to get to the king side to play your g5 idea, white pokes at the c6 pawn, as we saw Vakitov do just now. So again, I think Adiban pushes this one for a minute. Don't be surprised if we're living off the increment. I'm going to make a prediction this game doesn't end for another 3 whole minutes.
That sounds bold, Cotton, but I see that white down to 15 seconds. He's playing on that increment, so he could make a mistake at any moment, but he's playing great defense right now.
Yeah, agreed. Playing great defense. Don't get too aggressive. Yeah, because now rookie 1 c.
The king on d4 was misplaced. Yeah, the king on d4 is misplaced. Don't go king d4. There's rook e1 now. He could have released.
Rook e1. Because if rook e1, rook c6, you can play king f7. I think you're still going to win the pawn.
It's so difficult to assess.
You got to give Vakitov credit, though. He's just holding the fort despite living off the increment.
Danny, e5, though. You can't play king e4 because rook f4 check, and this king gets up to d5. I just feel like black is making some progress there.
He goes for it. Chat says Audubon's slowly going to grind this. We got some people rooting for MDG1. Let us know who you're cheering for. The Knights or MDG1.
I would go for this. You get a pass pawn, and that is what Audubon's been lacking in this endgame.
Yep.
If he just can take on c4, you have a c pawn that's passed, and white's loyalties are split, and that was apparently a mistake. Maybe some of them it's pinned.
What a move! If rook takes f4, rook takes e5, and white wins. Oh my gosh. What a move. King e4 now, and the rook slides over.
And white can win this?
Dude, what a turnaround. Look at Vakitov is like, he's like, what? He's like, eh? Like, I'm perking up here. Like, what's going on?
Here it comes.
Dude.
It's not about... Oh my goodness, it's not about pawn quantity. It's about quality. Here comes the e-pawn.
Such a good lesson because the h4 pawn is worth both the h5 and g6 pawns on that side of the board. That's why backward pawns are bad. White blew it. Oh, no.
Wait, I don't know what's happening with the eval bar. It's scaring me.
No one knows. Least of all the eval bar. High blood pressure. Oh, wait, does the black king get back and draw with the corner pawn?
No way. No, it's too far. Just take
G5.
I told you that you spring this pawn free. Oh, because it comes with tempo. H2 comes with a tempo. That's how it holds.
Oh my gosh, and both sides queen at the same time. That was the drama we were looking for. Welcome to the Pro Chess League playoffs, boys and girls. We have a weekend ahead. This is nuts.
Wait, he played it. Oh no, queen! He could have got a queen because there was a discovered check, and now his rook is safe. The rook is not on a checkable square, so you get to promote safely
now. It whites
now.
up a queen. Vakitov wipes off the sweat. He might as well brush off his shoulders while he's at it. Get the job done, son. Oh my gosh.
And king g6 is queen g3, so don't play king to g6.
You gotta go king f8. No, but then queen d8. Oh, king f6 was the only winning move, and he found it with no time.
Oh, queen c6.
Dude, king f6 was the only move there. What geometry was that?
This is unbelievable. King can run. No checks.
Run anywhere now. Now he's got it.
That was the most ridiculous game ever.
That was so insane. How often is white down a pawn in a rook ending, starts playing for the win? Oh my gosh. It's over. Queen d5, rook g5, resigns. And so he just gives in the towel. Oh man. Vakitov. Brush your shoulder off, young man. You are helping lead the Gotham Knights. Will this be looked back on as a game that ultimately helped punch their ticket to the finals? He's a happy guy.
And he's probably analyzing it, but he was jousting. That's what knights do. And he wins in the end. Heath Ledger, R.I.P. It was a Knight's Tale, and the Knights are up 3-1.
What a great film, by the way. Knight's Tale, underrated. Made me want to learn how to joust. I'm not going to lie. 3-1, the Knights take the lead after the first round. Not what we saw coming. It was victories for black, besides on that keyboard with Vakitov taking down Bhaskaran in a rook ending. A rook ending for the ages, Robert, but this might end up being a match for the ages if that is a sign of things to come. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The weekend is here. The Pro Chess League playoffs are rolling on, and we will be right back. We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
This
is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess?
Okay. So what is he, a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com will get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Look, is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a
London.
pro here with the London.
full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
You won. Okay.
That's
you
great.
won. Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Whoa! Hikaru does it again. It's like, that's how it's done.
And here we go. Wait.
Oh! Look at that.
Come on, boy.
Ooh, that was nasty. Rookie two.
Wait.
What?
Buxa! Oh my gosh, what a turnaround! Levy super team. Look at that trophy case.
Alina.
This match is over.
Oh my god.
It's official. Round 3 ends in a 4-0 victory. I don't think anybody is even remotely looking forward to the task of facing the Gotham Knights in the playoffs.
Those are the Knights. You know them and love them. They are led by that guy right there. Been led by him all season. What an impressive regular season he had, by the way. Robert, when you think of Hikaru, you think of how he just played in Game 1. You got to be nervous if you're MGD1.
You need to be nervous for many reasons, but Hikaru is the #1 reason to top that list. He is so dangerous. We see him winning Title Tuesday all the time. He's the World Fisher Random Champion. He's won the Speed Chess Championship 5 times in a row. Rapid chess, speed chess, classical chess, doesn't matter. Fischer random, variance galore, he wins them. So yeah, I think we understand why MGD1 must be nervous.
It's funny because I think people overlook that he is the World Fischer Random Champion. I know it's Fischer Random, not traditional chess, but winning that event is not easy, and what a field he had to face. So kind of a funny thing we forget to talk about sometimes. But all right, let's not forget to talk about where we sit in terms of the overall score in this match as we set the table for round 2. They're down 3-1 if you're Team MGD1. What is your advice to them, Robert? How do you think they start to turn things around?
Well, they were an unfortunate break away from tying that first round 2-2, but the scoreboard tells the tale. It's all that matters at this point. Doesn't matter how it happened, but I think MGD1 shouldn't be too out of place. They shouldn't feel like things have gone wrong. They just need to do what Gotham Knights did, get a little bit of luck on their side, and take this second match 2.5, 1F, just slow steps. They can catch up later.
Well, let's take a look at the lineups. Like you said, a bad break away from maybe being tied 2-2. So as we look at the lineup now, they might be a good break away from getting a 3-1 score, right? You look at Arjun Iragaisi with the white pieces, hoping he can right the ship against Vakitov. That's a matchup I have circled. Of course, you see Hikaru Nakamura versus Ghosh there, and obviously we're watching Hikaru all the time at the top. But your thoughts on maybe the matchup to keep your eyes on?
Well, Vakitov has been an absolute star for the Gotham Knights, so I actually think that's a great matchup to look at against Arjun Iragaisi. But I'll say Fedoseev versus Harika. Harika has been so good throughout the entire Pro Chess League season. She has upset many stronger grandmasters, so she can take down Fedoseev. So Fedoseev, we know how capable he is. He beats the best in the world in the Champions Chess Tour, but Danny, there are some times where he gets a little bit too adventurous.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And Harika, obviously, she just lost her first game to Hikaru, but it happens to a lot of people. So we'll see what she can do in that matchup. All right. We are off to see the Wizard. This is a weekend of Pro Chess League playoff chess. If you just tuned in, the first round was a thriller. You're going to want to back up and see some of the clips of those games. But we are here in round 2. Knight f3, e3 from Mr. Nakamura, his patented awkward b3 ready move order. I don't even know what to call it at this point in his career, Robert.
Yeah, but now he's spending time. So he plays c4. He doesn't go for his b3 Nimzo Larsen systems, and instead goes for c4, knight c3, more standard stuff. He can transpose this right back to mainline queen's pawns games with d4, but this bishop is on c1, so that's one of the downsides of playing this move order. So it's more likely that it'll go b3 and bishop b2 since the pawn is already in its path.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's one of the reasons you stay flexible in the center is to right the wrong to that dark squared bishop. You still have b3 on the agenda. You can maintain tension, although if black plays c5, sometimes that can kind of force your hand a little bit because at that point, if d4 is coming exactly, you highlight, I speak it. This relationship is working for me. I am not going to lie.
Hey, you're highlighting all of the successful elements of our relationship, so thank you for that, Danny. But you're right, c5 is on the agenda. C takes d5 feels quite automatic. Or you can play d4, but the point is you're not allowing black to punch through with d4. That gains too much space in the center, and then we'll get like a reverse Benoni structure if that were to happen. So now black is on the clock. Danny, some slow movement from these two in the opening.
It's interesting because I think people are so worried about move orders against Hikaru because he plays these systems so often that you don't get the black side of this as often, Robert, as Hikaru gets the white side, right? And a lot of people know that, so they're just double checking. I respect the move order. He does end up going with this sort of Tartikow or queenside fianchetto you see in a QGD, but it's not the most ideal place for the light square bishop. Although, as you can see, computer says black is fine here. You've got an orthodox structure. You're going to play bishop d6, knight bd7, get castled, and we have a middle game.
Although what white does is play knight e5, pawn f4, castle kingside, and go for an attack. So I think it's important for black not to rush the development of this knight on b8, because if he plays c5 and then get knight c6 in, you put pressure on the d4 point, whereas a knight on d7, that actually is misplaced because when this knight gets c5, pawn to f4, c5 doesn't actually carry the same threat. There actually is no threat there. White's pawn base is too solid.
That's nice. I like that. And again, I think that's a move order that Ghosh is going to be careful. And you see Hikaru quickly played a3, even if the engine said not the most accurate or aggressive move. Hikaru plays these positions for the flexibility they get, right? Because at this point, everyone, you're looking at micro opinions, even by the computer. And what matters at this level is less about the micro opinion, but the position being comfortable for you to play, a position where you're familiar with the structural positional ideas, the tactics. So that's what Hikaru does here. He gets positions he knows well, and that's why he can play so fast.
But I don't really love playing b4 that early.
I'm with you. I'm kind of justifying the fact that Hikaru isn't playing the sharpest or most accurate opening, but he is playing it quickly. But I like Black's spot here, no doubt.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this knight is going to hop around into c4. Once you push this pawn to b5, you control this square completely. This is carry a threat. The knight at c4 just kind of sits there, and white can operate around it. But yeah, this is a game where what will happen in it is not based on the first 13 moves. It's what's going to continue from here on out.
All right. Well, let's zoom this thing out as they get set for their middle game and peek at all 4 of the games in action at once. We often call it the bird's eye view. You can go to chess.com/events. Your round by round reminder that that's not just there to look good. It's a URL you can check out if you want to choose your own adventure. Robert, you choose where we're taking the next part of this beautiful program.
Well, I see some really interesting openings in the bottom left between Arjun Erigaisi and Shamsiddin Vokitov. Vokitov and Arjun both won their first game, and that I think we have to go there because it's looking spicy. And Vokitov showing no fear against his higher-rated opponent, and Arjun, he's saying, "I can handle your immediate knight jumps and threats. You've overextended on the king side." So, Danny, it's very double-edged position, and
yeah.
I don't know who I like it for, but
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna make you very quickly bring up the analysis board once we get this one going, because as someone who kind of plays this system as Black, this is like an awkward Nimzo and Rogozin had a baby. So let's, as soon as we can, let's bring up the analysis board and back this thing up through the opening and show how we got here, because a lot of tactics happen. The bishop on g3 can be taken. But if white gets a big center and Black has extended those kingside pawns, show me how we got here, sir, if you don't mind. Let's check out the opening.
I'll show you what we're working with. I'll back it up.
Yeah.
And we see that bishop g5.
Oh,
wow.
I knew something was weird. I kept saying, show me how you got here, because I play these positions. I'm like, but what happened here? Go ahead.
The bishop developed first, and then the knight came to d2. This is very unusual stuff. Normally, the knight is out on c3 in these positions. You don't develop the bishop before the knight. But Arjun, he's coming up with tricks up his sleeve. c5, challenging the center. Why not? d5, your knight is pinned. You can't go and win the pawn. If you are going to win it, you have to play a move like g5, but this is risky. You could take on d5, but your king, it's in the center. Your king is not really going to castle this way with your pawn on g5. So I don't know the ins and outs. I'm just going along with the players here. This is novel to me. But bishop goes to a5. He slides it back here, Danny, and there is a nasty pin along this diagonal.
And there's also weird queen g5 ideas coming. There's h5, h4 coming. This is one of those traps that, okay, obviously Arjun taking his time to kind of make sure he navigates the tactics, but I don't know what to make of this. This is a position that is almost similar to a lot of other traps you see, as I said, in weird variations of the Nimzo or the Rogozin, but it is neither. And don't be surprised if somebody blunders in the first 15 moves here.
And when you say somebody, I think white is going to win this game, and I feel like there's a quite high likelihood. Look at these pieces. They're not doing anything. And white, even though it might cost a pawn, has developed both knights. And this king on e8, I don't know where it's going. This h file is open. You mentioned how that would be important here. So I just look at the clock, I look at the position, and I don't like it for Black, but Vokitov, he says eval bar. Check. Oh, zeros. He doesn't see that. He doesn't know it, but he has assessed it properly that Black is doing objectively okay, even though I really like white's position. I would sacrifice 2 pawns to keep his king in the center and make sure that it's not going to safely castle in either direction.
I don't disagree, especially on a practical level, playing positions where you've overextended your pawns, your king in the center. We are still humans at the end of the day, not computers. Those are positions, everyone, where people blunder, right, Robert? Especially in rapid chess. When you increase the dynamic problems you face, even if the computer is saying equal eval, weak pawns, king in the center, those are not easy positions to play. So from a practical point of view, I'm with you. Although I will play devil's advocate to both of our opinion. I expect we might see 95 here, by the way, for white. But okay, that Black has the bishop pair, Robert, right? Sorry. And if I can catch up in development, you've got some dark square things long-term to figure out as well. So if I can solve that problem, that's where the engine says they can play this position as Black. But very dangerous it is. Thanks, Yoda.
I'm with you. Like this bishop, the dark square bishop in particular, it can cause some problems. There are some pawns that can be targeted later. It's already on a nice diagonal. But I'm looking at some of these dark squares in Black's position, and this knight is already ready to hop to a square like b5. You push this e-pawn, g4 is loose. I just think that Black has way too much to deal with. And if Vokitov can handle this, the guy is just an absolute star. We already know that. He won an Olympic gold medal with Team Uzbekistan. He went 3 out of 4 on Thursday. But Danny, this is looking really sharp, and Arjun Erigaisi is his opponent.
It's funny. Part of the reason I like knight e5 is because I thought the tempo on g4 was important. Okay, I thought black might have played queen f6 there instead to hit the knight, get developed, but this also obviously makes sense. I thought queen f6 first, e3, then knight a6, but this also looks okay. And it's weird because you look at the king, you look at those pawns, but Bakidov says, scoreboard, boys. Computer's all right here. Black is all right. All right. Let's take that moment to back this thing up once again and head on over to the bird's eye view because there are 3 other games in action to start this round 2. If you just tuned in, the Gotham Knights took a 3-1 lead after that first set of games concluded. And Robert, let's go to there. You choose. No hands. I'm driving. I'm in shotgun here. I'm a backstreet driver judging your directions. Like, oh, you're really going to turn that fast? Wait, so you're going to take that route? Okay.
Okay, Dad. Well, I see that in these 4 boards in the top left, Hikaru Nakamura, he's in good shape. He has just planted his knight on c6, his pawn up to b5, looking very nice for the board number 1 for the Gotham Knights. But on the right side of our screen, the games that we haven't looked at, I'm looking at the top right game between Fedoseev and Harika Dronavali. Some dark square control for Harika. White has more pawns in the center, but black has some control of key squares. And in the bottom right, that just looks early stages to me, where we're still just in the opening phase.
I'm with you. Let's head to Fedoseev, Dronavali. As you pointed out, of the 2 games we haven't looked at, it is moving a little further along. And after that move, rook c8, computer said, "Me like you white a little more." I didn't say it with that accent, but you get it.
Wow, okay. I haven't seen the new Super Mario movie, but I wasn't planning to.
If you're looking for butchered Italian accents, look no further than Chris Pratt. What a bad movie that was. I'm sorry, Super Mario, not a fan of what happened there.
Well, I don't think that White's a fan of what's happening down the c-file, because look at this. There are many pieces there, and I'm actually wondering if that last move, we can bring up an analysis board really quickly. I think Queen e7 played quickly. Is there not some kind of b5? Maybe, I guess I have to part with my bishop first, but in this position, don't I have b5, and when your knight moves, I grab this e4 pawn?
I like it. Let's keep analyzing it. So so this line just already looks clear, but I can't take d6 because knight takes e4. And you're hitting my queen with 2 pieces, the knight and the rook, which makes it impossible to deal with both. So yeah, the tactics there for Harika. It's funny, Robert, talk about how counterintuitive it is to spot a move like bishop takes c3, right? Parting ways with the key defender of your king side, all of your dark squares will become a long-term problem. Even the best human players in the world miss things like that, which is why we have the eval bar kind of saying, hey, tap you on the shoulder, there was something here. But it's really natural to miss bishop takes c3.
Yeah, you do not want to give up, usually, this bishop in front of your king unless you get something in return. That's such an important piece, covering all of these dark squares around your king, keeping it safe. But Fabiano Caruana had this game against Wojtaszek. It was years ago, where he took this knight on c3 in a position where it was more closed than this, and he won that game very nicely by securing some extra material in the long run. He just had better placement for his pieces. So bishop takes c3 is something you need to keep an eye on, even if typically you don't play it. And here, with the c-file being open and the queen being in line with the rook, rooks win that showdown along the open file.
Yeah, wow. Shout out for that Caruana Wojtaszek reference. You think I'm not going to notice that? Shout out to Radislav, my boy there, holding it down in Poland. That was a. You think you're just going to say that and get away with it? I know that game. Okay, g4 has been played, and at this point, I don't think Harika has a choice but to back the pony up. She missed her chance at tactics. Yeah.
Yeah, knight f6 looks quite natural. She could be looking at some kind of b5. That's, of course, a tempting move when you can try to exploit an open line. But yeah, I don't think that her time management is helping her at all. She is down a couple minutes against one of the fastest players on the planet.
Yeah, I feel you. All right, let's feel the bird's eye view here. Back this thing up again. Take a look around. We probably can complete our circling of the wagons to head to the only game we haven't really checked out yet, and that is Bhaskaran versus Nurmanova, because something happened there on just the last move, and Bhaskaran has the potential for a big advantage now. Trying to spy it there on the mini board. Queen to d8 was not enjoyed by the computer, and I think that c5 knight is going to have to feel the tenderness here soon.
Yeah, there's something happening here, and what it is exactly clear. I think knight d5, the bishop on d4 is overloaded. It's trying to defend this knight, but now it's under attack from the bishop on b2. So knight d5, e7 will be loose in these positions. b7 will be loose in others with the bishop and rook teaming up here. I think just the simple knight d5. I know black is up a pawn, but you lack coordination and development, and your pieces are quite loose.
Gonna say, I mean, my first thought was a move like rook d1 just to pin the bishop and then create more problems, because suddenly knight b5 and knight e2 are both on the agenda as well when you have a pin like that. But you're right, maybe it's knight d5, bishop b2, and queen c5. That would force bishop f6. No, okay, rook d1 played. Also looks pretty good. Just simple chess. So many ways to put pressure on that pin piece. Go ahead, yeah.
No, what you said is right, and he's playing your line that Eval Bar says, "Yep, good idea, Danny." And that's exactly what it said. I don't know if you heard that yourself, but
Good. Can we get a sound effect where it goes ding, ding, ding? Good job, Dan.
I feel like you could make that happen. You do have that sort of position.
I could actually. There is a voice extension for those who don't know it that originally a member of our community made. Where like it's super creepy. My voice says every move on the board, but we're working on some really cool Eval Bar technology for those who want to know. Where eventually, being able to do those things that we do as commentators, where we talk about how critical the moment is with time pressure and all the stuff. So anyway, so many cool things to come down the road.
You remember what your nickname was in high school? Nobody asked Dan. So
yeah. Hey, Dan. Who? No, as my 17-year-old would say, who asked?
Well, I mean, we've been asking for Adiban to play knight b5. This is a pinned bishop. There are loose pieces like the c5 knight. So if you can go knight b5 and successfully take this bishop with your knight, you're just going to crush down this open diagonal. And I'm not really sure if knight e6 is the way that black's going to go here. Maybe it keeps her in the game.
But if knight b5, bishop b2, you're taking c5 first even, right? And then you're maintaining the threat on both the queen and the bishop. So there's just, I feel like Bhaskaran is taking a beat here to just make sure he cashes in, but there's got to be a tactical sequence that delivers a knockout. So I'm looking at all four boards on the bird's eye view. If we want to bring that back for everybody watching and take a look at all four games, Hikaru continuing to push forward. Fedoseev managed to grab that pawn on d6. That spells bad news if there's no tactical shot. Anytime that pawn falls in those structures and there's no tactics on the c-file, you did wrong. And but the other two games look good for MGD1, right? Iragaisi looks in control, and Bhaskaran also, as we were just looking, probably moments away from a knockout.
Wait, look at the Fedoseev game, the top right. Harika sacrificed a piece. So maybe we should go over there. And Hikaru, by the way, it looks like he is just cruising right now. He's not even up any material, but black has no space in the top left. But if we go to the game in the top right for a moment, the Fedoseev game against Harika, she gave away a piece just a little while ago. Like bishop f4, bishop takes g4 was played because of all the tactics everywhere across this board. And Fedoseev takes on d6 and takes on c5. And in this live position, I'm already looking, is there a way to take advantage of this bishop on e2 being a bit overloaded? This knight on c3 is also loose in some lines. So the Eval Bar doesn't hate black's position, despite the fact that black has given up a piece.
Totally great call out. I was looking at the common tactics where the d6 pawn falls, completely failed to realize that we had a sacrifice on g4, because even simple moves like rook e to c8 are possible, right? That's one of those positions where, yeah, white's better, but there's a lot of problems here. And we talked about the practical aspects of having an open king in rapid chess. It's not a fun position for Fedoseev.
And what did you think? Speaking of easy moves, can you just take this pawn? Because then there will be knight e3 ideas, bishop d4 check ideas, some kind of rook c8 lift. She does take with the knight on g4, and the Eval Bar is getting a workout in. It's going up, and it's like, wait a second, black actually has some good counterplay here. And I actually don't care about the Eval Bar because I could see white dropping pieces in the next few turns. There is already threats down the c-file. If this knight on c4 is kicked out of the way, maybe knight e3 is a tactic you really have to look out for, or simply knight to e5. Let's just trade knights, because at the end of this, my bishop is on e5 in great shape, and there's a pin down this line.
Agreed totally, man. And b5 right away might not be a threat, but bishop takes c3 and b5 is also yet another threat. You highlighted bishop d4 check, you highlighted the forks there, but that's a concrete problem to solve from what I can see. You'd be happy to have a pawn or something for the exchange if white's king is that open at the end of a big combo on the c-file there. So with the time situation favoring Fedoseev, luckily he can use a few seconds to try to solve it. But don't be surprised if this is a mutual time scramble where, as you said, the eval bar continues to get a workout here, and my blood pressure continues to go up and down. Luckily, I'm seeing a doctor for that.
I hope so. We want you to be in good shape, Danny. And I think that your tactics have been in good form. So now it's just about the physical health. And there's one idea I want to add here, Danny, is that at some point, if you're not looking out for it, there could be some kind of Queen C7.
Oh yeah.
Like there's so much happening. So much happening right now. And Fedosey is wisely using time. But Danny, should we zoom out because it looks like Hikaru, he really is doing well against Dip Tango.
But I really love that Queen C7 idea because it's actually a threat there on Bishop G4, Rook C4, and C3 falls. But okay, we move on. Let's go check out the final moments potentially of Nakamura versus Ghosh because Hikaru has shown up today. And again, not to say that he doesn't most of the time do that, but for those who watched on Thursday, Hikaru was not on his best form through all 4 games. Today, he's probably about to start out 2-0. Let's take a look.
Looking really nice for the legendary Hikaru Nakamura, but he still has some work to do. That game that we're looking at is in the top left. We'll bring it up on screen shortly. And we see that White has every piece in like a perfect place, but his own king is a little bit exposed. He can hide on H3 at the right moment. But Danny, let's call this game over until it's actually over. This rook on A4 takes away this Queen G4 check, which is very important because otherwise Rook E8 would be game over if you could give this check to kick the king away. But the rook will then slide to D4 and attack this bishop. So look at Hikaru. What a move. I was not considering a queen retreat.
It gains a tempo on the rook, but what's the follow-up? I'm wondering. The eval bar loved it. It's obviously a strong idea, but I still don't see how White improves next. That's kind of key. Sorry, sound effects. King H3. If the rook moves from the 4th rank, remember Robert already highlighted, Queen G4 check is coming, followed by Rook E8, and it's rover. Okay.
That's a good move. Queen D6.
It's funny, because even moves like Bishop B3 are possible, given that if the queens are traded, the C7 pawn, or the pawn coming to C7 is a real issue. And that knight on F8 is not playing chess. I don't know what he's doing. He's looking around. But highlight how that knight can't get out. It's not just G6, E6, D7. Even if you get to H7, Robert, G5 is taken. That knight, much more of a donkey, and I feel like an ass sometimes.
Well, I think you are correct, even if it's a little mean-sounding. You're right in your assessment here that means White can actually trade...
did I act like one sometimes?
No, I was going to say, White can trade all the pieces. If the queen's in the...
Yeah.
Okay, giving up the bishop...
Just go with C7. Just go with
Scared
C7.
me, though. Scared me. Is there knight D7 now? Because the pawn takes, then I take your bishop?
That would be a trick. That would be a trick. But you know what there is on knight D7? Is it just C7? And here comes the lady. To C8.
I was desperately trying to get my knight around here to B6 to try to stop your pawn. And queen C7 play. Look, where's the progress for White?
Yeah. Hikaru's trying to figure out he's doing
Wait, it's out. It's out. Knight D7 now because the rook is loose.
Yeah, but I get a queen on... Oh, no, I don't get a queen on D8.
Oh, he misses it.
You're right.
I think that knight could have... If that knight gets out to E5, suddenly we're talking about a 3-result game.
Yep.
Hikaru's frustrated. He's like, how am I not winning?
And he's getting down on the clock to go with it, right? He's like, where's the win? Come on.
Danny, Black's moves are just rook shuffle back and forth. Okay, now the rook's under attack. You can't play queen D6, so then the pawn goes up. So where?
And if you move the rook, is there queen E8 threatening to take F7? And then queen?
Oh.
I think that might be the idea.
Nasty. Rook D8, play queen F4.
Yeah, so the rook had to go to D8. And look at that move, queen F4, man. That just highlights that. Do
you have rook C8? Maybe it was queen G4 check, and that was the key square we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, queen G4 check if rook C8, and if you take F4, that donkey is not playing chess.
Watch out. You have to be super careful when your king's on H3, and that's why it goes rook E3. Queen C5, going after this pawn?
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over. It's not a tumor.
It's not over, but F7's also loose here.
And then there's mate problems. Bishop takes F7, queen G8 is mate. That's a problem.
It says mate now. Mate in 15.
It just ends. Yeah. So bishop takes F7, and just like that, the drama is over. Okay, well, good talk, everybody. Let's head back to the bird's eye view. Hikaru gets it done. Oh, we had another result come in right as we say that. Fedoseev does take down Dronavali. The piece sack on G4 doesn't prove out. Not looking great for MGD1, man. Both of those other two games between Iragaisi and Bhaskaran, they were better when we left them. Now the Knights are holding.
Yeah, and Adiban, he's the one down under 10 seconds. You see the red on the screen there. Arjun also down in a minute, but so is his opponent Vokitov. Danny, I think that this could go really wrong for MGD1 if they do not score a miraculous 2 points from those two games.
Oh, man. Agreed, Town. Remember, coming in, the Knights had a 3-1 lead in this round. You can already see the updated scoreboard. It is now 5-1 in favor of Gotham. And I don't know which game to go to. We can head over to Iragaisi versus Vakitov because it looks like Arjun might be pushing for a win now there. Yeah, the time pressure notwithstanding, that Black King on E8 is in trouble.
Yeah,
Oop,
and
moves it to F8 after the check.
Yeah, this taking on D6, you would have been an eternal pin, and your king would have been stuck in the center. This king on G1, super safe right now. Black is actually up a pawn, and maybe this pawn can come in handy as a decoy, but it looks like your king is on the verge of getting checkmated.
Yeah, but where's the knockout? Knight D6, King F8, it's going to be a draw. But Kitov's like, yeah, sign me up for a perpetual. You kidding? If Knight B7, Rook C8, well, oh, Knight takes F7?
Where did that come from? He wants D7.
The D7 bishop is hanging. Wow.
This should help Black. What a move. Queen C5, Queen D3 is good.
C5.
Watch out. Queen H7 at the right moment, too.
The A pawn is running. If Vakitov swindles himself another victory, I might pull a Canty and just walk on out of here. This guy.
Well, that's why he's on the Knights. He's pulling a Hikaru. Hikaru is amazing at defending when it looks like he's a lost position. And this bishop, at some moment, can reroute to a square like B6 or to C5. Watch out for Queen H7 check.
Yeah, Queen H7 would be a skewer problem. Not to be confused with a forking problem. Bishop to B4, that knight on A4 is sort of dominated by the dark square bishop. Here come the pawns, though, and the black king is going to feel the heat.
Queen C7. Don't take A7. Don't get greedy here. That pawn is irrelevant. So he goes back. He brings his king up to F2. That's a good decision. Danny, both sides are in time trouble.
And they're playing fantastic chess in time trouble, like you said. A very good decision. Oh, and here comes E4. Do we got more pawns? Push them, baby. Let's go, baby. Push F5.
This knight is loose.
Knight's hanging.
And you have to watch out for checks against this king. So he brings his knight back to B2, and maybe it will go up to E5 at some point to help deliver a checkmate.
God, with both players under time pressure, this is a fully 3-result position. Anybody could win.
A4. You can't take your knight's loose.
The queen is overworked. Vakitov.
Oh!
The queen's come off and the pawn's going to run. Oh, my God. What in the world with this guy?
He had bishop D2 first, and the knight couldn't get back. So that was an imprecise move order from Vokitov. He still is doing just fine because this knight is tied down, but he had a chance there.
Oh, but bishop D2 was rover. You're right. That was it. He's still dominating the knight. The bishop on D2 takes all the squares away from the A2 pony. Okay, but two-pass pawns are going to be a problem. Dude, both sides can still win this game. Again, this is like...
Is this king going to try to get this pawn? I don't think he has time.
Doesn't have time. And that bishop is going to have to let the knight out now with the king attacking it. King E4. I think we might just see... Nope.
Whoa.
No.
What is happening here? These pawns are scary.
Dude, who wants to win? I don't even know what's going on. By the way, the other game in this round has ended in a draw. So a huge hold for Nurmanova. What is going on? Bishop takes E5. It's just a pawn.
And then bishop G7 after F7. You can just bring your bishop back, take F7, and now black is winning.
Dude, the Knights are going to wrap this thing up in 2 rounds. That's literally what we're looking at. Nurmanova, board 4, draws Bhaskaran. And Vakitov, the wizard, the magician, known as Vakitov.
He's unbelievable.
Dude, I'm blown away with this guy.
Danny, from the early stages, we were like, oh, I think that black's in trouble. The king is not going to find safety. That king has won King of the Hill, and it's also winning a chess game. Go, King F4, King G3, scoop up G2 and win.
Highly underrated variant, King of the Hill.
Just game over. Queen. He wins again!
And he loves his Gotham Knight swag. He loves to flex it when he's winning chess games. His name is Shamsidin Vakitov. I can't even speak the words, Robert. This guy is leading the Knights into the finals right now.
He's been unbelievable. He now is 2-0 today. On Thursday, he scored 3 out of 4 points. He has been an absolute star for the Gotham Knights, but everyone has contributed in this round. Look at this, 3.5 to half. Their board 4, who was outrated by 450 points, she gets a draw with Black. And the rest of the 3 boards beat their GM opponents. Denny, what a showing from the Knights.
Breath is taken away. Shout out to Berlin. Great song. I was not a fan of the second Top Gun movie. I'm absolutely just impressed right now with what's happening from the Gotham Knights. They are playing dominant chess. If you missed it on Thursday, Vakitov was the star. He's right there with Hikaru today, leading them. This youngster is he's already won a gold medal, and maybe he's going to win himself a Pro Chess League championship if he continues to play like this, Robert. They lead 6.5, 1.5.
And 3 of their players have a perfect 2 out of 2. You see, boards 1 through 3 just dominating the opposition. And so Gotham Knights have jumped all over Team MGD1. It started when Vakitov won that game against Ariba, down a pawn in a rook endgame. But since then, they have just completely obliterated their opponents. It's crazy what's happening here.
We came into the day with 2 teams from India with a chance to punch their ticket to the finals. We may have neither if things continue this way. But all right, before we head to a break, let's remind everybody that there's another event happening mañana. It's going to be an exciting one, and it is the return of our Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers. The event is back. The first event had the Chess Kid Stars taking on Anna Kramling and Eric Rosen. The Chess Kid Stars won. But now the streamers are joined by Levi Rosman and Arturs Nixon. It's going to be an impressive lineup. The Chess Kid team brings Alice Lee, Brewington Hardaway, Tani Adewami, and Megan Paragua. This is going to be a thriller. Mark your calendars. Don't miss it. It is tomorrow, the Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers rematch on Sunday, May 14th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more of the Pro Chess League playoffs.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
I did it. 2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
Traded Queens. He might
Look
be.
at it! Look at it! Checkmate! That's a hit! Oh my gosh.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The semifinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
That's game. Nihal wins on the clock, but also on the board, and they've dominated this match from start to finish.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Whoa! MGD1 takes it through to the semifinals.
The Indian water is strong around here.
The Pro Chess League playoffs continue this weekend. We are in our second semifinal matchup of the day alongside me, Grandmaster Robert Hess. We head to the back half of this matchup, Robert, but it might not be a back half. It might just be one more round if MGD1 doesn't get it right.
Yeah, it might be the final third of this match because there's a three-headed monster coming from the Gotham Knights. They have all won their 2 games thus far. Hikaru Nakamura, Vladimir Fedoseev, and last but certainly not least, Shamsidin Vokitov. He has been dominating his playoff opposition. He deserves a gold star, a pay raise from the Knights. I don't know what you can give him, but he deserves all that and more.
And both those games, if you're just tuning in, were kind of comeback victories. He was down a pawn in a rook ending that he won against Adiban Bhaskaran. He was worse against Arjun Iragaisi, managed to swindle himself and dominate a knight, ironically, given that he plays for the Gotham Knights with that powerful dark square bishop. Let's not overlook Nurmanova as well, right? She held a draw in that game, which was also huge for the Knights. It's part of their 6.5, 1.5 lead. If I look at the matchups coming up here, Robert, how do I paint a comeback? It's got to start at the top. Someone has to slow down Hikaru and Fedoseev between those two. And then where do they get a dub on those other 2 boards?
Well, the Gotham Knights need 2 points to take this match. 2 out of 8 total remaining games. So you need to win all of them. That's what you have to do. If you're Adiban, if you're Arjun, you go for it. And I don't know where it's going to come from. I'm looking at Shamsidin Vokitov with a white piece against Harika. Harika has struggled today, losing both of her first 2. Nurmanova, as you said, she's been playing well. She gets the white piece against Diptai and Ghosh. Ghosh needs to win. That goes without saying. And then for Arjun and Adiban, they need to win with the white pieces. So you need 3 wins on those boards. And then for Harika, you have to hope that she can survive Vokitov, who seems to be having his way and having luck on his side. It's just all Knights right now.
It is, and that's all Hikaru Nakamura. That's all he does most days is stream and provide commentary while he's playing. He's 2-0 right now. I guess, again, to answer my own question that I asked, how does the comeback start? If you're MGD1, at least you're thinking we get white against those 2 guys. We saw Hikaru, we see Fedoseev. If you're Bhaskaran and Iragaisi, you do get white. You are an aggressive, very well-prepared grandmaster who plays at a pretty high level. This is your opportunity, right? You get the first move. You got to go all in. And there you go. So if you're MGD1 fans, don't lose hope yet. It has to start right here. A 2-0 sweep, I'm with Robert, has to happen for these top 2 boards.
And Adiban, he is the white pieces. No B3 cowboy business, not against Hikaru Nakamura. And look at this, knight D2 in this position after the check. He didn't block with the bishop. He didn't bring his knight to C3. You know he's trying to play for some offbeat or less mainline stuff, taking with the queen on D2 and maybe fianchettoing his bishop on B2 later.
No. I won't make a B3 cowboy reference, to make sure I don't get called out by the entire hashtag ChessPunks movement on Twitter. But I'm just saying he didn't play B3. That's all I'm saying. All right, we've got E3 and B4. He goes all in, right? He reminds everybody pawns move twice on their first move. We don't need the cowboy system.
No, but you also need your dark square bishop to shine because guess what? Black does not have one. So if this bishop were on D6, we'd already be saying, well, maybe not now with 94 forks, but you get the point. If this bishop can plant itself on a key dark square, the game would be really problematic for black. So what Hikaru needs to do is figure out a way to tame this bishop long term. This bishop on B7 is clearly a very strong piece. And then a big question, do you take this knight on F3, shattering white's pawn structure, but handing him the pair of bishops?
I don't if I'm black there, because again, I think it's exactly the double-edged position that white wants. You put bishops on D3 and B2, you open the G file exactly, and you're all in. Now at the same time, you're all in anyway, right? Because you know as Hikaru, your opponent is coming for you in this game because they have no choice. So he's obviously taken his time for good measure, certainly considering whether he takes F3 and then tries to shut down the studio with the knights, keep it as close as he can. I will say this again. You're going up against Hikaru. You're down big time, 6.5, 1.5, as everyone can see. I like Audubon's chances. This is going to be a double-edged game, right? At the very least, this is going to be spicy. You're going to have some chances. Ooh, now you allow D5, and that bishop on B2 will be stuck behind the D pawn. I'm not so thrilled about that. Okay.
It's one of these big decisions for Hikaru, and we usually see him with a big lead on the clock, but he's correctly spending his time. As Danny is just mentioning, D5 seems to be a move you play on instinct, but then after C5, you're starting to get worried about these passed pawns just running up the board.
Yep.
So you shut down a bishop, but you hand your opponent some passers, and it's a trade-off. That's what chess is. You give and take. You get something for yourself, but maybe your opponent gets something in return. And I'm looking at this position, Danny. I don't want to see D5 in the future going for an attack.
Yeah.
But if Black plays it, I am worried about the passers.
That's fair. That's fair. So Hikaru, again, taking his time. Maybe he'll find a way to have his cake and eat it too. Put a knight on E4 and maybe play D6 first. You maintain the tension a little bit so that D5. The idea behind D6, Robert, we can show everyone is if D5 by white, you have E5, right? So that's kind of the point. You're playing a little bit of game of a tickle there to keep that bishop at bay. I kind of like this D6 idea potentially for Hikaru. So, all right, we'll see what he does. We should probably see what's going on the other boards. As we said, the Knights have a 6.5, 1.5 lead. That means that it can't just be a win for Boscaron over Hikaru. Got to come from other places too. Should we check out Iragaisi and Fedoseev?
Let's look at it. So, and by the way, look at the top left. Hikaru did take on F3 and push D5, but let's go to the game between Arjun Iragaisi and Fedoseev. We haven't tuned into that one. Early stages in the top right, where Arjun, he needs to right the ship. He needs to win this game. He's had some topsy-turvy moments. It's been a roller coaster for MGD1. Unfortunately, it's been all downhill thus far, but he needs to shoot up, and his team needs to help out as well. But Denny, in this position, we cut the board in half. On this side of the board, where I'm drawing my arrows, white has an extra pawn. And on the other side, where I'm drawing these arrows now, black has an extra pawn. So it's 4-on-3 pawn advantages from queen side for black, king side for white. Who do you take?
I mean, from a practical perspective, I'll give Iragaisi the shout out, right? Because he has the majority on the king side. I always say a pawn on e5 means no knight on f6, which means less minor pieces over there. So you see the mounting coming, right? 2 knights, f3 and g3. If you could play like c3 and bishop d3, right? My hand gestures are kind of showing that I'm hoping for something here in case you're a visual learner. Again, I like that from a practical point of view because you have to get a win if you're Iragaisi. But the eval bar speaks to black's majority. Look at the pawns on c5 and d5. The knight's well placed behind them. So we'll see. All right, knight f5, going for the bishop pair. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it.
The issue, though, is in many Sicilians, you get a knight to f5, you just win the game. In this position, it's a lone piece. It's not really threatening anything. As you point out, the knights are so good for, well, the Gotham knights are so good, but I'm talking about the knights here for Fedoseev. The knights in c6 and e6. g7 is covered. You're never worried about some checkmate on that square. And this queen, like, it needs to get out to h5 to help in the attack, but there are too many pieces in his path.
Too many pieces in the way. Yeah, no, well said. And also note that I said c3 in a fantasy world that I could route my bishop from d3 to c2, but c3 invites, as we always say, the anchor, right? You invite d4, the lever that Robert's highlighting. The rook on d8 is preparing for exactly that. Fedoseev is 100% ready to prevent white from coordinating. And yeah, this is a very solid position for the big fish. We see Iragaisi lean up for the first time. He's been leaned back, kind of chillaxed in that chair, but getting a little more into it now. Fedoseev, focused as ever. He's 2-0 on the day. Let's head back to the bird's eye view, Robert. We do have 2 other games going on that we haven't looked at. Remember, the Knights only need 2 points to clinch their spot in the Pro Chess League finals. We've got Vakitov against Ranavali. What a weird position down there again, right? Kingside open. What happened there? Shoust we? We shoust.
We shoust. We definitely shoust. And
we shoust. Oh.
You're telling me that we shoust? Because I'm telling you that we shoust.
You tell me we shoust. We'll joust after this if you keep that up.
Well,
all right.
I don't want to joust with those knights. Those knights are scary. And for Vokitov, he may be the scariest amongst the bunch. And he may not have the highest rating on the team. That belongs to Hikaru Nakamura, second to Fedoseev. But Vokitov, as an Olympic gold medalist for the Uzbek team, they won the chess Olympiad. You see him just thriving. And if we dive into the position where Vokitov he is playing in the darkness, it's his old friend. And he is saying a friendly hello to the Black King eventually, because look at this pawn. Black's best move is to push that pawn backwards, but that's not allowed.
Yep, I've said it many times. When is chess.com going to fix the bug? Let the pawns go backward. Bishop c2 looks good. Just build up on that tension. Obviously, Black never really wants to take d3. The queen will take d3, plus the d5 pawn becomes isolated. So to Dronavali's credit, the position is right. There's some cloudiness here, which means maybe an opportunity to go wrong. But the eval bar speaks volumes here. I think that White has an easy position to play. Put the bishop on c2, build on that tension. I wonder if you can. I know this is crazy, Robert, but at some point I could even play f3, right? If I really want to make sure that e4 pawn has to choose.
You definitely can play f3 in conjunction with bishop c2, take on e4. F3 is something that you have to consider. And look at Vokitov. He takes on e4 right away, saying that I'm just going to play around this pawn. Your rook can't get to e8 to defend it. Watch out for a timely h4. Ooh. And Black, on the other hand, could think about queen f4, trying to trade queens here to bring another pawn closer to the e4 pawn. But that's very dangerous. You get into a territory where your endgame may just be losing.
Yeah. And it's not the traditional definition of an outpost square, because normally we think of that as in our enemy's camp on the 5th rank and beyond, everyone. But that knight on d4 is outposted for sure. And what that means is there are no black pawns that can attack it. And this is critical because if you evaluate the long-term features of a position, that pony will dominate for a long time. There is no pawn coming to c5 or e5. So that knight on d4, just a bit of an octopus right in the middle of the board, just controlling everything.
And this bishop has to control the f5 square, because if that bishop ever goes to b7, looks like a really good move, protecting your pawn, the knight hops into f5 and goes after this king side. Look, what are you going to do? Bishop d7? That looks very sad. And you invited the bishop to b3, trying to go after this Black king. I can't imagine in a rapid time control that Black can do well in this position. It seems very one-sided, and I like your idea. At some point, f3 is going to hurt, especially with the bishop on b3.
And Vakitov just letting those moves play themselves, right? Like, you could argue h4 could have been considered there, but he just plays quickly. The position is simple because Black has more problems than White, right? And it's good to remind your opponent of that. The bishop can't move to a square without consequences, as Robert pointed out, right? f5 is weak. There are all kinds of other ways to tactically go wrong. The knight on f6 can't move. The e4 pawn hangs. So h4 is going nowhere, right? Grab a Snickers. And again, I like the confidence as far as like what to learn from these players. Rook d1 play, don't overthink the position, because you know what you can do, Robert? You can think on your opponent's clock, right? So he just plays the move. He's going to keep working hard while Dronavali thinks about it. And the Knights, what can you say about these players from Gotham right now? This is nutty.
They're unbelievable. I do want to point out that h4 has a huge drawback of knight g4, which I'm only noticing now, that you're inviting Black's pieces into the attack. There's queen on c7, knight on g4, that could have been dangerous. So look at these moves. Every move has a purpose. Getting out of this pin over here, White is in charge. So Vokitov, he's doing everything correct. And for Harika, she needs to win the game. She knows that it's not a situation that's fun for grandmasters to be in, where you need to win from move one with Black. It's so difficult. But Denny, I was looking at the bird's eye view off screen, and I was looking at some of the other games, because while this one is advantageous for Vokitov, it looks like board 4. Nurmanova, look in the bottom right.
I was just going to say that we have to go to there. Again, Nurmanova, not someone who's gotten as much of attention as her three teammates. I mean, partly for good reason. They've been performing so well, but she got a draw in the last round versus Audubon Boscaron, if you're just tuning in, and she is squeezing right now against Go. She is better here for sure.
You mean you don't like these pieces all in the first 2 ranks over here?
They're not my favorite. Also, you know what's coming? F4, F5, Pawn Storm, sign me up.
Oh, this just looks incredibly one-sided. I'm wondering, do you just take on b6 after it takes back the c file being open? Doesn't scare White. And then play f4. Oh, this is unpleasant.
Yep. Yeah, chat
You see a
commenting on a
single
very
idea?
well-built team with the Gotham Knights. Hikaru, Fedoseev. You also have Bortnik, if I'm not mistaken, even though he's not playing here today. This
Yeah, they
is a
have
very good team.
Mikola Bortnik. Right, they got the
That's
International
right.
Master Bortnik, who's super strong, always at 3,000 blitz on chess.com. Whoa, okay. Bishop A4. Where's that bishop
A4?
going? She's trying to
Interesting.
provoke B5.
Yeah,
She wants to
then-
close down the queen side, come right back, and play F4, F5.
Normally, the knights prefer a closed position versus the bishops, but not when your opponent has this big of a space advantage and is just ready to roll. I don't really like that move. Again, I'm just looking for F4, because if you miss your chance to play it and somehow black squeezes in a G5 pawn move with a knight E6, Robert, you get what I'm saying? That's the one way this goes wrong, is if black, if black gets knight E6 and G5, I really don't like how Nurmanova has played this. I hate that I foreshadowed that for the knights, but here come MGD1.
I'm with you. And there's also C5 and D4 because you'll have rook D8 with a pin. So
Yeah.
suddenly it's white who needs to be very careful. What if you just plant your knight on F4? C7 is loose. That's the one thing keeping that knight at bay. But I'm also looking at C5, jettisoning a pawn to play D4 next, forcing the bishop back. And black takes control of some much needed space in the position. Wow, a new lease on life for black's pieces.
100%. And it's one of those positions where you can be too cute. A bit of a lesson for fans watching, right? Bishop A4, Rook C1. The truth is, your advantage was on the king side. After B6, I think Robert's instincts to just take B6 and push him, baby, right? F4 and let's go. Probably what the doctor ordered there. Again, it's not that Nurmanova has blown the advantage. Computer still likes white, but from a practical perspective, to me, if black gets G5, knight F4 is coming, that king on G1 is also potentially open. This game is not over.
Not over at all. And I think that if C5 comes, I'm already thinking about just playing F4 as a pawn take, just sliding my bishop back to D2. That's how important the space is in this position. Who cares about one extra double pawn in the center? I would go for aggression. I would take control of space. But I like for Ghosh that he had now his chances. So that's good for MGD1. Maybe we should check out how the other boards are going, Danny, because they need wins
I was going to
everywhere.
say, unfortunately, they need it, right? Because we back up to the bird's eye view. Vakitov is going off right now. This guy going full Lonnie Walker, Lakers. I
What a-
mean, I am disappointed in my Phoenix Suns. Sorry, we did that yesterday. Let's move on.
But look at top left, by the way. Adiban is crushing
Okay.
Hikaru.
Okay.
Look at that position.
Let's go to there. Audubon Bhaskaran playing like the beast. The chess that earned him his nickname is the type you see on the board right now. Aggressive, all in. And we said it. Look, I said I didn't know how this one was going to go, but I said at least at the start before we left, I liked Bhaskaran's chances, right? If you were looking for a chance against Hikaru, it started with a lot of weirdness, a double-edged affair with a couple of bishops, and he looks like he might get the job done.
And look at this queen chilling on G5. You can't capture it because the king is on H8. And if the queen had captured a turn ago, black is going to face more problems. Pawn takes G5. Excuse me? Hello? Pass pawn on C5. Speaking of foreshadowing, Danny, we mentioned a long time ago, if black plays D5, there will be a passer, and white has a very healthily protected pass pawn. And in endgames, A4 will happen. The bishop will take this. The pawns will start running up the board. I think that a queen trade still very much favors Adiban, and there's a reason the position says +5, despite the fact that he's technically down material.
Sorry, that's weird to be +5 when you're also down the exchange, right? It's not something you see every day. The move here that's also a threat is F6. I think that's a threat in the current position or something close to it. Yeah, this is a problem. Hikaru's shaking his head. This one got away from him. If we want to bring up the analysis board real quick, I'm just curious, how did this one go so far off the rails for Hikaru? If we can back the moves up to where we left it real quick. Partner, there you go. Bishop F3. I liked the D6 plan better. He went for this transition. Go ahead and just blitz through him. I'm just curious. Yeah, this is kind of what we thought might happen, right? A double bishop, open G file, and Bhaskaran just went for it.
Yeah,
Okay, but
the rook's in the G file, and rook takes H5.
Yeah. I guess he underestimated that sack. Yeah. Owie.
And then it looks like Shamsid and Vokitov did beat Harika Dronavali. And this game, I see the eval bar. Wow, Queen G5 was a sexy move. But then White just started pushing everything forward. But Vokitov wins, which means all the knights need is one more point total.
Yep.
And I don't think they're getting it here. As you mentioned, F6 looks very powerful. Pawn takes E6. You can't even take back with the rook because your rook on D8 is loose.
Oh, wow.
So that's an issue.
That's also an issue. You open up the light squared bishop next. every piece is playing well. It might be a little bit of a bittersweet moment for MGD1 if Bhaskaran takes down Hikaru Nakamura, but it doesn't matter, and they can't even make it to the 4th round. How wild would that be as far as the story goes? But all right, let's. Oh, Bishop E5. Okay, here comes Bishop. Sorry, Bishop F4 was played. Bishop E5 is next. That looks like it gives Hikaru a little bit of life. Can he take F5 and just kind of laugh in the face of danger for a second and say, "Where's the knockout?"
Just looks like you can even probably take with the queen on F5. Both of your bishops are shining here. Black barely has moves, but Hikaru is ahead on the clock, and we know he's survived even worse positions than this.
Yeah, I thought Queen G1 was an idea of Queen F5, but you're right. The king might just hide on C3, and that really feels bad because you have H7 mating yourself at the end of that line, right? If you take and you check with the queen, you take F2 check, it doesn't matter. There's a diagonal, and H7 is mate.
Oh, with queens on the board, you get checkmated. With queens off the board, you lose the end game because of the passed pawn. So yeah, it's not good. Let's again, Vokhitov won. So let's get out of this game for a second because all the Gotham Knights need is 1 point on these games, and the match is over. And look in the top right, Vladimir Fedoseev. He is in a winning position against Arjun Erigaisi.
And that might be all they need. As you see in the lower left, Vakitov has already gotten the job done. What a day. What a player he is proving to be for the Knights this season. But let's go to that game between Erigaisi and Fedoseev. Because as you said, if the big fish gets the job done as black, it won't matter that Hikaru went down versus Bhaskaran.
Look at this position. Black is up a pawn. There's a knight on A3. It looks weird. It's out of here. Rook A4, Bishop C2. Thank you for an exchange. Maybe that's White's best hope to play for something, because otherwise I see these pawns going down the queen side, and it's just toast.
Bruh. What a dominant match this has been. I'm just like, you just don't expect it, right? At this point, you're getting into the you're getting down to the conference finals, so to speak, right? And then you've got a sweep of one of the teams, and I'm just blown away by how well the Knights have played. Obviously, MGD1 would like to have some games back. They'd probably say they weren't on their best form, but it really feels like the Knights just showed up, right? They just showed up ready to play, and there you go. I'm expecting this one to go the big fish way, and for us not even to make it to the 4th round.
No, I'm looking at this position where Fedoseev, he is just a pawn ahead, and it's not just any pawn. White's extra pawns are here. There are 2 extra pawns on the king side. Black has 3 extra pawns that can be very mobile. This pawn goes to C4. He plays B6 so he doesn't drop a pawn. Good starting place for Fedoseev. And there's also going to be a potential issue on C2. Everything is going wrong for Arjun.
Wow. Shout out to Dragon B70 I saw in the Twitch chat using the brilliant symbols he was featured a minute ago. Remember that guy's the OG guess the move.
Wait, Danny. Sorry, I know you're shy, but do you see the last move that Arjun played? Rook A1, and game is over, match is over.
My god!
Yep, that's a free rook in the corner.
Just not the chess we expected to see today. Arjun Erigaisi has a bright future, a great career ahead of him, and has been awesome for MGD1 this season, but he just hung a rook in one move. I apologize for losing my focus on that for a second, but just like that, we know who's competing for the Pro Chess League Championship tomorrow, and it's the Shanghai Tigers versus the
Gotham Knights.
The Gotham Knights.
Yeah, it's hard to even say anything about this match because it's been so incredibly one-sided in the most unexpected way. And to lose your playoff match like this, it seems like it's just a microcosm of the larger picture. This happened to MGD1 all day today. Nothing went right. And maybe even on board 1.
I was just about to say that. Speaking of things not going right, if Hikaru wiggles off of this hook, it goes down in one of his Hall of Fame notes. He does it a lot. We say it a lot, but this has not been one that was easy. I mean, even a draw here is just a massively successful result for Black. So
yeah, it was completely toast. And the only reason Hikaru is staying in this game is this rook is trapped over here. Like, it cannot get out. You go rook F5, the knight goes to E7, chases it right back. So for Adiban, he might have to bring his king over here and play. It's a draw by repetition. He survived.
He did he forget that it was 3 moves?
He just maybe saw there was no progress. Unreal.
Wow. The Knights, everybody, not only are they better than the Bishops, they are competing for the Pro Chess League Championship tomorrow. They're up 9-2. It's not even over yet. There's one more game in progress, and that is the Board 4 versus Board 3 battle, Nurmanova versus Ghosh. We might as well head over to there and get as much chess as we can, because all the fans who showed up, you know, looking for another thriller, this is not going to be the tight finish we had between the Tigers and the Yogis earlier today. This is a rout, the definition of one.
Yeah, no, this has just been unbelievable. You couldn't have scripted this. I mean, just the demolition that we have seen, where the Knights can just be... What? Mate in 2. Nice try for back rank checkmate, but that's game over. So MGD1 scores 1 at the end, Danny, but it's way too little, way too late.
Way too little, way too late. The Gotham Knights are going to be playing for the Pro Chess League Championship tomorrow. Unfortunately for Nurmanova, she goes down, but it's all right. She'll probably be playing tomorrow, given that this lineup seems to be working for Gotham. Right? Don't fix it if it's not broken. They finish with a win, 9-3. Again, we're not getting 16 games. That is your final score, ladies and gentlemen. Book it. Wow.
9-3. It's over. And
it's over.
Look at the top 3 for the Gotham Knights. 2.5 from Hikaru after a miracle save against Adiban. 3 out of 3 for both Fedoseev and Vokitov. That is unreal. They just controlled the match. And Vokitov, that dude is just on fire. He was looking lost in some of his games. He was down a pawn in a rook end game, and yet he's won every game in the match. He is an all-star.
An absolute all-star. I mean, honestly, if he has another performance like this, when it comes to who's going to win the Pro Chess League MVP award, which is a prize, everybody, it may not go to the obvious choice you always think of, Hikaru Nakamura or Vladimir Fedoseev. At this point, if you were to rack up the playoff performances right now, Vokitov has been the top performer for the Gotham Knights, and that just speaks volumes as far as how strong their team is. Because, oh, by the way, this lineup, and I know this because of the behind the scenes I'll share with the world, there were obviously a lot goes into the scheduling of this, a lot happening. Laquan Liam not able to play in this Pro Chess League finals weekend, Robert. So without Liam Lay, Fedoseev and Vokitov stepping in, they're still just absolutely dominating their opponents.
Yeah, the lineup is working, so why change a thing? But now that we know, based on the early semifinal and this one, and the Tigers and the Knights, I mean, this feels like that we have a really awesome final tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I want to correct something I spoke incorrectly at the very, very outset of the show. Very few will probably remember, but I said that both the Yogis and the Tigers had different lineups. That is not true. The Tigers have actually used the same lineup, not just that they had in the quarters, Robert, but entire year. They've had the same exact lineup all year. The Yogis did change out, of course, we remember, because you and I covered Vidit Gujrathi and others yesterday. But there you go. The Tigers, what I'm speaking to now is that not only are they using the same lineup, that means they're using the same experienced players who are super ready for this battle. I know a lot of people are going to be looking at Gotham as the favorite because of Hikaru being the household name, because of Vokitov, but the Shanghai Tigers are ready.
Yeah, they are certainly ready, and just like the Joker says in The Dark Knight, they better be ready to bring a new brand of criminals to Gotham, because it seems like Vokitov is Batman, and we didn't know it. You expected it was somebody else, but it's Vokitov right now, and the Gotham Knights, I mean, the way they played in this match today and the one on Thursday, the St. Louis Archbishops were a really strong team, and they also outlasted them. So, Danny, I think we have to say the favorite, at least right now, looks like it is the Gotham Knights.
Crazy to me. The Gotham Knights were so dominant today. Again, Vokitov, but again, you know, before we wrap this up, again, the show is going so fast. I want to reflect that you really have to give Vokitov credit for how he stuck in there, because if those who watched the whole match, he was losing to Bhaskaran, stuck it out, right? He was losing to Irigaici, stuck it out. So yes, this was a rout, but man, does it speak volumes to the perseverance and the practical effort that Gotham made in order to make it a rout. And there you have the schedule. Tomorrow's matchups. We will start off with the third place final between the two teams from India, which is fun, right? I know neither of them is happy, Robert, that they're not competing for the championship, but that's going to be a fun one. The two teams from India. And then you have Gotham versus Tigers. You and I will have that call later on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a really good consolation match. It's not the match they wanted to play in for the Indian Yogis and Team MGD1, but they've had brilliant seasons and they have brilliant players. But I think all eyes will eventually be on Shanghai Tigers against the Gotham Knights. I did say, and I believe, that the Knights are favored, but you said it yourself, Danny. The Shanghai Tigers, have they brought the same lineup each and every week? It's working to perfection for them. It's clear that they have what it takes to win the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, they sure do. Both teams, I think do, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully, no more starting off iPad gambits for the Tigers. For those who watched that match, it was quite a fun start, but they still got the job done. Gotham Knights waiting for them. Again, tune in for the consolation match first and foremost. The two teams from India. Make sure you check that out. Robert and I will have the call later on tomorrow. For the entire crew here, crushing it and getting the job done, thank you so much. The Pro Chess League finals are coming to you. We will see you Sunday.
Simplifies and he said, is that a blunder? Bishop b7? He knows this is all over. Even though this position, black has enough material.
Look at Lou, though. Lou is on the iPad. You know what I mean? He's playing off the pad. No mouse slips over here, buddy. Yeah, you go. Oh, now he might have a Philidor, though. And he had a Philidor position. It's a draw. Philidor position.
The Shanghai Tigers take round 2, equalizing the match.
What's the idea?
He wants to get that queen to chief. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's it, James. I can't.
Somebody. Yeah, I'm still. I mean, Queen H3, guys. He sacked 2 knights and the queen. That's the game of the year. That could be game of the year, chat.
King G6 wins the knight. Knight H6 was the only move. Pragg resigns, and with that, Wei Yi has done it. The Shanghai Tigers move on to the finals.
Welcome to the Pro Chess League playoffs, boys and girls. We have a weekend ahead. This is not.
Wait, he plays blue. Oh no, he got a queen! He could have got a queen!
It's over. Queen D5, Rook G5 resigns. Not looking great for MGD1, man. Both of those other 2 games, they were better when we left them. Dude, the Knights are going to wrap this thing up in 2 rounds.
It's unbelievable.
Dude, I'm blown away with this guy.
A1, and game is over, match is over.
My god! We know who's competing for the Pro Chess League Championship tomorrow, and it's the Shanghai Tigers versus the Gotham Knights.